To be the best AD carry, you need to be consistent, you need to have good mechanics, and the ability to carry.
Already low, he's been ignited there by Bifrost, double is flashing forward aggressively.
Most AD carries play too scared. They never work up the courage to play on a knife's edge.
Adaptability, just knowing who to hit, and what you bring to the table.
Looking to go for sneaky, but that Jin is unstoppable. Flash into the shot.
What makes a good ADC is like being really good at laning phase.
Shots, one last from Cody's side. First blood on the double.
Being able to sacrifice for my team and also play selfish when they need to get ahead and so they can carry the team.
Mid laner versus AD carry. Sticks a shove back in. Oh, he's gonna get it!
Well, I definitely think I possess like all these qualities that, you know, top 8 carry has. I think that's why I'm probably the best right now.
The only thing stopping me from people claiming I'm the best AD carry is myself.
By competing with the best ADCs of NA, I want to leave an impression.
I'm waiting for my resurgence. I want to prove to myself that I can be the best again.
Welcome and thank you for joining us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. We're coming to you live from our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California, as the fans have packed the arena for a big day of games, a couple hot series to start us off. CLG here we have filing in along with Coach Zix. They're up against C9, Sneaky, and the rest of the crew. Impact looking buff today. He'll get the start. We'll get into that. Him and Ray trading off quite a lot. Double It focusing on his match today, still looking to return to form. Cody's son got the better of that matchup in week 1. 2 hot matches, like I said, to start us off on both streams. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Mark Zimmerman and Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley are on my analyst desk today.
What's happening with number 5 there?
I don't know. We gotta find
It's just that kind of doctor who's like, whatever, man.
We gotta find a new panel of
Do a
dentists to
prescription.
survey
There you go.
around objective facts. Either way, let's get a reminder of how the teams stack up coming into the day. Immortals begin, or rather reign supreme, in first place, with CounterLogic Gaming in second, while TSM and Cloud9 share third at 6 and 3. Those 4 teams all duke it out in our first matches of the day. On NALCS 1, we've got TSM versus Immortals in the Battle Arena, followed by Team Dignitas looking for a win over FlyQuest. Over on NALCS 2, Stixay and CounterLogic Gaming aim to take out Sneaky and Cloud9, with Echo Fox taking to the Battle Theater opposite Team Liquid later in the day. Now, last night we saw Cloud9 get redemption after a hard-fought series versus TSM, losing Game 1, winning Games 2 and 3 after subbing Ray in for Impact.
And I think that's the big story because we hadn't seen this guy in a really long time. I think it's been about 3 weeks of just straight Impact after he came back from his break, and he was one of the catalysts for turning this game around. His laning looked worse than Impact's Game 1, but he was able to find a lot of good angles to set the team up, especially on that Jarvan game, really being a big impact for the engages.
Yeah, I mean, Forever Rumble, who wasn't a fan of that? So,
Yeah, that was you know, that's just
go
showing he
wrong,
doesn't even
man.
need to be playing optimally to have a huge controlling game.
That's the thing, it was a statement game. I don't need this.
Yeah.
I don't need this to beat you.
Hey, I'm not convinced by that, but it is nice to see confidence back
Yes.
in Ray from the team, and it's also good again to see Jensen crushing it. Multiple solo kills on Bjergsen. This guy has been an absolute monster this split, and whenever he's succeeding, the team is doing well.
I mean, funnily enough, in that mid lane matchup, in all 3 games, there was a solo kill one way or the other. So again, it just speaks to the competitive level of these 2 guys, specifically in the mid lane, and kind of that, you know, ever-growing rivalry between them for who is the best mid laner, who is the true carry here in North America. This time around, it was Jensen. But as we talk about these tough weeks for both the teams, having had played each other last night, TSM's going to have to face Immortals, C9 having to face CLG. Let's go back to the top lane in looking at that CLG matchup. Impact will get the start today up against Darshan, but we do know that C9 is very comfortable swapping those guys in and out. What are our thoughts on this top lane matchup, as CLG loves to send attention up there with Darshan returning to form?
I think Impact's actually probably a little bit better of a matchup for Darshan. Impact plays a little bit more standard tanks. He does have the Renekton as well that we saw yesterday, but you know, Darshan's the kind of player who's happy to take Fiora into that or something, versus what, you know, you see a lot more out of Ray, things like that Jarvan, the Kled, the Rumble, these kind of more skill-based carry matchups. I think, you know, while Darshan's been playing great this season, season so far. I think he'd prefer to be able to exploit Impact a little bit more on the 1v1. So we'll have to see if that works out in game 1 or if they need to swap things up for C9.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his approach is, because I actually think that Darshan, his biggest strengths are not about laning. Though he can be a strong laner, it's more about taking his advantages, you know, if he can get ahead in jungle or just push up lanes or whatever, and using that to help the rest of the map, using that to help the team. And I think he's at his best when he is grouping, when he is making plays with the team and sacrificing his own lane.
I was going to say, I know you've been kind of critical in some areas this summer split around Darshan split pushing and carry performances, and that he's relying, or rather spending too much time trying to help his team as opposed to in some cases needing to be greedy and playing for himself.
So one of the reasons I think Impact's a good matchup for him then is because Impact actually has some of the worst laning stats in the league. So it frees him up to leave lane a little bit more because you're not getting pressured as hard. Whereas if you are against Ray and he's kind of keeping you in lane, forcing you to kind of play the skill-based matchup, I think that works out a little worse for Darshan.
Now, of course, CLG will have to have, you know, shaken off the funk week 4 that they had in order to come away with a victory today. But the other marquee matchup at the start of the day is that TSM versus Immortals matchup. TSM suffering the loss yesterday, looking to rebound today, while Immortals still looking to hold on to that first place slot that they have so far this regular season.
Yeah, I mean, TSM may be coming in a little bit low, but Immortals, they just beat the 2 teams that were 5-1 last week. They had basically the hardest possible schedule. They came out on top. They're looking like the #1 team right now, and if they can take down TSM, like, that's 2-0 against TSM on the split. They'd be looking incredible.
Right, yeah, they already won the first round or first matchup against TSM, so this would be the second time they're facing them this split.
It's just so funny that every time we talk about Immortals, it's like, this will help prove them, and this will help. And it's like they've been #1 the entire split.
When will they be fully
They just
proven?
beat the other #1
when they're the NALCS champions.
Yeah, that's a
because
good point.
we've seen the 17-1 Immortals get knocked out in playoffs, you know, multiple times. It doesn't matter what you do until you are the champion, right? This team has shown that they cannot always, you know, go the distance, and until they do, no one's going to be convinced.
Yeah, the organization from that standpoint still has a lot to prove, and we'll see if they can get it done. Now, as we've got some really big matchups in the bot lane, at least in these first 2 series, we saw the guys talking about it at the beginning of the day. You know, Stixay feels like he is the best ADC. Sneaky says he's got himself to battle in terms of becoming the best ADC. Doublelift is waiting to return to form. Well, let's talk about Freak's tier list maybe. Use that as our setup for getting into the discussion around these.
What is this tier list? No, for the most part, I think it actually looks pretty reasonable. I think a lot of people would be surprised at Piglet being that high up. I know when I was talking with Freak a little bit about it, and I'm sure he'll justify this stuff later on today, but a lot of the stats for how much Piglet team struggles around him, he's actually still putting in really good work. So I think I might not necessarily agree with it, but I understand the argument he's making.
And I'm in disagreement with a number of things, since Freak is a very stats-based guy when he's doing his analysis for these tier lists. He relies very much on stats, and I think that there are a lot of things in League of Legends that cannot be statistically shown, and that's why, you know, I think guys like Cody-san maybe should be higher. Guys like, you know, Piglet and Apollo, I think sometimes fail the eye test where they may have good stats, and you know, that's where I think some of the disagreement and discussion comes in.
And that's why we've got both of you here on the casting team, Azale. We need all of the different viewpoints, but now we need to move then to your tier list of tier lists, Azale, because if you've got things to say, I want to hear them, so talk to me about this.
Well, we already know that Freak is running an inferior tier list here.
Oh, God, straight up.
We're gonna have to start with Freak
straight to the bottom.
But Aframu, I mean, if you've seen his stream, the only person on his tier list is Aframu, so of course his tier list
and if you don't like it,
by itself.
Aframu's tier list is about himself, so he's the only one on it.
Exactly.
There you have it. All right, but Azale's top lane list has got that first slot in the
rest of us are doing pretty well. The rest of us are doing pretty well. Aframu's doing great.
Yeah.
Freak needs to step it up. The stats may not be there,
but get the stats
but
out of here, Freak. We don't need them. We want your your subjective opinion.
Freak is definitely failing the eye test.
Either way, today will be a good opportunity for us to kind of take another look at Freak's tier list against the performance of those top-tier ADCs. With all these bot lane matchups to start off our day, we want to hear from you, though. Who do you think is the best bot laner in the North American LCS and why? Make sure you send your answers to @LolEsports with the hashtag NALCS, and we'll go over some of your answers throughout the day. For now, though, it's time to send it over to the casters to get us into the matches. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is David Freak.
Get that F-list tier lister out of here.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Riveting Business III, and it must be Christmas in July because I get to cast this series with Aiden, Zyrene, Moon, and we've got the Rift all set for that first series. Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. And last night, Cloud9, they were able to get a little bit of a revenge game over TSM there, over the Spring Split champion, so they got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it was honestly a great back-and-forth match, and once again, a lot of C9's success came from Jensen in the mid lane clapping fools. This guy went off, but also C9 had another carry step up from Sneaky in the AD carry position. From the start, he put pressure on TSM to early pick the Jhin so he couldn't get his pocket pick, and he still found ways to carry with a player of the game performance on Tristana and a solid Caitlyn.
Being sneaky. Well, we'll see if he can have those sorts of carry moments here against the likes of Stixxay, who's still looking to prove that he is the best bot laner in the league.
Yeah, Sneaky is definitely a test here for Stixxay, and he has to overcome that if he wants to prove that he is that best bot laner right now. Last week, Stixxay, his team stumbled a bit, and they fell out of first place, going 1-1, having a 3-game series against Envy and falling against Immortals. And even in an interview, he said, you know, everyone on Counterlogic Gaming played a little bit weird, so they have to find consistency, especially for a player who has aspirations to be the best. Consistency is key, and it has constantly plagued Counterlogic Gaming this split.
And we've seen those moments from him past MSIs on the Caitlyn, trapping around the Poppy play at the the Brambleback, and certain situations as solo queue Ezreal. We just need to see those kind of be confident and come out in the play regularly on stage, which every player seems to have a bit of trouble having. It scrims to stage, so much different.
Yeah, I completely agree. Scrims, transitioning that to stage, finding consistency on stage is huge because every game is different, every game starts differently, and so finding consistency in all situations is very difficult to do.
Well, let's get this one started. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Counterlogic Gaming. That means it is Darshan in the top lane, Dardoch in the jungle, Huhi in mid, Stixxay at bot, and support Afro Moo with Coach 6 for picks and bans.
Yep, and facing off against them on the red side here is going to be Cloud9. In the top lane, it's going to start Impact. Jungle will be Contracts, mid lane will be Jensen, bot laner will be Sneaky, support Smoothie, and Coach Reaper.
And obviously CLG watched the game yesterday. You get a chance to pretty much see what's happening. Do they put more pressure on a Jensen? He's feeling confident going forward with plays. Flashes up for both mid laners, still going after Bjergsen every time.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Jensen, he did get a little bit of attention, but also I feel like the solo kills that he had, it was kind of whoever solo killed the enemy mid laner in that series.
We're in picks and bans.
I know, we're up there at the top. I don't know what I'm banning here, but still. Anyway, they had solo kills back and forth. It was 2-1 in terms of the series, but whoever killed the other mid laner first in the solo kill ended up winning the series. So there was a lot of mid lane pressure. And with Huhi in the mid lane, I'm really kind of like, I'm always back and forth on this guy.
Yeah.
Because Huhi and his teammates are always talking about how great he is, and he has those fantastic performances sometimes. He's been very consistent lately, but he still kind of has to shake off the cobwebs from the old impressions. It's so hard to break first impressions, and when he first came on, he was replacing Pobelter, who had just won them a championship. So people are saying, Huhi, when are we going to find that top-level performance from him? But I think he's already here, and Counterlogic Gaming, the most banned champion against them, is Aurelion Sol, and I hope that shows up here today because that ends up being something that kind of wins Counterlogic Gaming games just off the bat from Champion Select.
Absolutely, and we'll have those up on the screen for you in just a moment. We'll give them to you as they keep coming in. Zach, so far in LeBlanc, fans are going quite slow here as the teams are just letting them roll in.
Yep, and slow banning as well between the two. Looks like there was a no ban on Counterlogic Gaming as well for their second ban here. Interesting. Unsure what's going to happen next because Cloud9 seem to not be banning anything themselves just yet.
Talking with Reaper.
Yeah, what are we doing? And it seems like, yeah, Cloud9 also missing a ban there, so we'll probably have a remade champion select here. I do feel like we are having a little bit of a technical difficulty in the studio as well, as pick and ban is not up on the screen.
Kind of just letting this one fizzle out. So we'll see. Players will have a chance to talk. CLG probably ready to go into this game and say, we have momentum, ready to take down Cloud9. We have that strat, and they still do. They haven't showed too much, and the players are obviously coming with picks and bans the same this time.
Yeah, and you're talking about momentum. For Counterlogic Gaming, the momentum kind of, you know, the wind out of their sails came out of their sails, right? They had first place, they lost to Immortals 0-2, and then they ended up having a 3-game series against Envy, and they didn't look very clean at all, right? And they've been struggling with consistency. So they have to find momentum here, whereas Cloud9 actually has a lot of momentum coming into this. Cloud9 just took down TSM yesterday, and they're making a surge through the standings. They are on a
pretty good time as well.
Exactly. They are on a 4-match win streak. They win this, they are on a 5-match win streak, having beaten Dignitas, TSM, and Counterlogic Gaming in 3 matches in a row, and then they're off to Rift Rivals.
Yeah, save jet lag. Things are looking good, right? should be able to go into the tournament pretty strong. Also having the fact that you can swap out Ray and Impact on the top lane, having that going international is very nice as well. Being able to say, hey, we actually don't like this matchup we have. They've been watching what's happening from EU. It's not like you have to do too much homework here, so you can really formulate some pretty good strategies around being able to swap those two or anything else in picks and bans.
Yeah. Speaking of picks and bans, they are being remade right now. They will keep the same first bans, which were LeBlanc and Zach, as those come up on the screen. We'll see them in just a moment. Looks like Kennen is the next ban from CounterLogic Gaming. So they have banned LeBlanc and Kennen. And then Caitlyn comes through from Cloud9, even though Sneaky got his hands on it. I feel like red side bans have now become Caitlyn, Zach, Galio very consistently, and blue side bans LeBlanc. Kennen is something that kind of goes back and forth, but right now we're just seeing kind of power bans across the board with 5 to 6 first pickable champions just being taken away.
One last one for Cloud9 before we do get into picks. LeBlanc, Kennen, Elise from CounterLogic Gaming. Galio, Caitlyn, Zach on the side of Cloud9. We started off, and it is an insta-lock Gragas for CounterLogic Gaming.
And this is a flex pick for CounterLogic Gaming. They can play it in the top lane for Darshan, or Dardoch will play it in the jungle. I know Dardoch had a tweet a few weeks ago where he was like, wake up, sheeple. It's the Gragas Rek'Sai meta again, and he's ready for it.
But does he like the Rek'Sai?
Well, I know that he likes the Rek'Sai, and I personally really like Rek'Sai right now. I feel like when she hits mid-game, she isn't as useful as other junglers in the late game too. But her early game is pretty much unparalleled. Her gank routes, her sense of vision where nobody else can really understand where she is and she can tremor sense them away. And I really like that. And also people have kind of caught on to this E-Max first on Rek'Sai. It's not locked in yet, and I won't talk about it too much more. But Jhin ends up being the pickup here. So Sneaky will get his pocket pick.
Yep, Jhin it to win it. So they're going to feel good in the bot lane on the side of C9. 5 seconds left to decide what they want. And they actually take Impact's Rumble on the top side. So Impact going to be bringing lane pressure and objective pressure.
Yeah,
coming in from that Rumble.
Ray played it yesterday, and it was a champion that he did fantastically on. Very high damage in the game.
Yep.
Didn't bring Deathfire Touch, was a little bit of a mistake, but he still crushed it. So Impact will see what he does on this Rumble in the top lane. And this is kind of a throwback classic where the Jhin ulti plus the Rumble ulti, you're throwing down slows so that the Rumble can get an ultimate on multiple people. And the Rumble ulti will slow people so that you're more likely to land your Jhin bullets. So they both help each other, and it's very good. If you can throw in something like a Cassiopeia in this composition for Cloud9, then it ends up being very powerful. But I think Orianna is top tier for them.
Yeah, a lot of chase down with that. But I do agree. The safety and the utility of Orianna is huge. Looks like CounterLogic Gaming goes for the Tristana. And the ability to control the turrets and objectives themselves here.
Yeah,
a bit of destruction comp.
Yeah, Demolitionist here. The Tristana comes through for Stixxay, so he'll play that up against Sneaky, who played the reverse matchup of this yesterday. We'll see if they pair it with something like a Braum, because Braum Tristana is incredibly powerful for getting resets and stunning people. And as the game progresses, you get this late game hyper carry Tristana that has so much attack speed. You can stun people from a long range. The Energizer build with Rapid Fire Cannon gets her 800 range plus auto attacks. So she ends up being that gigantic late game threat that can just jump around. And Stixxay, we talked about how he wants to be that best AD carry in North America. This is a champion that gives him the ability to carry the game.
You have to get to that point, though. It takes a little bit of time. CLG has a composition to make that happen. Small skirmishes around the map give Stixxay a chance to farm up, but does Cloud9, the Thresh pick, synergizes with more picks. They say Contracts is fine to put to the wayside here for a jungler. And they start banning Lucian and Tom Kench, first phase, or second phase, I should say. So still looking for Cloud9 to have this will run you down, will continue the team fight composition. CounterLogic Gaming will look to work around them for now.
So the Tom Kench ban from Cloud9 in the second phase, followed by a Braum, yeah. So those are two champions that I was thinking would come out to protect the hyper carry. Like you were talking about with the special, the Tom Braum Mom.
Yeah.
The two champions that really keep people safe. And I think that these are the top three, right? Tom Kench, Thresh, Braum, because they all keep their AD carry safe while having playmaking potential instead of being like a lane shover. So these are the top three supports right now globally in terms of pick rate. And I like that Cloud9 picked the Thresh as their third pick and then banned the other two.
Lucian targeted at Sneaky. So he gets the Orianna. We saw both of those yesterday.
I actually think it's targeted towards Jensen because they already have the Jhin. So they're double banning Jensen.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, they're banning Lucian and Syndra away from Jensen, but he's just going to pick Orianna.
Right. You're like, Sneaky didn't play Orianna and Lucian yesterday. That's incorrect.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Jensen played that yesterday.
So the Orianna does get locked in for Jensen. The Aurelion Sol, though, up, ready to go from Counterlogic Gaming.
But you can't leave it up, Zyrene.
I mean,
but you can't leave it up.
You can't leave it up, but he's hovering it right now. 3 seconds to go. And they're going to pivot.
I mean, they're picking at some point. I love this part.
And there they go.
This is like the time waster. We're like, yeah, we're going to grab it, but we have 25 seconds equals 50 seconds. And then we have all this time to discuss what we want to do with the composition. Why not use that time?
Yeah, and so Aurelion Sol does get locked in for Huhi here. It went unbanned in the first phase and second phase. This is the most banned champion against Counterlogic Gaming. It's 77% banned against them, which means it's only been up in 5 games. He's played it in 2 of those 5 games that it has been left up, and his KDA so far this split is 30 on Aurelion Sol. Whew. Yeah, right there, you see at the bottom of the screen, 30 KDA for him. It's ridiculous.
And that the CS kind of...
I like how he's the average, too. He's the only person playing.
I am an average, but it's the best one. And the CS, too, he clears those waves, roams, clears the waves, roams. Hardly ever really focusing on those CS numbers. You can see him down a little bit. Last pickup going to be Lee Sin here. Contracts actually goes all the way to the bottom with his pick, but still gets that Lee Sin to be aggressive towards the early portion of the game. We're locked in on both sides, a 6-2 Counterlogic Gaming versus a 6-3 Cloud9 on quite a win streak for themselves.
Yeah, so Counterlogic Gaming, Kled, Gragas, Aurelion Sol, Tristana with Morgana. Morgana with Tristana gives you so much pick potential, then also it's hard to lock down the Tristana. Right, you put the black shield on her and she can leap and go crazy in the team fights. And I love this champion for Afromu. Whenever I watch him play something like the Morgana, where your key team fight ability is that Dark Binding, you really notice how long of a cooldown it is. And when he throws it, it's the opportune time. It's harder to dodge, and you need to make the most out of that ability. So skill shot accuracy will be key for Afromu, but he has been no slouch in that department.
Right. And looking at the other side, you kind of talk about what safety he can provide. Stixxay picks this into a relatively safe CC composition from Cloud9. A lot of soft CC, conditional hard CC. Unless Smoothie's crushing these thresh hooks, you're looking for that deadly flourish to really lock that fight down.
Yeah, and Contracts plays the Lee Sin here, so you have to be very fast as Afromu with the Black Shield for the kickback. So I'm really interested to see what happens, because Counterlogic Gaming's composition, to sum it up as a whole, all about picking, roaming, and out-pressuring the map, whereas C9, this is about team fighting and also getting some picks.
All right, CLG versus C9, we are on to the Rift, and we'll see how we start things off. Doran's Blade around, and the shield for impact. Stay healthy on the top side.
Cloud9 so far on a 4-match winning streak after taking down TSM, Dignitas. Now they're looking for that 5 in a row.
Yeah, 2 of those top teams of the league.
Trying to take down another top team here in Counterlogic Gaming. So if Cloud9 are able to do it, then they would be heading off to Rift Rivals as probably the strongest team from North America, having taken down the other team that's going in TSM as well, before Phoenix won.
Feeling very, very good.
So let's talk a little bit about some of these matchups here, because the top lane, the Rumble versus Kled. Kled is actually quite good into Rumble. They picked it after they had seen it. The reason that Kled is quite good is because Rumble struggles with champions that can close the distance on him, like historically one of the best counters. Hold on. Dardoch went all the way around, and there's the Dark Binding.
No!
And he's going to struggle even more.
Holds everything. He's like, I'm probably going to go down anyways. Could have forced some flashes, but that's the Ignite from Afromu. And Impact is down. That's a full team except for Stixxay.
So Dardoch took Body Slam level 1, Body Slammed over the Baron pit wall, and went all the way around, avoiding where Lee Sin was, and then he waited for that Body Slam cooldown and came right around again. It's a 15-second cooldown, so that was a play where they said Impact's going to be up here in this bush, and he doesn't blow his flash to try and get away, but it was perfect pick off there, and a great level 1. He's going to the bottom side here. Dardoch is down here. It's going to be a Smite War. Oh, Dardoch got it. Hit level 2.
Gonna get the hit. That's the slow. Contracts has almost a full bump on him, and that's not gonna connect. A lot of flashes blown for this one.
Dardoch has Body Slam flash. Is he gonna keep going?
He flying down.
Body Slam flash up.
I don't know if they have enough follow-up damage here. Aphromoo with a few seconds. Oh, the right step from Sneaky.
Wait,
the bomb's gonna blow. It's not gonna. Now
No,
will
it
be
is.
enough. The extra tap damage there from each member, ensuring Stixay would be able to pick up that kill.
And the last time, years ago, when we talked about Counter Logic Gaming level 1s because they were so clever, this is a little bit of a harken back to that. That was a clever level 1 with the top lane invade at the time that they went for, and they got the pick. And I love watching CLG play pick compositions. And even from minute 1, the bloodiest team in the NALCS is living up to their name already.
Absolute chaos seems to be what they thrive in the beginning here. Impact comes back to lane, almost going down under turret, but Darshan realizes the lane's better than being dismounted off a Scarl here, so he can just continue to bear trap on a rope. Almost connects that one. But Stixay now gets a little stronger. That curve for Tristana a little bit sooner, and the rest of the team is going to be very well off here in the early game.
And Dardoch's going to be like a kid in a candy store here. There's no flash on Contracts, no flash on Sneaky or Smoothie. These are easy lanes to gank. And Darshan actually going to run into Contracts here, who's level 2.
This could get pretty scary,
Darshan?
actually. Impact says we can continue the fight. They don't actually know what's on the other
Dardoch
side,
here.
and they are right to be scared. Flash blown. Dardox is down here. Don't know if they're going to take that back. It's really just for the vision.
Yep. Darshan going to back, has that kill, and has gold to spend, so he can actually stack up some extra items here.
What a hyper-aggressive early game.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Counter Logic Gaming are the #1 team in kills per minute in games, so they're the bloodiest team, but they're second most in deaths at the moment. So it's backfired a decent amount. We'll see if that aggression actually, backfires. And Stixay talked about finding some consistency for the team. This is a great start for the game. And we'll see if they're able to actually close it out and continue to snowball, because it's been such an early lead.
Those assists around the board, who he's already able to back. Got a pink ward that he just laid down deep on red. Also got the seal. He's got the potion of corruption. So really getting a lot of benefit out of everything in the early game for him. That push game can happen so much easier now. Has his vision, has his potions, and Dardoch, like you said, kid in a candy store, to choose where to go. No problem just going toe-to-toe with Jensen here, back and forth, pushing him into lane with those minions being on his side.
And you're talking about pushing into the lane. Every lane for Counter Logic Gaming right now is kind of a quote-unquote winning lane, where you have a counter matchup bottom with Morgana into Thresh, counter matchup top where Impact can't shove as much as he would like, especially since his early death. And then the mid lane, this is one where Aurelion Sol just pushes out. So Dardoch actually has 3 winning lanes right now, and he can do whatever he wants. He can go into the enemy jungle, he can invade, and he will always have control because his lanes have priority. This is one of the easiest games to play as a jungler, to be completely frank. When your lanes are winning, you know how we say never play to your losing lane? You can literally play to any lane right now, and you won't be wrong.
Even to the Rumble lane, that can make a 2v1 situation look really bad in favor of the Rumble. Not happening right now. Darshan being able to keep down Impact.
Well, Impact hasn't backed yet, so he's actually low on items.
Yeah. The CS is there. The HP is kind of dwindling. The ward may see contract soon, so Darshan may actually choose to go hard, knowing Impact's flash is down once he sees him on that vision ward. Aphromoo,
here comes Dardoch.
Disjointed back between Stixay and Aphromoo could cost him his life. Summoner heal. Oh, just a little too late. He may have said, I'm okay. Wait, no, I'm not.
Yeah, the black shield gave him a little bit of a deceptive health bar there.
That's a good point.
And then the heal came out a little too late. Yeah, Stixay didn't use it in time.
Unfortunate, but fortunate for C9. Pulling something back.
He knows there's that flash, and they're going to try to gank with Huhi.
There's that flash. Darshan counting it down. The rest of the team getting the roam towards the top side, and the voice of Huhi being the bringer of that death. 1-0-1 for himself as he gets the roam on. Immediate 6.
Man, and I'm waiting for the day when somebody just discovers how to play against Huhi's Aurelion Sol, because it's getting to the point where you only learn how to play against it by playing against it specifically. And it's
you bring this many people to the game.
Gank him with everyone.
Here we go. We'll see this play for Aphromoo again. A disjointed back, but they try to also bait in fear here for Dardoch.
Yeah, Aphromoo. Black Shield may have been on cooldown there, and yeah, he was trying to hold the wave because Stixay went for it back and a late heal on that. But Darshan knew that the TP had been used, and then he knew that the flash was down from before, and he had flash advantage. So flash in.
TP too, wow.
Yep. Flash in, goes straight up, and he's able to pick him off there. So yep, picks up Impact, who has not been playing well so far. Even the game that he played against TSM, that first game, then he got subbed out for Ray. We got it back.
Hey. Just getting the in-depth roster look. Really seeing how everybody's feeling at this point in the game. We're only 7.5 minutes in, and everybody's pretty scratched up at this point. No turrets have really found any of that damage, as the waves really haven't been tended to quite often. It's really the kills, the fights in the jungle, and a lot of warding here coming from CLG. 3 wards already deep on the side of C9. Very helpful for Dardock's buying his jungling. Those trackers.
And so far, that 1,000 gold lead is held true for CounterLogic Gaming. Gave a little bit back in the bottom lane, but it did go over to the Thresh, so it's kind of the best that you could hope for in CounterLogic Gaming shoes. But mid lane, Jensen's winning in CS, but Huhi, I don't think he really ever wins in CS on the Cerulean Soul. It's mostly his roaming potential and how he's affecting the side lanes, and he has good side lanes to play to.
That's true, right? It was at a certain point down about 9 CS. I feel like that average is going to come out again for this game. You'll get those rotations from Huhi. Dardock as well. This may not stop underneath the turret. Impact knows it's going to be coming far. Huhi over the walls! And Impact's looking at the stars on this one. Under the table from Dardock there with the explosive cast.
Impact has just been struggling right now. He got to play Renekton yesterday, and it looked a little bit better, but right now it's just bad start for him.
Yep.
Has been ganked constantly, and Huhi's Aurelion Soul just shows no mercy.
Contracts trying to do something. Jensen has the push mid. Contract says, this is my time to roam around a little bit. Push Huhi off mid. Get a possible shockwave play onto that mid turret. 4-1 here. Doesn't look like they're going to pick up this kill in bot lane. Smoothie's really fraying the brush. It looks like he wants to get this ignite and a play down. And they may start to draw Contract's attention.
Oh, didn't quite land it there either.
Any moment they can go aggressive. That was a moment Smoothie left the lane for a second. A possible Contract's lantern down as he was muddling about. That top side. One last auto. Who almost gets taken down. That's a lot of him. Oh, the flash. What a kick coming in. That wasn't a flash, sorry, just a body slam kick. It looked like the flash. Kill down onto Sneaky. Afro move very, very low here. Trying to walk it out, put Sneaky between them. Not going to be a finalizing kill. And what a play back and forth across the map.
Yeah, Stixay coming up big there. And yeah, he had just chunked out Sneaky slowly but surely. Still had summoner spells available there to my knowledge. And then it was just a little bit too much damage that he wasn't expecting.
Smoothie forced to run away.
That was a good window, too, because Smoothie didn't have Lantern for 3 more seconds, so they played that very well to actually exploit the positioning that Sneaky was in.
Huhi gets blue. A lot of things happening in favor of just CLG coming back off what they're doing, and they get to go right back to doing something. Yeah. There's no waiting.
Yeah, exactly. I love that you brought that up, because there isn't really any moment where CLG are sitting on their hands. With this advantage, they have to learn to push it, and that's exactly what they're trying here. Darshan doesn't have ultimate, but he's just trying to zone as much as possible, proxy the wave a bit, and he has Dardock there, so he knows that he can go aggressive. Contracts, whoa!
Okay.
That was like under the skirt there.
That'll happen. Good dodge after being in a position. Sometimes not moving is the best dodge. That top lane now is going to be met with Dardock and Darshan, so they know the presence of Dardock is top side. Contracts is bottom. Do they try to do something? It looks like it's just going to go to Dragon, and after that hits, they may not have enough time for bot, but still trying to get something back for what they're losing.
Yeah, first turret, top lane will go over to CounterLogic Gaming here. They split the gold, and they bounce the wave appropriately, so this will actually starve Impact of some farm, because it's going to push back towards CLG. And now what does CLG do with this? Because Cloud9 get the Drake in return, but no, it looks like he's just going to fast clear it.
3K gold lead, 11.5 minutes in.
Yeah. Fast push top lane will actually happen instead of the freeze. So when you freeze when you think that nothing's going to happen for a bit and you can pick up that wave in a minute. But if you're going to push, that's a signal of you want to make a play happen soon. And with Darshan having his ultimate, it feels like he might want to just push all the way up, hold to the top side, and then go for a play. Maybe bottom, maybe look towards mid. But I don't think he's going back top after this back.
Yeah. You see Impact there just kind of sitting with the flame spitter on Darshan. And he didn't care too much. Ninja Tabi And that Seeker's Arm Guard is not helping Impact, especially clear these waves. It's going to take him even longer if he does need to teleport for the team. He'll be losing that experience. The scenario could get bad, but C9 is trying to write the good scenarios for themselves right now. The Shockwave and hit from Contracts and Jensen in the mid lane.
Yeah, Contracts plus Jensen and this Orianna. Jensen played this yesterday every time he could get his hands on it, and he did a fantastic job on it, getting a solo kill on Bjergsen. And you can see that Darshan was heading towards mid lane, and they were trying to set something up, so he was pushing a little, but Contract's there right in time to make sure that nothing happens. And he should go back top lane here, unless they're trying to 3-man mid. Looks like they might 3-man mid, but
I mean, you feel comfortable once he's out, right? He's not screaming down the mid lane yet. You have a few more seconds to play scary, but it doesn't look like they actually tried to activate what they wanted either.
Yeah.
And it seems like Contracts and Jensen say, hey, you know what? It is kind of hard to kill Tuhi because he's never in lane. So the moments he is, if we have those gap closures, we go on immediately. See if they rinse and repeat there. Impact taking the back door out of this one. He should be safe. Maybe safe in the long run.
yeah.
Could find himself in quite a scuffle.
We'll see, because Huhi does have inside track, clears the wave, doesn't roam, because a little bit afraid. We'll see. Dardoch meets Contracts.
Ooh, a lot of 1v1s going on. Seems like this one fizzles out as well. Darshan will have the inside track, as you say, now towards the top. Impact stays mid. And it looks like both teams are going to try to plan something slow here, but there's too much vision. Contracts is going to be able to call out this roam up top side, or up river.
Well, they just,
mid,
they just saw everybody mid.
Take back one. It was Dardoch as the caboose, and Contracts identified it, put him back towards Smoothie. Team comes up with a very fast kill. That was all very slowly created by C9, waiting for CLG to step out of position with the vision they created.
Yeah, what C9 did is they put a bunch of control wards on the bottom side of mid so they could play to mid and bottom, because they don't have to play to top right now, because Impact won't be shoving out too far, because he has to pick up this tier 2 farm. So they're just going to ward up for Jensen on the side, make sure that he can push the advantage that he has here in CS, because he is very far up in CS right now up against Huhi. So try to leverage that advantage and try to get him unlocked. And with that mid turret down, that puts a lot of relief of the pressure from the Aurelion Soul, because his roam positions are a little different. They saw Impact and everybody else go through, and look at that. Afromu thought it would be Stixay that got kicked back as he rocket jumped, and it was actually Dardoch. So Black shielded the wrong person there.
Ooh. That last grenade almost taking down Afromu. Looks like he got too much used on that. That was Smoothie's ultimate and Ignite coming out of that play. As you can see, and Afro's flash. So easy rinse and repeat. This has kind of been mixing the backs that Stixay and Afro have had to do. Now Afro has to stay and protect, but that's a very dangerous thing to do. Luckily, C9 is going to give them a little breathing room as we watch mid here. Like you said, that CS very much so in favor of Jensen. You can see the top side game that he's playing with Dardoch, trying to maybe pull Jensen in, give him the chance to get that CS lead back.
Yeah, but it's a big CS lead right now. We hit 15 minutes and he's up over 30 CS. So that's pretty big. That's like, that means that Huhi, his roams had to have been worth at least 300 plus gold. So he did get some kills on it. If you look at the gold difference between the two, Jensen's up 900 right now because he got that mid turret.
So definitely up overall in this scenario, even with the kills. The map pressure still helping out C9. There's that one turret in favor of each team started to spread out where the AD carries are a little bit, but more so the supports roaming around with their junglers now. Stixay with a clear bot, 167 to 148 in that lane. They kind of have different purposes. Sneaky won't be on the front line, but Stixay is going to need that CS. He is going to need to start to charge up quicker here.
Yeah, and he's already got a very expensive item in the Infinity Edge, and he's working towards his first Zeal here.
Yeah.
The Infernal Drake, though, coming up in 50 seconds. You want this as both teams, so we would see a fight over this. And look at that, Stixay going hard!
Jumps right in, a few last shots. Curtain call is out. That's flashing here from Sneaky to get into position for the team now to orchestrate the fight. Impact has not been able to move the entire time and goes down once he gets the chance. Deadly Flourish comes in. What a shockwave from Jensen, locking up Counterlogic Gaming, who he tries to answer. Hextech GLP across the team, and he slows the rest as he's looking for more. And now it's the fourth. Is the Quadra coming in? He throws the stars out, locked up, stunned up. Smoothie's gonna get hit, and they say, Darshan, this one's yours. No, Huhi takes it still.
That's a Quadra kill for him, unofficial, because it's just so so much time between the two of them. But look at that. That turret's going to come up and go down for CLG, and they're going to have even more gold on him. He was just a moment ago 1-1 in 2. Look at that. That is ridiculous.
He's like, all right, guys, play to make up for that CS. Go.
Yeah. But look, I just think that's ridiculous. Just his KDA on that champion. 50 kills, 19 deaths, 74 assists.
And this is an all-in champion without an escape. You need to make that decision only at the correct time.
And it's a very unique champion. You have to play Aurelion Sol around his ranges. You have to play them around this very unique range that you only learn from playing Aurelion Sol. And that's why he takes so much time to actually master. And that's why Huhi has one of the best, if not the best in the world. And you can see that shockwave looked like it was going to be the decider there. Dardoch flashes away, Darshan gets dismounted, but Huhi has arrived and he cleans up everybody else there. And that's the ace that comes through too, very early on. In CounterLogic Gaming, we talk about them being a very bloody team. Early action, and Aurelion Sol makes that happen and can follow that up. So CounterLogic Gaming as a team also play around this pick from Huhi incredibly well. Oh God, he's at that point too where he's got Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Like this is the nightmare point against Aurelion Sol. I don't give a damn if you're up in CS. He's got the GLP to slow people from a range. He's got the Voice of Light to knock you back if you do get on him.
Yep.
And then he's got constant slows that make it so even if you do get to him, you're gonna get pushed back, slowed, and he's gonna try to keep you at this distance. And the thing that people forget about Aurelion Sol is that his E gives him extra movement speed the longer he's traveling in a single direction. So if he is running away from you or towards you, he's slowly getting more speed to catch up, plus Swifty Boots to be even faster, and he has Storm Raider's Surge. So it's super difficult to take down Huhi right now, who will continue building HP.
And at the speed this game has escalated, we have swapped already. Impact had a rough game, so Stixxay is now split pushing against him on the top side, with Huhi tentatively going up, helping him. That's going to be Rift Herald picked up, so now CLG has wherever they want to go on the board. And it looks like they may just try to take down mid and brute force it with the damage of Trist and that Rift Herald. It'll go down in seconds.
And you just saw that C9 all just pinged mid turret, because that turret, I believe, is a Rift Herald hit away. Actually, it's a little bit over a Rift Herald hit away, because it would take about 45% of the HP. You know, one of these days, I'm actually just going to do the math on the Rift Herald. We get a general idea of like 40% of the tower's HP.
I'm guessing Freak already did it somewhere.
There's an exact number, because it does a percent of its HP when you summon it.
It's a lot right now.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
That's the number. I checked my work.
Get your proofs.
Got proof check. 20 minutes here. The gold lead has shrunk a little bit, but the map control has grown immensely for CLG.
Yeah, and CLG now have multiple ways to 1-3-1. They're going to have Stixxay in a side lane here with the rapid fire cannon, the static shiv and his explosive shot passive. He's able to actually just clear minion waves almost instantaneously. Yeah. So Stixxay is also a bit of a split pusher who puts threat on the turrets, and yep, there it is, looking for mid. He's gonna walk out. Oh, gets hooked.
Before he charged up, nice. They take a bit of HP off.
Yeah.
A lot of HP off. So that would have been very close to actually dropping that turret. And it looks like they save it. Beautiful play by Smoothie and the rest of the team before Rift Herald is able to charge up. That's when you got to get him.
Yeah, poor Rift Herald. Well, when I found out it was her, yeah?
I did say him.
Yeah. You know how I remember it's a her? Because I named her Shelly.
Aww.
Before it was Harold the Herald, right? And then when we found out that it was female, it's like, oh, it's Shelly.
Shelly.
Shelly's also a great name to yell when it's like she's charging into the turret. Shelly! No! Don't do it!
We got to play more games together. Smoothie's just walking on thin ice right now. Gets himself away from a dark binding, knowing that somebody was going to be there. His flash is down, so that would have probably meant immediate death for him, playing very carefully now. And C9 holds mid. That was actually CLG. They kind of had that plan and then more in line. You can see how stalled they are after this.
Yeah.
What would have happened.
Perfect. I love that because it's 2K between these teams, 2.3K gold difference right now. And it's very even, to be completely frank. It's mostly just the difference of the Infernal Drake here. And you can see Jensen is caught up in terms of gold to where Huhi is. And Huhi hasn't spent a big chunk, but it's mostly that bottom lane. 1,000 gold down, also in that top lane, about 1,300 down. And so this gold disadvantage is those side lanes, but it's not the mid lane. And right now, CLG, The only lane that they haven't cracked is that mid lane where the majority of their gold is. So it's hard to crack where Jensen is. It's the highest level in the game, and he's doing a great job of wave clearing and stalling by himself, especially with the Banshee's Veil now, so he doesn't get caught by Dark Bindings.
Near 2,000 gold on C9 members. CLG with quite a bit of money burning a hole in their pocket as well as they prep the waves.
Against C9, either you get that mid turret with a Rift Herald, and that helps you push back Jensen, or you almost don't get that turret without an overexertion of pressure, because now they have to go after these side lanes, and that's kind of the ticket here, because this Orianna is just going to wave clear in pretty much 2 or 3 abilities, and you'll be good to go as soon as that W comes out. So
there it is.
Yeah, it becomes so difficult. Like, that's one of the things that I think teams are not doing enough of with Rift Herald is figuring out what player they're against, right? I feel like when you play against Equifox, Cloud9, or TSM, Rift Herald mid with a perfect setup or a setup of at least, you know, pushing people to the side lane or something like that, and then even having just one person come mid to drop it. Like if you do a 2-1-2 or something along those lines, and just have the person who has the Rift Herald drop it mid, C9 would not answer with equal numbers, and the Rift Herald would get a lot of damage on that turret.
Right.
So you could do that up against somebody like Jensen, Froggen, or Bjergsen to crack that mid turret and push them back, and push back that key player on the team. But now Jensen gets to still have control of his blue buff, still have control of mid lane, the central part of the map, and it's very difficult to deal with as Counter Logic Gaming.
Safety of the Banshee's Veil as well. If he does need to get in for that pivotal shockwave the team could be looking for, or the help for contracts. He is mid and he is calling for assistance right now. They're actually getting a bit of pressure. Is there a stick say close back to the side? Is Darshan on the flank, and contracts goes down. That's actually 40 seconds already on the clock. Flash forward onto Jensen. That's a few hits. Voice of Light pushes him away. The star's going through. He says this galaxy's only big enough for one of us, but Jensen still stays alive, and they start to back out of the fight. Very low health bar for CLG. Darshan already dismounted, flashes away from the deadly flourish, and he continues to get himself to safety. Only a few members of CLG were able to spend that 1,000 gold in their pocket, and I think we see the hurt coming from C9 there.
Yeah, and now C9, because they chunked out everybody except for Stixay, they get to shove out mid lane, and they get a little bit of priority to clear out the Baron area. Hold on though, TP behind, they're gonna be in trouble. He can't reach the Lantern, he got knocked back too far.
Sneaky out, Dardoch gets baited in. They didn't have enough vision. That ward was just placed, and it still got denied. Darshan still going. They want to rinse and repeat the batting order, and they go back in to take down Jensen and Impact. Somehow C9 overstay the welcome on their own side of the map.
Yeah, they went with the standard play of getting control. Hold on, he's gonna try. Oh, didn't get him.
Stixay gets himself out very quick with the jump charge there. The hit coming in, blows up Sneaky, and member after member of C9 fall. One after the other, and that's the worst way it could happen because you lose so much ground on the map.
Yeah, they get that tier 2, and that's why mid lane, once you push it in, that mid tier 1 to tier 2 distance, shortest distance between turrets in the game, so you're able to push one down and quickly get the other. And now they have control of that Baron area. Verhuhi kills the blast cone, and this looks like they might start it up. We'll see what happens. Darshan will remount eventually, but he needs somebody else to tank it for him for a little bit.
Can't actually get that charge off. He took a few too many hits. Still on the front side. Who he's going to be towards the back. Afro move trying to tank. This is very risky.
That's canceled.
I mean, they have the waves to clear here. They're not really buying time for C9 to clear their own waves. So C9 could actually do quite a bit now with where the waves are. Possibly going top if Stixay doesn't stay long enough.
Yeah, you have this gigantic wave bottom.
Right.
Needs to be cleared out. And I think it's going to be Huhi who does it because he can quickly get to the top side of the map. And they don't have teleport on Darshan. With this here,
again.
Binding hits Sneaky, Stixay opens up, and then he gets blasted away from the Lantern, and then Dardoch body slammed in and then kept going, and he gets taken out there, and he still has the ultimate, I believe, so that was a key ability that they really wanted, but then, of course, they just hold on, still fighting.
It's never ending! Darshan's off Scarl, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. A great red carpet to close off the exit, and the curtain call a little to the left. Sneaky's gonna have to close that off immediately, but Cloud9 gained a bit of ground, and they have control over Baron to say what happens. Still risky with Dardoch.
If there's anything we learned from Cloud9 yesterday, is that they're never out of the game until it's over.
It's a good way to play it.
Back and forth. And they're 5,000 gold down. They get a pick, and I talked about at the start. Pick compositions for both teams with some roaming power for CLG. And they're looking here. They still have Shockwave for Jensen. and they need to clear that top wave out before it gets too massive as well.
They said, will they pressure and how will they pressure? It was good enough. CLG is going to take the inside track to mid, and Cloud9 is going to have to back fast.
Yeah, but Sneaky's not going to be back in time because he's clearing the top wave. And so they're going to push down mid, get priority, force C9 to actually clear that. And we'll see what happens here because, like, against pick compositions, you do have to have a lot of cautious play. We'll see here.
Quite a bit of damage.
Afro trying to take out the ward so they can no longer see it. And then they'll back off as soon as they clear the ward.
Oh, Afro
He's going to take another
Oh,
too.
no.
Oh, and they're engaging.
They all have to be on board with this one. They have to follow. Dardoch's now taking a bit of damage. They spread out immediately to find a target, and neither of them, or any of them, I should say, would have been able to collapse. They still scatter C9 enough. I guess that was the objective.
Drake.
And they start to head away.
Yeah, it looks like Drake will be on the table here, just taking out this Cloud Drake. If you kill it now, another one will spawn before the Elder does, and you're hoping that it's an Infernal while you still have control of the game. Right now, it's 1 out of 3 chance between which one you'll get.
Oh, Aframu.
And it is an Infernal.
Got the Equalizer out to do quite a bit of damage. Actually tried to trigger the Baron onto Aframu as well. So Impact's big objective ability. That ult down for the next fight.
Doesn't need it though. Hold on.
Might get the payoff. Almost lives. Soul Shackle went down with Aframu as well, so they won't have that. A lot of things being used. And that was Flash Ignite for the support of CLG.
Yeah, Aframu blew the flash there. Wasn't able to pick up Impact, who did end up getting the Zhonya's Hourglass. Had a rough start to the game, but he's a little bit back in it here. And Stixay, now at the point where he does have the Energizer build, has an incredibly long range. We'll see what happens.
Smoothie all the way back. Darshan gets kicked away, so Contracts doesn't have his way of initiation. When Aframu does come back up, his Soul Shackles didn't initiate, so he'll still have his ult. That is huge for the Baron attempt as well.
Yep. Stixay now running around with 800 range when his rapid fire cannon is up. Otherwise, he's 648 with his draw bead passive. An 80% crit already, so he does a lot of burst. The fact that the static shiv will crit for a lot of bonus magic damage on top of his auto attack means this Tristana has a lot of power behind it. We're going to see this champion more and more as the weeks go on, and people are utilizing this build, and Caitlyn gets banned out. Yeah, triggered this onto Aframu, forced the flash there, and so Impact said, all right, guess it's time. Aframu sees him coming, though. And Impact, using the ward that Aframu was on top of, doesn't respect it. And he's able to get out, too. So far, it's just been a bloody game back and forth, and Cloud9 still have ways back into it. They have Jensen with 3 items now, doesn't have the Void Staff, doesn't need it just yet.
Yep. Yeah, it really isn't looking at too much magic resistance across the map. Ninja Tabi's through boots, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Obviously,
Darshan looking for Impact.
Trying to defend that. You also have Hui all the way on the back, so.
Impact's going to try to buy time as they maybe start up the Baron here. He's just
good point.
Running them around the map. As soon as they see 2, they have to get something else for Impact's death.
A pretty big mid wave, too, if they can find a kill onto Stixay or Aframu here. They get Impact, and C9 is kind of left wondering, what do we do? Do we start it? We need the vision first, so they had a few steps before they could actually start the
They had to get vision
Baron.
first, and they had to make it back to mid lane. Good zoning by Jensen there to make sure that they don't give the inside track over to CLG. And Impact's going to have damage on that bottom turret. So Impact, or sorry, Darshan now on that split push.
Few of these Sonic waves for Contracts missing that usually do not in situations he would be making plays for the team. See these kills possibly walk away as CounterLogic Gaming continues their pressure around the map without breathing room. It was CLG in the beginning firing on all cylinders. C9 was able to fire back very quick. It was all within the first 10 minutes. And then we waited, and then CounterLogic Gaming felt they had it, started to move things around, and once again took control of the game.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point where the Tristana is becoming pretty crazy, and Huhi's Aurelion Soul is going to be able to zone and make sure that nobody can really jump on him immediately. And Stixay bought a QSS fourth item, to make sure that he's safe. Make sure that he, doesn't get hit by a hook or rooted by a Jin W.
Yep.
Or even kick back. You can QSS the kickback and flash away. So Stixay is just going for some more safety here.
It also allows the Black Shield 4 focus onto Hui or somebody else that really needs it. Stixay can handle himself, then he might be able to necessarily call for it.
And we talked about this
being synergy.
Talked about this being a test for Stixay.
Yeah.
The guy is doing great this game so far. And up against Sneaky, who had a pretty good performance yesterday and is on his pocket pick Jhin. This Tristana just seems to be something that is really putting a damper on Jhin, just because Jhin needs to walk up to get these burst plays out, and the Tristana can just pump damage into him the whole time because of that range.
Nice dodges. Aframu gets himself to safety.
They're buying time for Darshan on the bottom side of the map, and who he's actually on the top side here, who he knows they want to start Baron, so he's in a top rush, looking for the flank here. We'll see if he goes over the wall.
If he goes over the wall, they could leave, and that would leave him in Baron
They're pinched in, they have to fight.
Get the left side, huge damage, gets the stun up, airborne. Impact is very, very low. Contracts is going to go down between Alpharmu and Stixay. Stixay's on the back for the escapes. He's ready to take down the stragglers, and he's going to hop over the wall. He says, "King me," over to Smoothie now, looking for the triple kill. Smoothie blows up, decimated from the map, and Darshan has his way with Jensen on the other side. The ace for CLG on the Cloud9 and Baron.
And Darshan's going to go to the bottom side for that inhibitor, finish what he started. Perfect allocation of resources by CLG.
Moving around the map still now in every lane with each lane push. Counterlogic Gaming has been putting the pieces in order, and they take the fight perfectly.
And we talk about lane assignments, perfect lane assignments here from them as well, where they're pushing down, using exactly what they need to get everything on the map. And this might be triple inhib during this respawn here from C9.
Playing their fight squad, these little skirmishes, these little hits with Doogie, very good after his quadra kill in the bot lane, and that's what they needed to do. You get something like that, and you need to continue its pressure.
The reason I love this is who he set this up by clearing top wave and here and sitting in that bush. And when he comes in from the side, Dardoch comes in from the front, and everybody else is on the right. That means that they are all just grouped up into the pit. The Voice of Light shoves them even further back so they can't follow where Contracts is. And now Jensen can't look for a good shockwave. Stixay goes over the wall, finish off Impact, and then Jensen has to get out of there. But it was just so well played from just the assignments of where they were standing. Who he, with the flank, really cut off all the options there.
Darshan flash ulting over Baron pick to get onto Jensen for that one. You heard the call for the cavalry just at the end of that play. And now Guardian Angel for Darshan, who's been a beautiful nuisance in the side lane. Not joining the team as much as he was in the past. We see that historical play where great push comes to the team. It seems like CLG loses a little bit of pressure. He has been in the hair of Impact and the rest of C9 the whole time, playing off the team, and it's working so well.
Look at that, just the damage that was dealt from C9 in that fight. Jhin couldn't really get a piece of anything at all because of the fact that he's outranged. He's shoved back into the pit. Can't operate with that 550 range, and even with the rapid fire cannon on, he's just trying to burst down the Baron. Well, look at that, they looked for Stixay and he got out.
Besides the Shockwave, Contracts knows he was the only way in, and he goes down to the futile attempts. A little too late here for Cloud9. 22-9, and CLG continues to dig the grave for C9. Game 1, pretty convincingly in favor of CLG.
The level 1 was perfect from them. They picked up such an advantage from that. It did stall out a bit, but then they had the perfect allocation of resources when they went for those late game plays, and they forced C9's hand. They forced them to go for that Baron and make a very tough decision, and they punished them for it. And you can see CLG already off the stage where C9 still recollecting themselves.
Ooh, kind of recollecting as well. There was an afterburner turned down there. You're like, all right, a few turrets here. The Baron play escalated it, and we see teams usually kind of say, oh, we're still afraid of the Shockwave. We're still afraid of a Rumble ultimate that could completely clear anything out. But they were running past those, instantly killing everybody in the fight, but also spreading so that Shockwave wouldn't hit more than one person. The equalizer was never really cutting off more than one, or they could just jump over it and be in the fight. So great placement by CLG as well.
Yeah, and also like the fact that their champions made it to that mid late game. Like when you have a level 1 that happens like that and so many flashes get burned, your Aurelion Soul, which is a great scaler, your Tristana, which is a great scaler, and then you have a split pusher in Darshan's Kled. The Kled now gets to just run all over the map. Darshan gets to split push his way to victory, which he has struggled with a little bit this split. And then Stixay's Tristana gets to just get through the laning phase, and like you said, the power trough, you never feel it. You're immediately towards those great item spikes, and he has a very early IE and able to take over the game alongside that A-Soul.
Feels good. We'll see that's what we make of it. We'll see what the analysts make of it. We'll throw it down to the analyst desk to break down that CLG victory.
Thank you very much, Rivington. CLG getting the better of C9 in this first game of the series, and this felt like a ton of prep coming out of CLG, and it all working perfectly for them. I think we talk a lot about play all of the time, and in some cases we forget the coaches and the prep and what goes on in Champions Select in terms of setting teams up for success. That's what we got this time around. So we're going to take a pretty in-depth look here at the Champions Select put together by CLG against C9 here, in particular at that second phase.
And it feels like CLG is one of the most innovative teams in the league generally, just in terms of how they pick their champions, what they do level 1. And in this one, for some reason, C9 takes Rumble really early on after just seeing a Gragas. And CLG is a team that is known to flex it. And this opens up the Kled pick because you can now get a great lane that you're able to gank over and over in the Rumble, which is just not a good matchup at all.
I also think that when you're looking at the second ban phase for CLG, they're essentially showing that they want to play Orianna, right? You're banning out 2 of Orianna's counters. That is saying, hey, you either pick this or we will. And then when Cloud9 takes it, they have another answer, which is the Aurelion Sol, and Huhi is able to not only get that, which is a reasonable matchup, but also working well with the Kled. You talk about someone who has strong engage, you pair Kled with Gragas and Aurelion Sol as far as diving potential and the potential to run down a Rumble. That's a very difficult lane to survive for Impact.
And the great thing is, even if they didn't take the Orianna here on the side of C9, CLG's comp's still great with Orianna.
Exactly.
You have a kind of protected Tristana comp with a Kled who can engage and an Orianna to follow up with that. So
and then what does C9 pick if you are to take the Orianna?
Right, there's still options. There's Victor, there's Cassio, there's different things that do fine into Orianna but don't bully it really.
Right.
On the flip side, the Aurelion Sol's going to run around the map and try and snowball that Kled.
I just think it was super intelligent drafting from Zix, and thinking through not only step 1 but kind of step 2, right? And it's like you said, they don't have to have Orianna go over to the opposing team for that to be a successful draft. They've covered their bases on both sides, and a lot of people will say, well, why didn't you ban out Aurelion Sol, right? And that is something that people always come back to, but you can't just always ban this champion or you're going to lose advantages elsewhere, because they go with Thresh, they go with Jhin, they're trying to have playmaking, they're trying to have kill potential, with this sort of lane, and they're worried about, dealing with Braum, who's very tough for Jhin ultimate to ever have effectiveness. He can also soak up the Thresh hooks. Tom Kench eats you out of any of that CC, so it's like, these are tough champions to deal with, and it's easy to just always say, well, you should have banned Aurelion.
Right, and who knows, maybe we'll see the Aurelion Sol hit the bans, the ban table as C9 moves to blue side and gets maybe a few bans opened up for them. But I think the key takeaway here is it's incredibly intelligent drafting, aided or rather made possible by the diversity in champion pool and depth of champion pool of the players on CLG, outside of just the Aurelion Sol. Look at that Morgana, right? Tom Kench Braum banned out, 2 great bans against the Thresh. But hey, Afromoose still plays Morgana, happy to play that into Thresh as well. And so we're seeing the opportunities for CLG broaden in terms of what they can set up strategically. And then, Mark, as you mentioned, we move into game, and at level 1, CLG, kind of known for their ingenious level 1 strategies and throwing curveballs at teams, picks up First Blood, plus blowing a bunch of summoners here early in the game.
Yeah, Dardoch taking Body Slam level 1, able to hop that wall, scouts out a little bit for the top laner, trying to see if he can find him, goes for the full wraparound onto Impact, almost positive he's in that brush because he hasn't had time to move down for the level 1, and then here, just cuts him off, body slam into the binding, and then you get this chain CC combo with Bear Trap on a rope as well. They get the first blood. They were probably actually hoping to get the flash because that sets up for easier ganks in the future, but you're pretty happy with that. C9 want to punish on the flip side, going for a red buff invade, but they did that play so early on into that level 1 that they actually have time to collapse down on this and get a bunch of advantages.
And the smite is so ridiculously important there. The fact that Gragas wins that means not only does he have the red buff regen, he gets level 2, Lee Sin cannot fight. Like, it just turns the level 1 into such a ridiculous disaster for Cloud9, because you're having your Lee Sin, this early game jungler, sent back to base at level 1 with no potions left. Like, he's in such an awful position from there too.
Yeah, that's wasting multiple minutes of Contract's time, as well as picking up another kill for CLG, plus blowing the summoner spells for the bot lane of C9. We saw that 2-kill lead balloon to a 5-kill lead pretty early on for CLG, but they were sitting at a 1,200 gold lead there at like minute 3.
Yeah, and then CLG is a team that, especially with Aurelion Sol, know how to kind of exploit that as hard as they can. Bot lane losing all those summoners means that they're not going to be able to pressure that hard. He gets the advantage in his own lane, then brings it up to Kled, who's going to snowball off that Rumble. That's where the next couple kills go, and then after that, he's off to the races.
Right, we had an 0-3 Rumble in the top lane for Impact very early on into the game. The rest of the kills being found in the bot lane. At 16:30, there were 4 kills going over to Aurelion Sol, Huhi on the roam down, while all members of all teams make their visitation down here in this big brawl.
And we were watching this, and we thought this should actually turn out well for C9. They
yeah,
kind of get
good.
teleport in, you got the Jhin opening up, but Impact doesn't have a great equalizer and then gets chain CC'd. His flash is available. Could have maybe lived a little bit longer here and done that consistent DPS that Rumble is known for. Once he goes down, there's not enough damage, and who he finally shows up, this Fed Aurelion Soul. Even though Jensen has a good shockwave, it's a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is Impact didn't even have a completed item at this point in the game. You know, he's much behind where he would normally be in a standard game because he had 3-4 deaths by this time, right? Because he has been put behind. So I think that CLG played well around their advantages. I think that they had very intelligent planning and preparation. And you know, even just the level 1 invade with Gragas, like people are doing that body slam thing quite a bit now, but they're usually using it for Raptors, right? So CLG is putting their own adaptation on it, checking topside. This is generally, you catch people out that are going to Raptors early, and I just like that they're willing to try these level 1s. It always keeps your opponent guessing. It makes them give you the respect that you may be doing something cheesy, even if you're not.
It's absolute mind games. We have to remember, though, that even in that game, we saw on the gold graph there, a few dips in a couple places for CLG, some missed positions, maybe losing their focus a little bit in terms of closing it out. But each time there is that dip, you can see it levels out for a moment and then goes back up. They weren't falling into the trap of chaos and giving C9 back the game as, oh, we made a mistake. Let's recenter ourselves, let's refocus, and make a smart play next.
I think it's worth pointing out, though, just because CLG not being super clean in this game, and you wonder if maybe the draft was a little bit more even, if they didn't have these kind of extra strategies prepared, maybe C9 is in a much better spot to actually win this game, because there were a number of opportunities where it felt like C9, when they could get their bearing, did find good pickoffs.
And I mean, to be fair, Jensen, you know, going against Aurelion Sol in the actual lane matchup was very ahead in farm, right? So, you know, had that level 1 tragedy not occurred, you know, just off of the mid lane advantage that Jensen had accrued, you know, in the early stages, that may have been a way in for C9.
Well, Jensen may have won the lane, but who he won the game. He'll get player of the game for this time around. On that Aurelion Sol, of course, that big roam there, picking up the quadra kill, but as is usual with this pick, the zone control, his ability to control the fights and keep the damage dealers out of it and at bay from C9. Huhi, a stellar play here this time around.
We talk about the Aurelion Sol being his kind of signature champion, and why don't people ban it more? Well, you have to know when they're going to pick it. It doesn't feel like people quite have a read on when CLG is going to pick it. Maybe look at this draft. If you have a counter pick on the top side, and they're going to have their mid lane pick available, maybe you want to ban that one in the second ban phase.
Game 1 goes to CLG. We're headed for a quick break. When we return, it's going to be game 2 between C9 and CLG. You're watching the North American LCS. See you soon.
One of the best counters. Hold on. Dardoch went all the way around, and there's the Dark Binding.
No.
And he's going to struggle even more.
Holds everything. He's like, I'm probably going to go down anyways.
Yep. Oh, guys, so. Okay.
Back up. Live. Ori no flash. Kill him.
I have nothing.
No flash.
I have ulti still.
No flash.
We can go, Jay. We can go.
Yo, I have more gear too. Guys, yeah, we're fine. Just kite back.
I'm coming. I need help. I'm dead. I'm coming.
Between Alphamu and Stixay. Stixay's on the back for the escapes. He's ready to take down the stragglers, and he's gonna hop over the wall. He says, "King me." Over to Smoothie now, looking for the triple kill. Smoothie blows up.
Versing CLG with Dardoch is always going to be really fun because Dardoch has really interesting early games, I'd say. He's really creative in his pathing, and he always uses his laners to his advantage. So if we mess up 1 point, then he gets a really big lead, and like it's really hard to predict what they're doing. I think that CLG right now, they look strong because, it's a good meta for Afro too. I think that playmakers fit his style, but they also fit my style. So I think that now that we both know the meta really well, it'll be a lot different than before.
I think we've seen a little bit of both of those guys playing that engaged meta so far. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American LCS. The teams are running up on stage for round 2 between Cloud9 and CounterLogic Gaming. But I do want to touch on what Smoothie said first there, in that Dardoch has interesting beginnings to his game, and the E start worth impact towards the top side made it quite interesting for Cloud9.
Sometimes he has interesting ones. Sometimes he has interesting ones. But this one was one of those very interesting starts where the body slam over the wall got back to where his red buff was as well. So really, Smoothie said, oh, if 1 point starts off like really behind, how about multiple points? He actually destroyed the jungle, the top lane, and the bottom lane all in the first 2 minutes of the game because CounterLogic Gaming played around that as a whole.
And we're going to have Ray coming into this one, as we saw. So maybe contracts on your screen here, playing a bit more towards that top side to his top laner now subbing in Ray.
Yeah, and so far, Impact has struggled a little bit in helping his team close out games. He got camped very heavily this game, had a bad start to it, so it's very hard to judge what his performance would have been like overall. But from what we've seen, Ray seems like the person who's not really winning lane as much, but helping his team win the game, which is a big sign of growth for this guy who used to just be all about himself, all about the lane. His teleports are getting better, and his team play is getting better, and that's what Reaper has really been trying to teach him since they brought him onto the team.
A little bit of more communication. We all knew he could fight well. Always goes to the fight. This guy has a very short fuse, but in a good way. And it's been made a little bit longer with team organization in there.
Yeah, and right now, whenever you have a sub come in, you always have to go through the checklist of, is his masteries correct? Is this the right account?
Is my chair right?
Exactly. Is the chair right is the biggest one. How many times have you sat at a chair and you're just like, this is not my gaming chair. I am tilted.
Every time I'm not at home.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, you want to play a game? Hold on, I'll go home first, Let
me grab my peripherals. Everything I can.
Try to make it as close to the conditions as possible when you are trying to play somewhere else. And that's something that a lot of teams have actually done, is they've actually invested in similar setups to what the LCS has, like almost the same monitor. I've talked to some teams who have like the same chairs and play in the same chairs so they can simulate what it's like to be on the LCS stage while they're practicing and scrimming.
That's one of the biggest tasks, I think, to get, not tasks, but problems to get over for a player. Like even like back in the day in old video game events where you're like, all right, we have this folding table. Be like, well, this is like 4 inches under what I played. But then any table height, even if it's nice table, it feels very, very different. So there's a lot of things these guys think about before actually getting to their top level of play.
When I was playing in an internal tournament in the finals, I remember we had to play on these monitors that were way bigger than my normal monitor. So I had to change my League of Legends to be really small.
Like Alex Siege.
Exactly. I changed it to be really small, and then I went into MS Paint, made an all-black background, then I F11'd it for full screen, and then I just brought League of Legends back up, so I wasn't distracted by anything around it. And so some people like Piglet do the same thing, right? Where they make their League of Legends very small, because it's just the way that they play at home. You just try to make it exactly the same, however you can. And of course, you can't shrink the monitors. These monitors are not ones that you change out. They're LCS standard. So
whatever gets you to the best spot, the most comfortable spot, so you can play your game. Jensen here kind of rethinking the process of what happened in the mid lane last game. Did have some good engages over onto Huhi, but really Huhi got the better of him while roaming too.
Exactly.
So kind of rethinking that.
Jensen got the mid lane first. Jensen solo kill, or got a kill onto Huhi. Had help from contracts, but it still didn't work out. So you're probably thinking at this point, maybe we should ban the Aurelion Sol. It's probably a good ban to invest in. Maybe. Other teams have done it. Seemed to work out for them sometimes. Because right now, Huhi 3-0 right now in this split on Aurelion Sol, has not dropped a game on it. 100% win rate. His KDA did suffer a little bit in that last one, because he only had 1 death until he took another one in that game. So his 30 KDA is no more. But it's still quite impressive. And this champion is just so hard to play against. And I feel like
you made a good point about not being able to play against it a lot in that scenario, right? Some things always happen in a game. Early game always happens. People usually have a good early game, but playing against Hui's Aurelion Sol is kind of not one of those things that always falls into place.
Yeah, and it's so hard to get practice against as well, because they are very practiced on it. So in scrims, they don't always pick it. They'll pick it if it's up. He's very comfortable on it. The team knows it. You want to play other things, practice other things. But if you're trying to win the game, they'll most likely lock in the Aurelion Sol. And the champion, just in general, has so many ways to win the game, whether it's through the mid lane and pushing it to turret and getting turret damage if he's in a low wave clear matchup, or if he's in a high wave clear matchup, you both clear the wave, and then he goes and roams elsewhere. So he gives away mid pressure, and you have to ward around him very heavily. But if they have a jungler that's capable of 2-on-2ing very early on, then it becomes a big issue. But I digress a little bit. I've heard people talk about counter picks all the time where it's like, Kassadin's a counter pick, because every time you Q, the stars retract and you put his W on cooldown. But Kassadin has no wave clear, so he just gets shoved in all game long, not even like till level 6. He just gets shoved in all game long, and then he just roams, or Aurelion Sol just roams to the other lanes.
Able to play those side, create the pressure, but he knows when to return as well. He knows how far to go. He's very good at pushing his boundaries. And we'll see what CLG can do here if they can make this 2 games as we get into picks and bans. Quite a bit of full 3 games for CounterLogic Gaming here. 6 of their 8 series have gone to 3. We'll see if they can stave that off and pull out a 2-0 win here. Zach and LeBlanc starting off with the bans.
Yeah, Galio as well from Cloud9. And this is typically a red side ban. Is the Galio, the Zac, and the Caitlyn are the 3 that jump up. And there's the Rumble ban against Ray. I mean, he was able to kind of dumpster the top lane in TSM when he was playing Fervor. So I think it's a good ban. I think it's worth. But J4 still on the table, and we know Ray was a J4 expert even before it became a meta champion.
Rebird and 6 on your screen. See them chatting. Favorable knee up position for Cloud9 members during picks and bans.
It's the synergy. It's the old hotshot GG.
That's right. It still amazes me. Tristana banned out, and will not be seeing that. Too much control once they get to the turrets.
Yeah. Now you got to ban Caitlyn. It's like CounterLogic Gaming, pretty much. If you don't ban Caitlyn, it's going to get first picked. Okay.
Will it, though? I'm holding you to this, Zyrene. So is Reddit. So is Twitter.
All right.
Be prepared.
If I'm wrong, then, you can just throw it off the cast.
God, he got it. No.
I mean, like, this is an incredibly obvious first pick here.
Yeah, you're right.
And the question is, what does CounterLogic Gaming get in return? They get Elise off the table, so Contracts will probably play Lee Sin. They'll take Gragas because they first pick it all the time. Like, going back and looking at all the games that CounterLogic Gaming have played this split, that first pick Gragas comes through so frequently, and they're going to take the Jhin as well to try and answer.
Aurelion Sol is left up. Once again, they did just hover it there. The Jhin Gragas is going to be Syndra. So you know what? If you do pick Aurelion Sol, I feel like we can play into it. I'm going to blind pick the Syndra. Second pick on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, Syndra is quite good into Aurelion Sol because you can retract the stars with her Scatter the Weak and the stun, and you have enough range to really reach him and stop him from landing a stun on you. The one thing I would say is kind of the issue is he builds enough HP that you can't one-shot him with the R and even throw combos at him. So we'll see what happens here, but we know who he plays things like Echo. He'll play counters to the LeBlanc, or sorry, counters to the Syndra. With LeBlanc being off the table, he doesn't have options like that either here. And Braum Caitlyn, more protection here. These protection supports are just coming up very big. So we'll see if CounterLogic Gaming go for the Aurelion Sol here, or if they go for Thresh / okay, the counter pick.
Very quickly done as well. They didn't even want that to be banned out.
So I was talking about how Aurelion Sol has enough HP to kind of not get one-shot by the Syndra. Back at Worlds, I remember talking to a few teams about this matchup where Vladimir does quite well into Syndra, but it is a semi-skill matchup because Syndra has a way to win. It's pushing faster than the Vladimir early and then roaming to side lanes. But when Vladimir gets Proto Belt or when also Spirit Visage, which he may go for, or goes for Spectre's Cowl item, we will see if he has enough damage to burst him at that point because the Vladimir becomes incredibly difficult to deal with.
It's also a bit different of the change with Crimson Rush. Having that up allows you to negate a lot of what that ult damage would be if you were to just stand toe-to-toe. So that change for Vlad in the past, helping out greatly. Renekton Nunu getting banned out. Contract showed that yesterday to pretty good effect as the Morgana gets banned out. 20 seconds here for Cloud9.
Yeah, possibly Tom Kench or Thresh here for Cloud9 is the next ban, I would assume, since they've already thrown a Morgana ban. But there's still Bard available. There's a lot of things that can come out here. Nothing's really jumping out maybe Fiora's up there in terms of what we play, but don't know. They're going to go for the Lee Sin because they think that's a Gragas top.
It is one of the cleanest non-import ones, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they go back and forth.
Right,
so
absolutely.
Darshan just played Kled last game instead of the Gragas, and it went over to Dardoch. I feel like here you might be able to just pick your support and then wait for your top laner / jungler as your last pick, kind of flex that matchup.
1 second. Yep. We have Rakan being locked in for Afromu.
Yeah, I really like Rakan for Afromu. It's not paired with a Xayah here, though. It's paired with the Jhin, so they have engage power, but it's not as long of a range as you would typically have with the Rakan. Also, Rakan plus Kalista is a good combo that people haven't been utilizing too much in the NALCS. Throw him in, and then you can go basically a full screen of engage away at that point. Ray Jarvan seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, might have expected this one down the line. He does lock it in. And CLG obviously knew that as well, just as much as anybody else did. They're saying, you prepared to fight a Jarvan top? Let's see what we're going to be able to put it against. Smoothie now finalizing the ban. What will actually come in here? The jungle or the top laner? We've seen a few Jarvans leak into the jungle, obviously, but it might be that Kha'Zix pickup.
Yeah, I assume it's a Jarvan top for Ray. It's his most played champion right now.
Right.
Has played it 4 times, I believe, so far in the NALCS and split.
Locking the bug. Kha'Zix for contracts to start things off. This and his Grave spring split were huge, but that is even bigger. The tried and true Zion Spartan coming out to play. Jax back to the top lane for Counter Logic Gaming. And Darshan's going to swap that one with Rakan in a second.
That's a really interesting matchup here because Jarvan doesn't rely too much on the auto attacks, but you will be outscaled by the Jax very quickly. And this is going to be super interesting.
I like it. I haven't heard this sound in a long time.
Yeah, this is the first Jax that we've seen this split. Fiora's a pretty decent counter into the Jarvan, but he's saying, all right, I want to be able to team fight as well. And now they have something that'll build a bit tanky. We've been seeing some Titanic Hydra builds from Jax lately in solo queue. We'll see what happens here with Darshan / Zion Spartan with the throwback there. He's struggled on split push so far this split, but that was a good game from him last game. We'll see if they give him some attention top lane.
This has the ability to be some pretty disgusting initiations. If you get Jax to go in with Counter-Strike and Rakan's on that jump, you're just getting knocked up, stunned up. But those are two relatively squishy champions. They're going to have to find the right engages. Again, though, if CLG get ahead, this is a team that can continuously push that pressure and repeat those engages. Cloud9's side looking to have a lot of pick potential power. Contracts might be working a little bit with Ray towards the top side here to shut down what Darshan's brought to the table, and a very safe lane for Sneaky and Smoothie on the bot side.
Yep, C9, decent amount of siege, good pick potential as well, but also the team fight for both teams, pretty good.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready, they're ready, the crowd is ready, everybody at home is ready, and we're into game 2 for Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. The rift is set, and now we hear the pitter-patter of their feet.
Or their speeder bikes.
Speeder bikes, yeah, that's right. I love that. That is so cool.
And checking the starts really quickly. All right, so Stixxay going with the Doran Shield here. It was the Doran's Blade start for Sneaky last game on Jhin. So changing it up a little bit to survive the laning phase here. Did have a good laning phase last game. And Darshan in the top lane. This is where my eyes are. My eyes are on this top lane. They subbed in Ray to try and deal with Darshan because Impact wasn't dealing with the pressure well. We'll see if the substitution works out for him. But even yesterday, Ray didn't have that great of a game on J4, but it was really the pressure that he got from contracts, the attention, and then he was able to turn it around later on. The thing that, I was originally a hater of this J4 top lane. And, I was an OG J4 player in, Season 2, 3, but I wasn't convinced.
Talk to me.
Played it a little bit. It's pretty ridiculous because of the reliability of the J4 pick. You can EQ through a lot of roots, like Jhin hitting a root on you. You can R onto the carries, and if they have any squishy members, you're always going to get on them. You're always going to get on the Jhin. You're always going to get on a Twitch. You're always going to get on a Syndra. It's very hard to peel the J4, who starts the fight for your team. And as a top laner, he actually does a large amount of damage with Titanic Hydra and having a Black Cleaver behind it too. So I've become more convinced over time by this J4 pick in the top lane, especially since his Q can clear caster minions in one hit if he's slightly ahead of the curve.
So Counter-Strike and W start, coming from Ray and Darshan. as we start off this top side. And we'll have to see how he actually decides to play it. If it comes to be the Cataclysms drag out so Darshan's kind of stuck in a wave, or if he's going all in on Darshan, because that Counter-Strike could really play it in favor of Darshan once he starts getting attack speed in.
Wants to get the hit off. There you go. Yeah, and the trading is very good. That's why you start W is you just trade, and then you wait for your Grasp of the Undying, and you hit back. Your Martial Cadence will do a large percentage of the enemy's HP, your passive, and then you just go back. And you want those one-hit trades. That's really what you want as Jarvan is single-hit trades. Grasp of the Undying's up, hit them with Martial Cadence, and then back off. And poke them with Q a whole bunch.
Yeah, Q auto if you can. Why not? There's the auto, there's the stun, the hit.
Wants to hit him back, says slow down, and then wins the trade on the back end.
We'll see. It's once the leap comes in, or I'm sorry, the empowered strike comes in. If Ray can start playing around that, then he has that back and forth in his favor.
Yeah, and you think about Jax, not supposed to have pressure top. Hold on, though. Dardoch just smited, so he has to kill this before the smite contracts come through. He got it.
Bad news bears for Dardoch. Gets the heal on from the passive. Darshan's going to start heading down a little bit. Try to separate themselves, and he does split down into the Baron Pit. Contracts makes it out. Smooth criminal.
Yeah, that was actually some nerves of steel from Dardoch because he didn't flash there. Contracts is the one who flashed and tried to avoid and actually ended up on the other side of the blast cone. Ray with some good trading back and forth, but like we said, the fact that the Jax is winning the matchup early is not a good sign for C9 because sure, the Jarvan is winning some of these trades back and forth, but Jax isn't supposed to win the early game.
Half a move, gets back with the dance. Not even really the safety there as he tries to separate Stixxay from the rest of the team. And all the lanes getting a little volatile here in the beginning. A pressure from Dardoch to the top side. This also has a bit of retreat for Darshan as he farms forward. He can always jump back to his caster line and kind of fake out Ray if they were to make that flag and drag play.
He canceled it back, so they're looking for it. There's Body Slam Flash still available. Oh, the check.
Wow. Incredibly smart play from Ray. That was a change in play from Darshan as well. He was never hovering his caster minions like that on the right side. He had always been up front on the melees.
Yeah, he's like, why is he not trading with me again?
Exactly.
But actually risky from Ray, because as soon as he throws out the EQ there, if the Body Slam Flash comes, he doesn't have the EQ escape, and he'd have to blow his own flash. So Darshan just wasn't in position yet.
Yeah, it's good job you caught them off guard, as they were about to smother you. Stixxay, a little bit of damage back, but you can see Sneaky and Smoothie feeling real good to stand on the front side of this minion wave here. It'll all be picked up by Stixxay, but they're trying to force a bit of pressure with this Braum Caitlyn.
Yep. Trade back and forth happening where they both went back and picked up a Doran's Blade. Refillable potion though for Ray. We'll see if he turns that into a corrupting potion. Ooh. Oh, looking for the Crimson Rush. Heal himself a little bit. Might actually get a kill here. Oh.
He did get in range. That's the thing with Jax is he has a lot of follow-up power as well. That there's leap power, there's the empowered strike, and then his strikes start getting a little bit quicker. So you have to be very careful. Jarvan's like, hey, I hit you, and now we're gonna battle it out. Jax still provides a bit of damage.
Yeah, and because the Jax has been winning the matchup early and shoving in the Jarvan, the Jax definitely has a lot of pressure here.
Yep.
He's maxing the Empower first. Is standard on Jax. Sometimes you'll max the Q if you're in range matchups and need to leap a whole bunch, but the Empowered Strike for those quick trades. Because you know Jarvan wants the quick trade, why not have one that's even better for yourself?
For sure. Great pressure under the turret, a little bit more towards the top side as well. It has been more, Darshan takes a turret shot, but he's still in a safe position. Ray with the Spidey sense. He actually sees Dardoch there, I believe, for a second.
Saw him on the ward top. Ray's getting pressured off the wave. This happened yesterday as well, where Ray got pressured off his top wave. He was 2 levels down in his matchup because of it. Just putting attention top lane, where it seems like CLG are leaving, Cloud9 are leaving Ray out to dry a little bit more. It's a good strategy.
I mean, it's one and the other. While you want neither, is the guy getting ganked in the top lane and dying, or is he backing off in the top lane and losing pressure, right? That's kind of what we've seen from both games here, from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, look at that. 3.5% top lane proximity from contracts in game 1. Yeah. And he just hung around mid. It's like this Aurelion Soul, a little ridiculous, whereas Dardoch went to the top side and gave Darshan a lot of resources. And it camped Impact a whole bunch, and now it looks like they're doing the same moves on Ray. I like this from Darshan, just picking up the Krugs while he can. His wave is already shoving in, so it'll slow push back towards him, and he has time to pick up all that gold. So yeah.
Question ping coming from Ray, who says, "Careful, Darshan is not here." As he finally returns to lane. The pressure towards the bottom side here for Dardoch. Doesn't look like they're going to do too much, but C9 is getting a lot of vision off of this. So Contracts may try to do something after he gets his red buff.
Yeah, and C9 are in a good position in terms of CS. They have a winning bottom lane. Their mid lane wins early game as well. And so that's where we're seeing this almost 1,000 gold advantage come from, is both mid and bot just out-CSing their lane opponents. The top lane Ray has actually stayed pretty close, but it's this gigantic wave for Darshan to pick up.
Staying close and staying alive, very helpful as he starts to roam down here, possibly grabbing a scuttle or just vision of his own.
Kill the Scryer's Bloom.
Nicely
the red
done.
Coming up. Yep.
No information, still is information. They realize he's not towards the top
So
side.
what actually just happened there is Dardoch placed a ward inside that bush that they kept pinging, and they saw that with the Scryer's Bloom, and they were like, okay, we see all 4 other members, so they knew that that's where Dardoch was, and so they're going to start up the Infernal Drake knowing Dardoch's on the top side of the map. So that's actually very clever from Cloud9, and Ray actually ends up setting up his team for this play.
The strength of process of elimination. So powerful.
Yeah, who can place a ward there when we see everybody else? It's just a very, very powerful thing with the Scryer's Bloom. It's one of the things like Hawk Shot is incredibly good. It's hard to realize the power of it as a spectator, but when you kind of see it there, it's much easier to kind of be like, okay, that's what they did, is extrapolated the information.
And I like that kind of the idea of Hawk Shot, right? And that was a heady play by Ray. The lane was resetting-ish a little towards Darshan, says, I'm going to flag and drag over the wall.
Yeah.
We don't actually see that too often for Sony to just make that for their priority.
Yeah, use your time wisely. Use every second you can.
Yeah.
You can see Jensen playing off to his right side here, making it so it's hard for him to be touched. But hold on. Him and Contracts actually going to the left side.
Says, you first, Bug.
Body slam.
Hope they don't get splatted. Throws it against the wall to try and squeeze Contracts out. Blows his flash.
Who he had to
upper
flash,
hand. Alpha Mu throws himself into a stun. Yeah, who he also flash.
Who he also flashed there, so they got that summoner spell out of him. And Jensen wants a blue buff / wants to back here. With Contracts chunked out and his flash gone, you can see there's pings onto the blue buff. So if Darshan can chunk out Ray, there may actually be a collapse here onto that blue buff, seeing what Darshan does. Or Dardoch does, actually, as well, out of the jungle.
All day. I do that all day.
I mean, it's the Dario brothers, you know. Was it Dardar Binks? Is somebody?
Oh, my word. Good damage from Darshan. The trade back, there it is. Auto Q. And make sure he gets his W on for a little bit of the resistance there.
Yeah,
and this trade it's going to be good. I can't wait till these guys actually go fighting.
Yeah, and Dardoch entering the jungle, sees that the blue buff is still up. May go for a dive here. He's going to get spotted in just a second. If he does come around the corner, there he does. But it's low wave clear. He's going to be sitting in that bush for a while now. That's not reaching the turret anytime soon.
Yeah, he's also queuing the wave as much as possible, saying it's going to stay away from the turret. Contracts knows he's got a Dardoch just on the wing, but there's going to be no pressure here.
Dardoch knows. See that the ward comes down.
Yeah.
And they question mark ping that area, so they know that Contracts is right there.
Gotta love those, I'm not going to do anything. Whatever gentleman's agreement, I'm too busy at this time situations.
Yeah, but that's one of those situations where Dardoch went for the kill instead of the blue buff because he didn't have full information. That was 100% he can take blue, but hold on, speaking of 100%.
Battle Dance in, sneaky, and now
from behind.
taking the turret shots. Great shield, but a hold by Fixate to get the rest of the damage. The 1-2 TP, it's Darshan and Ray entering the fight. Three's a crowd, but Sneaky flashes out. Darshan leaps forward, picks one up. Deadly flourish onto Ray, but there was no tag there unless he'd already been stunned previously. Gets himself out, and CLG collapse very quick.
Mid lane. Huhi is actually caught out here.
Looks like the pool's already been used. He gets that down. Just a bit of his HP is there. The hit coming in. And unleashed power from Jensen is enough to take down Huhi. Bot lane's going to get the pressure from CLG as the teleports were used. And Ray is forced to back. Fights all over the map.
Yep, Darshan actually taking turret shots right now to make sure that he doesn't have to get off the turret early, and that the minions don't take that damage, then they can keep pushing. So they actually have a minion wave, accelerate, and they get that first turret. Oh, Contracts. That was so close to killing him.
Watch out, if there was a minion wave there, it could have been very worse off. Much more worse off.
Yeah, Huhi actually got punished in the mid lane. Is that early part of the game where Syndra does have enough damage to burst through him. Afromu, the R flash W onto Sneaky. Picks him up, and that exhaust is used onto Afromu there, it looked like. Oh no, it's used on Darshan afterwards, sorry. He used it onto Sneaky. And then
so many
right here, he gets stunned as he Qs, so he still goes.
Yep.
If that stun had happened a little bit earlier, Darshan would have been out of range and wouldn't have been able to jump onto Sneaky.
They turn really quick too. Huhi actually had that vision on the ward, but he didn't have, or I'm sorry, Jensen, but didn't have contracts and vision. Good dodge there, but too little too late. Jensen did get that blue buff you were talking about previously, and he has been using it to pretty good effect. 117 to 95 in that lane. The C9 getting some help from the fans here to get some momentum in game 2.
Yeah, and Cloud9 have actually been playing this early game well with their winning lanes, and Jensen up in this matchup against the Vladimir has been doing quite well for himself at the 10 CS per minute mark for this next wave, and he's about 30 plus up over Huhi.
He's had some crazy CS numbers this season. It's absurd.
He's been such a fantastic laner. He's actually one of the best, if not the best laner so far. Was able to solo kill Bjergsen twice yesterday in lane. But you know, his team picks him some champions very early on. Picked the Syndra in the second round after they had taken the Caitlyn. Even yesterday, picked Orianna very early on. Had a Lucian pick for himself in the second phase. So Jensen, you know, the team does pick for him, but it does work out. He's a very strong player. And I know we talk about it a whole bunch, and the community's always back and forth on this, who's really the best mid laner in North America. And I love that the conversation is so close that it's always, it's always Bjergsen. Or, Jensen is actually underrated because he's like #1 and he's rated as #2, right? But people are like, oh, what's the clutch factor mean? He just beat Bjergsen yesterday.
Right.
Is this us finally seeing it? Because we say it all the time, that Jensen is becoming the best mid laner.
Well, they got to beat the best to beat the best.
Exactly.
It's starting to happen.
But I will say that just because you're at the top doesn't always mean that you're the best, right?
Yeah.
You look at somebody like Froggen, who has insane stats in laning. Does it mean he's the best? Is his team able to transition? Is all of the onus on him?
Right.
So there's a whole bunch of questions that you have to kind of take your own subjective criteria towards and say, okay, who is the best? But I definitely think Jensen is making a big case for himself, especially this split. And last split, too. But this one in particular.
Writing a very strong story for himself. And C9 solidifying a bit more pressure in this series. Here in game 2, getting themselves a Mountain Drake.
Rift Herald on the top side, though, looking for Shelly.
Take her out. Poke her in the eye, it's so mean.
But Ray's gonna see this, and they have Jensen roaming in, and oh, that was a split call because Dardoch went out the back. Looked like they just wanted to get out of there, and Darshan felt like he could go straight through Ray. Almost has that Trinity Force. He's got 1,400 gold, so he'd be able to complete his Zeal and buy Longsword as well on top of it. Or sorry, the Stinger and the Longsword on top of it. And we have switched lanes now because the bottom is just completely down with turrets. Top lane is the next place. C9 once again did get that mid lane turret very early on. Oh, opens up Jensen.
See how much Darshan can be a nuisance on this Jax pick now in the side lane. They had the Tristana on CLG destroy turrets last time, and Kled, Darshan was still doing that split push, but now even more so he can put pressure down.
Look at that. CSD at 15 minutes, 38 plus 32 this game. So Jensen showing that his matchups and superiority in this lane. Even though this is a matchup that I talked about where you shove in and then Vladimir eventually starts beating you.
Yeah.
But it's more like Vladimir starts winning the game off of scaling, just like Jax. So CounterLogic Gaming definitely have a lot of scaling to come through. And the fact that they're only down 1,100 gold bodes very well for them coming into this mid part of the game.
Not a lot of vision, if any, down here for Darshan. The team is focusing towards that top side. I feel like there's going to be a big fight. Both teleports are up, and I think the top laners know that's going to happen as well here. It's just who's going to light the fuse first. The turret's going to be up on the, or minions will be up on the side of CLG. It does not look like they have the vision to get themselves in the jungle. It's a roam up. Darshan goes slow to get the Scryer's Bloom to make sure he is safe and alone if he does want to fight and stun up Ray. Both of those guys can stop out the teleports if they do it too close.
Yep, look at this though. Pinching towards mid, so Darshan doesn't have to use his teleport to get there. Afromu has flash, and he also has the quickness, so we may see a flash quickness from him onto somebody.
Getting in position for some minions. Oh, how about no?
Walk around.
This way is off limits. So easy, though, for Sneaky to just lay those down. Getting a little more map control. As now, with focus towards the top side, Stixay can open up with Curtain Call. They have to realize how much range is in this CLG competition. Jensen being pushed off a mid. Focus from the Rift Herald is taken off. Shelly once again left
Ray
alone.
might start this anyway, though.
Shelly's joining the party anyways. Looks like they back. Oh, out from over the wall. Charms him up. That's Dardock in as well. He gets bounced out. The cast did not do too much. Contracts get zeroed out here by Hoogie as he goes to the middle of the fight. Does he have pool to get out? Darshan, one more shot from concussive blows, but he's stunned up in a safe spot. As the turnaround might happen, the few traps placed by Sneaky slow things down, and the waves are being pinged by the teams.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 though. Logic Gaming end up doing all right for themselves there, but not able to pick up everything that they want. Actually, it's just junglers, it looks like.
Whoop, flash on wall, hello.
Yep.
One more, it's gonna come in quick. Ray has that mana, might have to flag and drag, but it's not enough. Darshan finding the solo kill as both roam down to that bot side. He still has that teleport.
Yeah. Now it's a 2-for-1. In favor of Logic Gaming. Darshan getting that kill. He's winning that matchup pretty heavily.
Ooh. Sneaky drawing out the Deadly Flourish. A little safe to be next to the turret.
Wants that fourth shot.
Yomu's down. Afro Moo looking for the engage. They split him in the middle, right through the uprights. Beautifully done. Darshan, however, with that teleport now coming into play. He held it, but what is it for? Does he come up with the kill? Beautiful hits here by Sneaky, continuing the shots as they stand true and take the 2v2 fight. Once again, he hides one behind the turret that Darshan steps on.
Yep.
And they are forced to leave. Teleport now down, and it actually wasn't used for much. This turret pressure for C9.
Yeah, and this is big. Sneaky's going to have a great Caitlyn performance here. That first pick for him,
wow,
really paying off as they continue to pressure these turrets. And now they have all 3 outers.
Beautifully controlled and a little bit of chaos by Cloud9 on the top side. 50 seconds on Baron. We got a minute and a half on Dragons.
They got to do Rift Herald now if they are going to do it.
Right.
Clearing out that
burn it now.
Ward on the backside. And this right here, Afromo went over the wall with Flash, and then goes, wait a second. Goes back in with a quickness W as Jin sets up. They body slam as well for another stun, and then they get the kill on Dardock, but it's traded back as Contracts goes down from Hoogie. So both junglers dropped there. And that was the 1-for-1 that eventually had a solo kill happen between Darshan and Ray. And it's happening again where Ray not really having the best laning phase at all. Getting kind of pummeled by Darshan. So the split push is online for CLG. Trinity Force up for him as well. And we're seeing if the Zions... It's so weird because Darshan became such a good team player. Like he was giving up CS. They were picking the Gragas to put it top lane. And I remember back in the days when it was like Coast, GGU, Dignitas for Darshan, where he was Zion's partner and it was just all about split pushing. The guy knows that style, but it just hadn't really been in his wheelhouse lately on the CLG team. And now we're seeing him on this.
You think the factor, when's the last time you kind of went up against the Jax that just wanted to continuously eat your face? Darshan's back on no training wheels here. He remembers how to ride this bike, and he is going full bore on this Jax. C9's going to pressure the top side. Ray says there's not much I can do here. He'll grab that turret. We'll get an eventual
They see it now. It's 4,000.
Baron.
Isolation damage from Kha'Zix.
Oh, they pulled him off.
We'll see if they can do it now. It goes down.
There's going to be a resulting
Ray
fight
in the
here.
back line.
Hoogie trying to hold it. Concussive blows.
One more shot.
Knock out. Oh, he went down too early. Comes out of the pool. And C9 knows the timing. It's Darshan just on the left side, but it's 4v1 if he takes that fight. The pressure bot is lost, and CLG now have to defend.
Yeah, C9 with that one Mountain Drake that they have, able to pressure it. That's exactly what they needed to do. They had winning lane matchups. You need to accelerate the mid game because you're up against a Vladimir and a Jax that will outscale, and they'll be very hard to kill as they destroy your backline. So that's a great play from C9 because it's exactly what they need to do with the state of the game.
There's the call. You can see the ping on the inhibitor turret. We're giving up this second tier. It's too dangerous. And CLG know they have to give these few things up to make the plays happen in their favor.
And now it'll be a Mountain Drake going over to Cloud9 here as they try to start it up. I don't think there'll be a contest here. And with this Baron buff, Cloud9's composition, as I said at the very beginning, built for siege. They have good wave clear with the Syndra. They can pick under turrets. It's hard to get on a Sneaky or actually hit him with any type of skill shot because you're going to have the Braum in front of him, but it's very difficult to enter in on these turrets. Yep, that got really low, 200. And then the interrupt there onto Stixay on the back line. And then Ray throws down the Cataclysm onto Huhi, even though he was going to get locked up there. But good from him to actually stop the Proto Belt from putting the Vladimir in a different position.
Pink wards everywhere in the inventories of CLG. A lot of these being placed defensively, though, and they're looking to refresh and move them up slowly. See the damage from that last fight. Imagine if Darshan hadn't tried to teleport through that top side. It's all what ifs, right? But
earlier, yeah, you're talking about the play
that he
had
that be the teleport instead of walking up where he has 0 damage. Unfortunate situations, but that's what C9's doing. They're trying to spread CLG thin when they do have those advantages.
Yeah, Darshan was split pushing without teleport, and Ray abandoned the defense to go and walk in. And like you said, the teleport that was used to not get anything for Darshan ended up giving over the Baron to C9, so they were able to punish it appropriately. And now they get to go into these siege positions. We'll see Sneaky, who now has max traps, so he has all those, all 5 of them, and on that super short cooldown as well. That takes 10 seconds to recharge the traps.
You're going to lay him right across the lane, so the engage as well from Darshan could be quite difficult when he does join the team. Right now, they're obviously solo laning on that top side. And it's not too bad for him to get the Baron minions. He can clear them out rather quickly. It's not a huge problem.
Yeah, it's hard to really contest them against the Jax, who's still beating the Jarvan in this matchup.
Right.
But in the other lanes, it's hard because their wave clear is pretty low. It's really Huhi who has to use his his E, his Tides of Blood. And they're just going to siege these down. So yeah, just the composition really built for sieging here for Cloud9. And once they have this advantage, it's quite good for them. And you think about Dardoch, who wants to barrel in and like explosive cask Sneaky into the team, right? You want to get the Caitlyn into your team. Well, he has multiple ways to get away, and if Smoothie's fast enough, he can just put up the wall, the Unbreakable, and stop the barrel in front of him so it doesn't hit his back line.
I like that line of traps as well. Usually you see it straight across. This one cuts in towards the turret, giving the team a bit of room for themselves. And they can use it as a little alcove to fight in. Very nicely done. 4-3, 25 minutes in. You see when a C9 game is in C9's favor, it's a little less bloody as they work around the team. They work the objectives. They get the 3 dragons. They start dropping your turrets, and you're scattered trying to protect everything. CLG in the lead, and it's bloody. People are dropping everywhere, and they're getting the turrets.
Yeah. CLG getting that turret on the top side for themselves from Darshan. 6,000 gold up for Cloud9 with 2 Mountain Drakes. 3rd one on the way here as well. And when you have a siege comp, having Mountain Drakes is big. Caitlyn gets to walk up, give 1 shot to the turret, and it would chunk it for a whole bunch, especially since she has that rapid fire cannon to extend her range. Energizer build online. She's up about 2,000 gold too. Same with Jensen in the mid lane. So Sneaky and Jensen today having pretty good performances for themselves. Sneaky not so much in the first game, but Jensen's been really, really consistent. CS advantages regardless of the matchup.
No. All this extra gold as well, obviously meaning more items for Smoothie. Locket's finished for the team, more protection for the rest of everyone. Focus here for CLG towards the top side as Darshan is pushing bottom. They're trying to say we need our vision back, but it's only lasting so long. C9 lives over on this side of the jungle now.
And there's some interesting things happening here in terms of the builds for these top laners. Darshan got himself the Jarum's Fist so that he could go into the Titanic Hydra. Then he got himself Vamp Scepter, which may be a Blade of the Ruined King, maybe a Death's Dance. I would assume it's Blade of the Ruined King on Jax, but it would come in way later. And then you look at Ray, who's got parts of the Titanic Hydra. But hold on. Looking for... Oh my god, he got him!
Absolutely
What the?
Exploded. That's Sneaky down immediately. Dardoch coming out of the woodwork. The big man moving fast. Ray gets hit. Dardoch coming in and going out of that fight quick. Huhi's already down on this one as well. Darshan and the team have to retreat. Contracts played big on the backside there to get down Huhi. Flash and Ignite is down when he even does come back up, and CLG's pushing top. Or C9, sorry.
There's just some gigantic CS leads for C9, and their carries are very far ahead. Jensen's 2 levels up, level up for Sneaky, and then Contract's also up, and was able to solo out Huhi here. That was a solo kill on the back line.
Wow.
It looked like Dardoch was about to try and save the game for Counterlogic Gaming. No idea how he got in there and actually hit Sneaky into the team, where there's the protection of Smoothie, and you should have vision control on that right side of the fight.
Ooh, there's that BF sword for contracts. He's ready to get in.
Yeah.
Start dancing around.
Duskblade coming through as well. Ooh, we'll see. I would assume Guardian Angel, but that's got himself a serrated Dirk. So he definitely wants some armor penetration. It did help him actually kill Huki, who's gone for more resistances here.
Let's see this again.
And he's all the way behind. Yeah, they had vision on that right side. You can see all the control boards here. But Dardoch, the sneaky fat man, is the scariest. Gets right in the backside there of Sneaky. Kills him, and then Jensen flashes away, gets charmed up, but now Smoothie's in front to block for him, and then Ray gets a Cataclysm on 2 as the stun comes across, and Jensen's able to kill the rest. His Contracts was just soloing out Huhi on the side.
The pink ward they had over there kind of denied Huhi's vision, so he was walking over hoping to get to safety. It did not. 2 seconds on the Baron. Drake is again alive here, and is going to be taken down. 3 Mountain Drakes. You can't get any more than that in one game.
Nope.
That is a little helpful.
They'll get another Drake, though.
Oh, my word.
So they have 3 Mountains and an Infernal, and then the next one that's going to spawn, an Infernal.
Oh,
so they
my
have
word.
3 Mountains and 2 Infernals if Cloud9 do pick that one up. And right now, they're looking at Baron. They're going to do so much damage to it with that Mountain Drake. The extra 30% true damage, these helps so much.
They're almost final form.
Yeah, right now.
This is close.
Yeah, CLG, though, are a little panicked. You can see Darshan in mid, not clearing the bottom wave because he doesn't have TP. So Cloud9 are kind of in that almost checkmate position.
Not much you can do with this much power for C9. CLG has to get the right fight. And you think of how much went into even getting themselves to where Dardoch was last fight. He was hovering around 3 pink wards. How do you even get there? Now they have to go face to face on an engage.
Yeah, and
it's going to be even tougher.
And they're losing a bit of their base there. The damage that's going to happen to that bottom turret on the Nexus is about to actually drop here. Needs just a few more super minion hits and it'll go down. And there it goes. Yeah, so they're losing their base to minions. They don't have teleport to answer. If somebody goes there, 100% C9 start up the Baron and take it. And they take it so quickly.
Peacemaker protocol.
Yep, you can see. I heard inhibitors respawning soon, so CLG don't have to actually hang around this forever. Look at that, though. Ray.
A little trouble, may get popped up here. A quick step aside by Afro, gets himself into danger. Actually jumps in with his Battle Dance back. Trying to get the heal, but he steps on the old trap and gets himself taken down.
Oh, Huhi just got spotted there too. He's gonna try to go into the pit. I mean, it worked out for him last time, but he's gotta walk through Smoothie. And they open up.
Calls down, Baron goes over to contracts. Darshan looking for Sneaky on the backside. He kites that caliber down, gets himself into a great spot, and the team is the meat shield. Sneaky stays alive, and Cloud9 pick up Baron.
Ray's gonna TP to the bottom side, go for that inhibitor. And there's only 2 members left to CLG. With Afromu coming up in 5 seconds, C9, they're trying to force that game 3.
I think it is going to be a forced game 3 here. We said Counterlogic Gaming, 6 of their 8 already going to 3 here. So they know how to play the long haul, but C9 making a very good case for themselves, coming out strong in game 2, shaking off CLG's fast game 1, and bringing it right back to them. 30 minutes, the Nexus is open, but the fight is there as Counterlogic Gaming go for broke, and that means Afro moves down. Dardoch's Nexus sticks, heads for the Fountain for Solace and safety, and Dardoch says, walk this way. And they only have to go so far. Nexus in the eyes of C9, and we are going to a game 3.
31 minutes here. Very fast game for them. C9 tie up the series. That was multiple carry performances from across the board.
Real methodical
for Cloud9. We saw C9 have a really good mid lane, just dominating there. Jensen over Huhi in terms of the CS, the early game pressure. Sneaky also with the Caitlyn. You have to think about that pick ban. Is the Elise really that much more threatening than the Caitlyn, which is so hard to get on?
No.
It's got to be something you consider.
For me.
I know. I agree. I agree. I feel like the Elise is a little bit out of sorts there in terms of, you know, they still pick the Kazakhs anyway. And I feel like that's something that they could pick Kazakhs, they could pick Lee Sin. There's all these different champions. You could ban them out. And the difference between the Elise versus the Kazakhs and the effect that Contracts had is not even close to what the difference was there with the Caitlyn versus what he probably would have been on a Jhin at that point, which is much easier to catch.
We're also seeing a trend in how things are going here for C9 with top lane not being left out to dry. And you could say that case, but it seems like they know that. Ray this time playing much more absorbed pressure instead of like take the pressure and go with it. Just falling back, letting it go. And we saw that jungle proximity for mid lane towards Jensen. Him and Contracts are just on the ball together all the time.
Yeah, they're constantly trying to get Jensen an advantage, and it does pay off for them. Jensen had a fantastic performance, 2-0-5, whereas Contracts 5-1-2, the inverse score with a death to his name, though. And this is honestly a really good series so far. We saw a really early CLG victory for themselves by having great level 1s. This was a pick strategy that happened very early on where they were able to pick themselves the Syndra, and then they were kind of countering with the Vladimir, and it didn't really work out. And so I really like the fact that C9 picked winning lanes, except for that top lane, which did get a little bit destroyed early on.
Right.
But Ray, I've been constantly impressed by in the last few weeks where he has losing matchups or he has been losing a lot of his pressure by getting ganked.
Yeah.
And then he's able to come up big in the team fights. Ray, 0, 1, and 8. So he only missed out on 3 kills in that game.
He finds
was
ways
on his back foot the whole time.
He finds ways to get himself in trouble, but also draws the other team's attention. We see replay 30 minutes in, C9 with getting kills around Baron. And Ray getting himself in trouble again, but what happens after this?
Yeah,
the team comes up big.
Ray's mechanics are just crazy, and then he's able to dunk back in,
Yep.
EQs through, doesn't even like try to burst Afromu down, and goes after Stixay there instead to try and get his flash, and then they're able to start this up, and who he wants to get in, they try to keep him out. Smoothie misses the Q, Curtain Call opens up, the smite comes down, and then they exhaust onto Huhi before he pulls his big, as Sneaky flashes to the other side. That was really well played there from Sneaky, and also Smoothie with the Braum ultimate to make sure that nobody gets past.
Braum out, lock it, making sure Sneaky keeps his HP up, and you can see kind of up to the right, a little dip there, a little dip where they tried to take out a lone, but it's all right. They had the gold all in their favor for C9 this time around. And it was a bit different in the way they came and transitioned into mid-game, not having to worry too much about the power top lane was going to bring in general. There was still quite a bit there coming from the Jarvan, and I feel like the same thing kind of happens when they play with Ray most of the time, that he will continuously go in on those fights that sometimes ping a good win.
Yeah, and Ray really didn't give anything over to Darshan in that early parts of the game. He was trading very heavily with him, blew his TP, and then got pushed out because of the pressure from Dardoch. But this Jax never got online. This Jax never got to the point. He finally completed 2 items, and the second one was Frozen Mallet. So they ended the game very quickly, and that's what I liked from C9, was they knew they had an advantage with their CS on both Caitlyn and on Jensen, and then they were able to start up the Baron with their 1 Mountain Drake and close a lot of the windows there and make sure that there's a ton of pressure on CLG for the rest of the game, and they controlled that mid part of the game, which their composition should.
Oh, we'll see who can get it going into Game 3. Cloud9 and CounterLogic Gaming are going to that Game 3. Meet us back here in just a few to see which team comes out on top. The 1-2 TP. It's Darshan and Ray entering the fight. Three's a crowd, but Sneaky flashes out. Darshan leaps forward, picks one up.
I'm here.
I saw a flash.
I win. Call this is dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah, oh shit. I'm dead. Get out.
Hey, maybe help me?
Yeah, I got you.
I can maybe one-shot if you get blocked.
The Jax is over here. I'm peeling Jax. Nice.
I can.
And they open up.
Calls down. Baron goes over to Contracts. Darshan looking for Sneaky on the backside. He kites that caliber net, gets himself into a great spot, and the team is the meat shield.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. There's more games coming right up, but first, I've got Freak with me to update his ADC tier list as we continue to advance through the summer split. Now, some things have changed, some things have stayed the same. Most notably, Sneaky still sitting atop the table.
Right, so just to recap, we're talking about this split. So the first 4 weeks here, didn't look at Friday's games to help kind of entertain this one.
Okay.
And overall, it was hard for me to find a #1 because no one is dominating in all categories. But Sneaky was the best all around. He's the leader and player of the games. He's the first in CSD at 15. As far as 5, 10, and 20, he's also like top 4 there as well.
Okay.
Great damage share, great damage per gold. He is doing very well in all categories. Gets the #1 spot.
All right, so statistically speaking, he's doing well in most categories, and then from the eye test, seems to be supporting his team and stepping
Most player of the game, so he's
where
doing it.
need be. So there you have it. Next up, Cody's son. Let's talk about him as he's at the top of the B tier.
Yeah, I know a lot of people want him to be #1. I just don't see it, honestly. He's a very good player, obviously. I ranked him as #4 right here, but the thing is he's got some misgivings. First of all, his laning is average. He's got as many leads as negatives here. It's you know, kind of whatever. He got the most CS at the end of the game. He's been given farm, but he's not doing a ton with it. He's slightly above average damage share-wise. The big telling thing is his laning CS numbers are average, but his gold difference is massive because it's Ole and Xmithy who are ganking the lane, getting him kills, and he's kind of riding the wave, it feels like.
I was going to say, there's also always the problem when you're looking at a player on the #1 team in a league around how much are they responsible for the wins versus being carried and or benefiting from the rest of the team.
Right, and I think he's good, but I think it's his team doing more of the work.
All right, and then we move on to somebody who would normally be found at the top of the list in Double, sitting at the bottom of the B tier, coming back in this summer split, still trying to find his footing.
Right, and even by his own admission, I don't think Double thinks he's the best right now either. Now, he's got sick laning stats. He's second only to Apollo. Yes, Apollo's the best laner in NA right now as far as bot lane stats are concerned. Double, though, a great laner, but his damage is actually really, really bad. He's somewhat like 7th or 8th in damage share right now, and even in damage share per gold share and damage per gold, it's not all that high either. So he's laning well, but he is not team fighting well right now. It's actually Bjergsen, Hanser, and those guys that are doing the heavy lifting everywhere else. So he's a middle-of-the-pack player as a result.
I mean, we saw it yesterday. They took a loss to C9, and I guess if Doublelift were, you know, back into form, we would see the dominance out of TSM that we might expect. So still waiting for him to fully turn on. Let's move now to Arrow. He has increased in ranking here, but still sits in the C tier for the MVP of last split.
Yeah, and he's still having a middling performance. It's actually the kind of the opposite of Doublelift. They're almost the same player, but on opposite sides. Arrow is like the worst laner in League of Legends. It actually got worse with Xpecial. If you look at like the last 3 matches, it's like actually abysmal alongside him.
But he's a team fighting god.
But he's the sickest team fighter, right? He's the second in damage share of all bot laners, second to, I believe it's Piglet. He's first in damage per gold because he's getting no gold and still doing plenty of damage. So. But the thing is, he's getting catastrophically blasted in lane. And that's gonna hurt him a lot because Phoenix One are not winning a lot of games, and a lot of that is lack of lane pressure.
I will say it's fascinating to watch him in team fights. He does seem to get the maximum amount of damage out possible while remaining alive. Finally, I want to talk about Laud. He's at the bottom of the table here on Dignitas, which is a team that is in the top half of the standings.
Right, and by contrast, Altec is actually up there in C tier as a more average player.
Right.
Yeah, Laud, and I probably overrated him in the very beginning here when it was the first couple of matches, but Laud is dead last in laning, dead last in damage share, almost dead last in damage per gold. Like, this guy is actually poor in almost every match you can come up with. That said, he's usually dying somewhat infrequently. He's kind of trying to let himself get carried, but he's losing lane and he's not getting much done in team fights. Got a couple player of the game, so he's got some variance. And that's why he was kind of up there before, because he had done some good things early on in the split compared to like Keith and Arrow, who were dumpster fires at the very start. But Laud is just like kind of deplorable everywhere. And
has had some standout performances, but not enough to mask the inconsistencies that we see from him in every other game.
Right, his averages are the worst of the league.
All right, well, that's all we've got in terms of ADC updates for today, but be sure to let us know what you think of Freak's list by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag NALCS. Now for some more League of Legends action, though, let's hand it back to the casters for the games.
Thank you once again, Dash, and welcome back, everyone, to the deciding game in this series between Counter Logic Gaming and Cloud9. And as Freak was saying, Sneaky up at that top of his list. Looks like he's holding true to that. Gets player of the game last game, playing quite well on Caitlyn. He was given a bit of tools, but also had to keep himself alive in quite a few of those fights.
I feel like Azael needs to update his tier lists of tier lists, because that was actually a pretty good AD carry tier list there from Freak. I liked his explanations as well. And yeah, Sneaky at the top right there, getting player of the game on the Caitlyn. I do think the Caitlyn had a lot to do with it, feeling like him getting that champion was really big for him to lean on. But the rest of his team did come up very big. Jensen was good. Ray subbing in was fantastic as well on the top lane. Will be playing again in this game. And it might be a repeat of what happened yesterday, where Impact played the first game against TSM, lost, and then the next two, they were able to win it with Ray in the top lane, who's been just such a great team player. Even though he's losing lane, he's finding ways to help his team win the game.
It's sometimes about being able to absorb, make sure that nothing is really happening in that top lane, even though it doesn't feel too good the entire early game for you.
Yeah, one of the things about playing top lane is you have to know when to back up, when to give away resources. This cannon minion wave is so big, but the jungler is here and we're making a play on the bottom side of the map. So you have to be one of the, honestly, one of the least selfish players to be a top laner right now in the way that the game is currently played, because you get punished so much if you're looking for even the slightest bit of a greedy play.
And that is what we have seen that Reaper is, and the rest of the team has worked on with Ray since he's come in. Him and Impact sharing a bit of time and only making each other better. Ken and LeBlanc, Zach and Caitlyn. As it does get the respect this time, it will be the Caitlyn. Maybe we'll even see the Elise too.
Assuming Elise from CounterLogic Gaming, and then assuming Galio. The Rumble, okay, again, because it's Ray. So Elise will be left up, maybe a first pick here from CounterLogic Gaming. As Cloud9, I assume, ban out the Galio or leave up the Galio and think that it might just get played top. Yep. I think these are going to become the 3 most common red side bans for the rest of this weekend. Of course, Rift Rivals will be on patch 7.13, where there are some Galio nerfs, as well as some Zac nerfs. Hotfix came through. And so Elise would be the assumed first pick here, or Jhin if you don't want to give it over to Sneaky and you think Stixxay will perform better on it. But I don't think they really want that.
Interesting. Taking the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's just such an influential champion here in this game. It's getting banned out a whole bunch as well, picked whenever it's pretty much up. And Cloud9 had picked the Caitlyn in the first round last time, and I mean, CounterLogic Gaming had it, and Cloud9, this is so interesting. I don't think I've seen a team pick their mid laner that early on, that many games in a row, where they had the Orianna for like second round pick.
Season 1 or 2?
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, and now they picked it again for Jensen early on. He just wants to be able to win these matchups, and I understand that they're playing around him and it's a good formula, but he's being very bold because he's saying, I can play this into anything. As Syndra is kind of that top tier mid laner right now that people really want their hands on.
So they take the Braum, now they can get the Ashe easily after that. Good protection for the lane as the Caitlyn is banned out. They also have a way to lock down Jensen if he gets into these fights with an arrow.
Ooh.
And another way to keep him in place could be Dardoch's Rek'Sai if they decide to lock it in. He's been outspoken of how he feels.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, Gragas are the 2 champions that Dardoch's like, yeah, these are really good right now. We'll see if it is the Rek'Sai. This looks like it may be a little bit more early game focus for this jungler, and I love it. I love me some Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai loves you, Zyrene.
Yeah.
It's mutual.
Hottest League of Legends champion.
All right. That took a turn. 19 seconds on the clock for Cloud9. Jensen, picking now. What are you going to pick? Support? They have the support.
Yeah, I feel like you might even go Tom Kench here.
Yeah.
Because there's a ban, because Braum is actually picked.
And you got the Ashe arrow.
Yep. But, they want Ray to really win that top lane matchup? Looks like it. Oh, switcheroo at the end. Yeah, it was either between the AD carry pick or the Tom Kench in my mind, because you could get pinched a little bit with the Ashe taken away. Could ban Jhin Varus, and then you're kind of down on another champion on the tier list for yourself. The Varus for Sneaky. He does actually play quite a good Varus as well. And we'll see with all this wave clear Cloud9 has, CounterLogic Gaming has in store. But we'll see what happens with this Rek'Sai. I can't wait to talk about Rek'Sai the whole game, Riv.
I am ready. The Aurelion Soul gets banned out. Seeing the Ashe and lock you down composition means we're not going to get him in the game.
And what happened last time? Also having Hawkshot plus Aurelion Soul is so deadly because he can just Hawkshot the jungle, and then you go ahead and you roam to the opposite side if you saw the jungler there, or you roam to that side if you don't see the jungler there.
Fly through the walls to that spot.
Exactly. The Jarvan ban away. Maybe a Renekton ban following this one. From CounterLogic Gaming, we'll see. Possibly, I would assume Cloud9 go for their support pick after this, and then they go for their top laner last pick to just get Ray a counter matchup or something that he's comfortable in, because Darshan does have some things up his sleeve, like we saw with the Jax.
Fled there recently as well. Ari getting banned out. Cloud9 feels confident about that. Quite a bit of discussion there, actually, with Jensen in the mid lane on that last ban. So it was Ray taking his hands to it, and what do you want to play against Jensen as Reaper discussed with him.
And that's the thing, too, is people give coaches kind of a lot of flack for that draft sucked. It's like they're constantly talking to the players.
Right.
What do you want to play against? What don't you want to play against? And you're always kind of polling the players of, hey, what is a good matchup here? What isn't a good matchup for you? And right now, it just seems like the strategy for CounterLogic Gaming is ban out that top lane. I assume it might be a Tom Kench pick here or a Thresh for Smoothie. If they're thinking they need a little more engage, Bard is also something, but I don't think with the Braum you'd really want to play that.
I like the Thresh with the hook engage. I like the Tom Kench for the Ash Arrow. And the hook engage, also the Lantern works really well here for contracts trying to go in any situations. Always really fun to have an Elise and a Thresh in your composition. They do lock in the Thresh, and they try to throw down the death sentence with that. One last pick for C9, but CLG's final 2 picks.
Yeah, and Cloud9, if you pick a tank here on CounterLogic Gaming side, Cloud9 could play the Fiora into that top lane. Stixay typing in whatever it is they're going to pick here. Shen. Okay. They're looking for some delivery here, and now they have to pick their mid laner. No Ari. Orianna is good, and that's protect Stixay. Give him a lot of protection on that Ashe, alongside the Braum, too. Orianna still on the table, like you said. Into Syndra is an all-right matchup. Syndra does kind of beat you really early on.
Yeah.
Then you control her later. If he goes Echo, though, which is... I actually really like this because it's a 1-3-1, and Echo was a classic counter to Syndra, but the Orianna is, once again, protection, so you had options because of the way that the draft had gone.
Almost for a second there, put Echo on the wayside for Huhi. Forgot about that champion for him with his love to roam. That actually fits right into his wheelhouse. But it is the protection shields around, and a bigger one down in the bot lane for Stixay on that Ashe. What is C9's roundabout pick here? It's going to be the Gnar for Ray. Yeah. So really kind of putting him on not a difficult mechanical champion, but working around that ultimate, making sure it's ready, but also basing that off your teleports and how you're going to play the game. A lot of teams can just say, hey, he's ulting, let's back off.
Yeah. And when he's changing forms, you can really just see it, and it's very telegraphed. But the thing that I think is the crucial part here is CounterLogic Gaming built for a little bit of team fight as well as some side lane pressure. But having the Gnar means you kind of win that top lane matchup by default if there isn't any jungle pressure. The Frozen Mallet Black Cleaver build for Gnar is incredibly potent, and so you'll be able to shove the Shen out of lane and have team fight power. Whereas if you picked a Fiora here, not as much team fighting power, definitely a better split pushing power. So we'll see what this Gnar is able to accomplish for Ray. Of course, this is the pre-buff Gnar, where he gets buffed on patch 7.13. This is actually a champion that got banned against Ray yesterday. He's been playing it a ton in solo queue, and the word's out there that it's quite good for him.
He loves the engages, much like Jarvan can jump in on that Gnar and get dirty. Darshan back to the Shen, a little tried and true as he puts himself back into one of his wheelhouse champions here. Orianna versus Syndra in the mid lane as Jensen continues to go after that blind pick. And we will have to see engage from both sides, a bit of siege potential from both sides. They're bringing everything to the table with these compositions.
Yeah, a lot of siege, a lot of pick potential, good team fighting from both of them.
Yeah.
But my eye is on, once again, that Rek'Sai early pressure to see what happens. And also these top laners on who gets the advantage. So I thought that was a Dino Gnar onesie for a second.
Well, I'm sure he's happy about the play.
Yeah, but we are into game 3 here between CounterLogic Gaming and C9. And the first match of the split was CLG versus C9.
It was.
It went to 3 games.
And who it went to?
It went over to CounterLogic Gaming. And that's why C9 started off on the wrong foot.
Absolutely.
People were saying, oh man, looks like, they took a step down. But CounterLogic Gaming had a little bit of momentum coming off of that match. Had a good start to the season.
You'd be like, if this was Rift Rivals, that's a loss. Can't have that 1 game loss.
And that best of 1 group stage coming up.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, you don't want that loss though as Cloud9 against CLG right before you go over to Rift Rivals. They want redemption for the first match of the split. They have Ray back in, and they're seeing that he's improved and that he can take out Darshan in the top lane and help the team win. Another thing that I want to talk about here is the 4-match win streak for Cloud9. If they win this one, they've beaten TSM, they've beaten CLG, and they've beaten Dignitas all 3 in a row. So they're showing they're one of the top 2 teams heading over to Rift Rivals for sure. The Dino Gnar Chroma, too.
Yeah, having a bit of fun in the top lane to start things off. Pretty much the same start across the board as we go down, except for that sword and the shield. And the minions meeting in lane. It's time to farm. It's time to get in the junglers' heads.
I want to see what happens with the leash here on Dardock's side. Might be a super leash here. Yeah.
Are they starting off on red as well?
They're going to do red buff down.
Yep.
So Dardock will hit level 3 very quickly, kill all the little ones, stack up the passive, deal damage, kite it around so your support doesn't take much. Don't do the big raptor. You go over for the red buff here, get another passive stack, take it out, and then he's going to go for his Krugs here for a very fast start. We'll see what happens. Right now, what Dardock can do is Dardock can kill these. If he does smite them, it makes a very fast route. It's exactly what he did. He might be going for a level 3 gank bottom where they're still level 1. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. He's going to try to cheese the bottom lane here with an early push.
Well, they're already hugging towards the top side. This works perfectly. CLG's taking the bot, so C9 will be
over the wall
on the top side. Where is Dardock? It seemed like it was a little delayed coming from him. He wanted to get in a better position. They're going to be able to flash out. This is either a kill and a rinse and repeat. But it's the kill, and maybe they will rinse and repeat. First blood for CLG.
Yeah, and when you do this, your top lane now has to be a little careful. So Darshan has to back off because Elise is coming up there right now. Still gets caught, but Ray trying to just deal some damage. And now the blue buff is what's really kind of on the table here. They'll trade it. Contracts will do the blue buff on CLG's side, and now Dardock will take away the blue buff on the opposite side. Has smite up now. Not going to use it, just going to save it. Not scared at all. He's not scared at all, yeah. Also, repeat gank bottom. I think he should repeat gank bottom after this. There's a blast cone available, and they're shoved underneath the turret. There's a possibility for him to actually go after Sneaky with no summoner spells. It's very risky. We'll see if it's the Dardock style, though.
The Flay, the shield aren't there. A level 1 smoothie just hits level 2. So, yeah, they're going to wait on this one. Oh, okay, that's his ward. I was like, wait, it's warded. But see this again. And see his pathing here. The team goes hard.
Yeah, they're still level 1. They're both level 1 on the bottom side of the map here. And this gank comes through. Dardock hit level 3 at 2 minutes, and this gank happens at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It's such an early gank to happen, and you can't ward for that in every position, because if you ward for that one, then you don't ward for the 3-minute gank that comes through. Yeah, exactly 2 minutes, 10 seconds is when he hits level 3.
You're not even ready for something at that point.
The
Maybe
super
another 40 seconds and your brain starts churning. Hey, okay, ward time.
Yeah, and
what a play.
Speaking of ward timing, he's on top of one right now, just chilling.
It's all right. Hatch it.
He does still have flash though, so Dardock still has ways to force this and heavily force this, but he's on top of a ward. They know he's on top of a ward. There's not much of his jungle left to take though. And Ray, bullying Darshan. He has fervor, so the longer you just let him throw those boomerangs at you, more damage you can take over time.
The first few levels weren't too fun. He had the boomerang and he had his jump, but now he has hyper and he's able to really chunk Darshan down, pushing up the wave ever so slowly as Gnar does.
Looking for the dive because they have Elise. Does hit him there. There's the bounce off his head.
Bounce close. CC is a little lacking.
Oh,
they hit one. Hyper's going to do some damage, but they can't get in enough.
Yeah.
Darshan pushed off the turret. Ray having a much different game, delivering this now.
Well, they also gave him attention top. Remember that jungle proximity was all towards mid.
Start adding a few more percentage on that.
Exactly. Feel very comfortable going towards that top lane here. So C9 will get something back after that very early gank from Dardock on the bottom side of the map. Dardock hasn't even backed yet. He's actually sitting on 1,400 gold for himself. So that's boots and a bit of a Caulfield's Warhammer as he would work towards that. Looking to clear out his camps before he backs there. Did get that first blood, so we'll see what he ends up getting for himself.
Will feel nice.
Yeah, he
had it in the first game, now in the third.
There it is, Caulfield Warhammer and boots. You want that warrior enchant very early on, and also check for Dardock. Yes, he's doing it. Okay. So this is what I want to talk about with Rek'Sai. Is before, with Rek'Sai, you would always max Q first because of the damage versus the E, but now it's actually E max Rek'Sai first. You take Q level 1, then you get W, then you go E, but you max E first. You put your points in your tunnel / true damage bite, because now the AD ratio and you buy warrior enchant, it's a very big burst of damage, and with fervor behind it, the rank it up in it is very good. The incentive is crazy. Whereas the rank up incentive of Q, not very high. It's 5 damage per auto for 3 autos. This also means your tunnel, much lower cooldown.
Instant exhaust, and Sneaky says, go! And he will take the land from Smoothie. Nicely done. Smoothie actually going back into the fight. They have contracts coming back, and I feel like CLG kind of read this one. Ray is so close to actually gnarring out. This is perfect. He's getting the damage from the turret, though. Gnar's out with very low HP, and they finally pick up the kill onto Dardoch. Things got a little hairy for a second, though.
Yeah, Darshan just now hit 6. If you dive, there is a Stand United, and they know about this. This is all because they ganked the top lane and got Darshan's TP early. So this is a snowball effect, a cascading effect of the TP that was used and the gank from contracts.
We'll see again down on the bot side.
Yeah, this comes through, and this is a reaction here. Aphromoo is trying to hold the wave and also prepping for the gank. The exhaust came out, and it looks like Dardoch didn't get exactly what he wanted there onto Sneaky. And then Aphromoo is the one who really pays for this. The jump from Ray, who's almost transformed, and does a great job there. Aphromoo does survive, but then the hook after the stun picks up Dardoch there. So yeah, one of the things, you're not very tanky early on as this Rek'Sai. It's one of the things you have to watch out for. But the Emax is supposed to circumvent that. If you're not tanky, you have more mobility. Your tunnel cooldown goes down drastically. Your reuse of the tunnel goes down to 2 seconds at level 9 at rank 5. So it's very, very good to actually put that Emax first.
Nice bit of damage. Jensen and He actually having the quietest mid lane of the series right here in game 3. Farming it up 65 to 63. Finally getting a little intervention from their lane partners.
Yeah, make sure you take out all these boards, the control boards, place your own down and get control of mid and that Drake side. But Dardoch not on the side where his blue buff will be spawning. And we'll see what he does. He's checking the jungle for plants and all that goodness. And once again, top lane, left out to dry Darshan. Oh, there goes the transformation from Ray.
Almost wanted at this point to get some good damage in with the Hyper. He almost gets the third attack onto that, so repeats. Jensen says mid's fine.
Yeah,
it's just going
Jensen's coming top. Jensen's coming top. They're handing off blue here. So Jensen's going to go to the top side. He has to abandon this turret or else Darshan dies.
Do they go for the play and get blue? Or actually just going to walk out of everything
They're
here?
going to get the turret.
Darshan's going to try and stay.
But watch bottom side. Bottom side's doing exactly the same thing. Darshan says, okay, well, Jensen's not actually coming. So they're able to go and pressure, and he's actually able to get something back. Goes to the blast cone, and then he gets him out of there. So Darshan actually does a really good job of holding this.
Interesting scatter here by both teams trying to make a play, but hesitating halfway through.
I feel like Jensen's hesitating too much. He went to the bottom side of the map, and Jensen now wants mid priority. Turret rush, it will go over to Ray, though. Gets a big chunk of gold. Much better start for him
First
in the
turret.
previous games.
See how C9 works off of this. Usually it's Jensen doing very well in the mid lane. Now with Ray's pressure towards the top, they can just own this side of the jungle, and they do finally get this blue over to Jensen. He had to make sure mid was controlled before that happens. Nice hook. I don't think there's too much follow-up, but CLG may be overstaying their welcome.
Contract's taking that whole bottom side or top side jungle there. Level 7 right now, a bit up over Dardoch. So the Elise also paying off, but they've just traded quadrants of the jungle back and forth here.
Sneaky falling behind a bit here, 90 to 68. There has been a bit of Dardoch pressure that we saw down there as well.
It's kind of those opposite sides of the map where
top side
if
bot.
Contracts is camping the top lane, you have to give up your bottom side of the map. So they play back, they let the CS die to the turret as Darshan does the same thing.
So just pick that CS up on the top.
Exactly. We just see like even gold because of this, right? Mid laners are pretty even right now. And then the side lanes, you just swap it. One's ahead, the other one isn't. Yeah, that jungle looks like Rek'Sai with just the early kill. Gold advantage there. And that top lane, Ray up pretty much the value of that top turret, the first turret. It's up about 750 for himself.
Maybe a dragon attempt? They're backing completely on a ward. Aphromoo was going to even try to stop one. And they may actually start to converge down onto that dragon.
I think that after that, you could go for the dragon. You could go for a mid lane gank because you have control ward set up. So you could force this really hard. Jensen ran to the other side, runs to his control wards.
Says no.
Yeah.
Too quiet in the mid lane.
Well, Jensen likes to walk up when he clears like this.
Yeah.
So you could put him in a position that is a little bit strange.
cornered Shelly.
I don't know. Spotted though.
Yeah. Hawk shot from all the way on the bottom side of the map. It was a bit, let's say, dry in vision for a bit. People were walking over wards, but they were their own. And there's the Dragon going to be taken down by CLG. Starting things off here. It's also 1-to-1-to-1 across the board. 1 turret for each, 1 kill for each. And we'll see if C9 can pick up a Dragon soon. Oh, look at the Herald. One for kind of one.
You're just trading your strong sides of the map, right?
Right.
Strong side of the map for C9 is the Gnar in the top lane with Ray, and then the strong side for CLG is the bottom side where Dardoch gets to farm.
Nice little duck in.
Gonna get sneaky though.
Oh, almost pops him up. Nice grab on the lantern.
Did pop him up, and he just got out because of the ordering on it. So got him before the lantern started traveling, as opposed to after. Oh.
Chain. Grom's gonna help, but he says, nah, fair fight, fair fight. And there's the lays the hitbox lead. Beautifully done by Smoothie, and they pick up Dardoch.
Yeah, and Dardoch doesn't really have too much vision there because of the tremor sense. Look at this, they're just gonna destroy this turret.
Well, blam!
Shelly!
Done. Shabah! Because they do it already, you're taking so long. But wow, pressure here by C9, 12 minutes in, and this is where it gets kind of scary because you don't even have the power to be an inhibitor turret this early. It's pretty dangerous.
Take it out.
They do have the power to absorb all resources. Oh! Troll play. Nicely done, though. Contracts gets himself out as sneaky.
Yeah. It does have to blow his flash, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at the control wards and the ward placement from Cloud9, all on that top side, whereas CLG, triple control ward on the bottom side of mid, and they're just trying to make sure that they have control that ranged lane. We'll see here with vision as well. Get spotted, control ward goes down. Now he can't see Smoothie, so he can't see the hook incoming. That's the big thing. And
Neither
look at
can we.
that.
The sneaky's going down again.
Yeah, so like it's a lot of the time you can criticize like a Rek'Sai player from spectator, be like, why didn't he flash the hook? It's like he actually cannot see it coming.
Yeah.
Gotta look out for my Rek'Sai players, you know? Who else is gonna defend them?
I feel you. Gotta look out for my Thresh players, man.
Yeah.
Let's go. Taking out the blue buff. Nicely done to be denying this from Jensen. Not that it's going to terribly hurt him, but starting to wave clear here. He may be out of mana a little faster than he wants to be. CLG pushing up now towards the top side. We'll see what Ray can do. Black Cleaver over to somewhat of a build here for Darshan. He's sitting on quite a bit of money. He's got about 1,000 gold, so waiting to buy.
Darshan has the Ninja Tabai, and then
goodbye.
He's TPing back because he thinks he's getting ganked by more people because he doesn't actually have vision of anybody.
You can walk faster than 8 seconds from there, Darshan.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's all right.
I know, I'm kidding. But you can.
Yeah, you're right, though. You're right.
15, coming up on 15 minutes. And that is the TP down for both sides. We'll see what happened here for Sneaky. Oh, 4 hits can be so many hits.
Look at his vision, though, right?
Yeah.
Getting the TP there, think it's okay. Brom's coming in, but then the flash knockup, and then the TP cancel as well. But look at that shockwave onto 2.
Beautifully done. Looking at
possibly
1,000 damage across both members, and they aren't able to get the follow-up chase. Huhi, however, grabs control of mid. Really the first instance we've seen between Huhi and Jensen, and everybody's there to capitalize for CLG on the mid turret.
Yeah, they want that mid turret away from Jensen, but they aren't going to get it just yet. They don't have their Ashe there.
He's able to regroup with the team as well. They have to respect contracts coming in with the crowd control. And they did not see Ray for a moment. Back to the bot lane is Stixay. You're looking for a cross-map arrow and possible walk-up. And that Stand United is still there for Darshan, which is why he wasn't too worried to use that TPO.
So the Stand United, I mean, we aren't seeing many Stand United proactive plays just yet.
Right,
CLG,
more defensive ended.
Exactly. CLG have a lot of pick potential, but they do need a little bit more items, right? The Gnar is a little stronger than the Shen. The Elise is actually a bit ahead of the Rek'Sai in terms of the power right now, but I think Rek'Sai is still quite good at this point with the level 9 and the 5 ranks in E. But I think that Jensen is definitely at a stronger point right now than the Orianna. And he's up at CS. Hey, look at that. Got him. At 15. I mean, Contracts camped a different lane this time.
Yeah, I was pretty unhindered here in the mid side.
And they gave him a lot of control wards. They gave him a ton of control wards. And Contracts finally setting up for mid. And they've taken back this area, so Cloud9 can now play to mid and bot. And that's where you want to play, because a minute 30 on that next Mountain Drake.
CLG have to be careful. Their wards just getting cleared out, and some pretty insane vision by C9 right down the river right now. So anything CLG does has to be power in numbers or very carefully done.
Ooh, Stixay's build here on Ashe. Ashe was the Blade of the Ruined King. You know, Runan's Hurricane builds were becoming so common. Essence Reaver was incredibly common. But Static Shiv just seems to have jumped out to be this gigantic wave clear monster of an item. We're seeing it pretty much all over the place here. It's crazy that he's going for one of those solid crit builds with Static Shiv being his first completed item. Not Runan's Hurricane for the slows on everybody. Nothing like that.
It always feels good to be able to feel the steroid right away. Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King gives you a nice attack speed, but you get that burst. You also have your Warlords to burst as well. Everything can get you in for that confident shot if it needs to be the kill one or to keep kiting it out. Stixay back down to the bot side. Looks like he's not going to be kiting out too much right now. If anything, again, initiating with that Ashe arrow. And CLG's ready to kind of absorb whatever C9's ready for. Looking for a shockwave if C9
arrow,
bunch up.
Arrow.
There's a shockwave coming in if they can nail it. A flash away from the rest of the members, and that leaves Smoothie by himself, and he gets spun up in the blender. Goes down fast. Dragon coming up in 10.
And that's why it's so important to control this choke here. You see all of those control wards. You can't see that arrow coming until it's too late, and they were all up against that right-hand wall and weren't able to dodge in the way that they would like to. They'd have to both flash, because if Smoothie flashes, looks like Contracts doesn't have his up until just now, so he would have eaten the arrow instead.
What a night and day difference when either of these teams has early game control. C9 with just about every dragon on the map. Last time, once they had early game, CLG able to kind of put that into play now. Dardoch again with an early game and the team having it just about across the map. This time, Ray, however, is doing better, so we still have to watch him.
Yeah, gave him a good pick in the top lane in terms of matchup, gave him some attention. And right there, what C9 was trying to do was push mid with Jensen and get mid priority with the rest of the team, and also push top. But the Ashe arrow was critical and absolutely necessary for them on Counter Logic Gaming side to avoid having the mid lane pushed in and get the Drake for themselves. Otherwise, it would have been a dance where your mid lane turret's getting damaged, you're in the Drake hit area, your control wards would have been cleared out. So they prevented that by the arrow from Stixay, or from Stixay.
Sneaky Stixay.
Yeah, there's two Dars in this game.
Two Dars, two Sticks.
Both teams start with C.
Y.
It's like CL, Cloud9, Cloud9.
Got it. This is the brain test game.
Yeah.
As we go to 3. Also for the players. It hasn't been the toughest games, but that means they haven't had a lot of time to recoup off what's happening. Very kind of fast wins for each team as they've come through. And on to the next one. Who has the better comps? Who has the better strategies? And right now, CLG, almost did it again. CLG starts to put theirs to work 20 minutes in here.
Yeah.
Still looking at even goals.
Exactly. It's very close, but those two Mountain Drakes give so much Baron potential to Counter Logic Gaming. A lot of gold sitting there for Dardoch, sitting on 1,400. Got himself a Hex Drinker as well, so they are really fearing the magic damage here from Cloud9. And it's understandable, to be honest, because the Gnar Hyper does magic damage.
Yep.
It does percent HP magic damage. Jensen does magic damage. Contracts does magic damage. Sneaky also does percent HP magic damage. So the Spectre's Cowl, first item buy for Darshan, would normally be a head scratcher, but it makes complete sense here. Followed up with the Sunfire Cape after Ninja Tabai. Tabby, Tabai? I never know how to say that.
I say Tabby.
I gotta go look that up.
Like they have good pressure. Teleports up on both sides, but that's double pressure for Darshan. And in that full Gnar mode, he can't really go off with any of those TPs. Could be stopped out by Ray, but the team looks like they say, hold off. No, it is the offensive stand unite.
There's the
not
R.
The defensive one. After repel, no Kai to the face for Smoothie as he Raptor death sentence himself to safety. And that's a bot lane for Ray now.
Yeah, that was two summoner spells from C9 to try and escape, but it was perfectly executed to make sure nothing happened there. But now CLG, they're going to look at the Baron. They have two Mountain Drakes. You got to be careful. Ray's TPing, and he's transformed. Ray might be the decider here as they all funnel into him.
Oh my god, jump. Looks like he's going to stay back. He wants that full hit. The first jump is going to be the one that allows him to slam a wall against the wall, but Contracts and Ray look like they want to route CLG to the left side. And with Baron still being up, it's going to take a while to back here. Good teleport by Ray to fizzle out the entire scenario.
But this is mid priority now for C9. They're going to get that Scuttle Crab. They're not going to push that top turret from CLG side. They want to reset, and they'll lose their mid lane turret here. So that's a positive play for Cloud9.
Also, Ray had just picked up bot side, so
Yeah.
a little bit of influx in gold here for Cloud9 to go ahead and back with. Near 1,500 gold for 4 members. Smoothie's the only one without that much.
Yeah, so now everybody's backed, purchased for CLG. Question is, what do they do with this? Is this a power play where they try to get reclaim vision? Look at that, though. Caught out.
Oh, my word. They are just stocking the coffers.
Contracts.
Very, very low. Repel's already up. Shockwave goes down. He picks himself up one with the help of their top lane. Darshan feeling good about that as he might go back in on Jensen. Low mana. Scatter the weak. Gets himself into a position that now C9 can turn back onto. This is way too scattered. They left on the backside. Ray pulls off after getting one hyper, and the arrow starts to lock down more members of Cloud9 as they lose Sneaky in the fight.
And CLG, they're just going to go for some vision control here. I don't think they start this up. They don't really have lifesteal on Stixay. He'll take so much damage. You don't want to be in that pit. They're looking for a bait, and they're just trying to get that vision and get out. They're trying to just reset the Baron. They don't have vision. They're like, how crazy are they? And Dardoch with that low cooldown on the E has a way to get in. He's able to go through. There's another one on Jensen. Knows he can't get him away.
I was going to say, this is one of those scenarios. You throw a hook over the wall even to check. Dardoch's over. Kuki's with him. Aframu's with him with the Braum. And Darshan can even get over the wall. He's already on to Ray, forcing him to gnaw out, but he can't do anything other than try and defend himself.
Lantern!
As they start to get under the turret, he may not be able to, but Smoothie's there to save the day as C9 is running scattered now.
Yeah, C9, they have the turret advantage 4-1, and they've been playing the macro game pretty well, but right there,
wow.
CLG just playing the skirmishes better in the numbers advantage. This looks like they're going to start it up, and they're getting the Shen TP as well to come in. Contracts is going to have to steal this if they want to stay in this game here and have it even footing. Misses the taunt. 2k HP, you can't go in there like that. He doesn't have flash either.
Darshan's like, what? Let's go right here. 3v1. The team's able to get Baron. Even if he does go down, they still have so much control. Smiles on Dardoch's face there as we see this play again.
Aframu was baiting. You walk towards the bush, you don't have vision of it, back up. Exactly what he did, but Dardoch was coming in from the backside. Looked for the knock up there and wasn't quite able to get it.
They used everything on Afro too.
They used a lot on him. That was the Syndra ulti too.
Yeah.
And then Darshan walks back up. He actually doesn't have taunt up just yet, but then Dardoch goes out. Darshan comes in as they all collapse as the arrow comes down too. And just really beautifully played, but look at that, almost no damage on it.
It's almost healing him, it looked like, but that's impossible. Sneaky gets out to the bot side, arrow misses just to the right of Jensen, but again, ults are up, ults are used. This game is highly volatile, and C9 is trying to play CLG's game right now.
Yeah, right now CLG, trying to run around the map. And they get themselves that trade.
Wow.
Yeah, C9 actually still have a gold advantage. This Baron's gonna have to get CLG back up to even. They do have turrets to take though, but that's why you see when nobody's in these lanes, Baron buffing them up, they're gonna try to clear them out as fast as possible.
Frozen Mallet Cleaver now finished for Ray. He's going to be that side lane menace, or even in these long extended team fights that are seeing it go back and forth through the lane. That guy's the one that comes out on top when you can't get to the position you need to. Also having a great laning phase for himself at 207 to 168. We did see C9 put pressure towards the top side of the map this time around in game 3.
Yeah. I'm liking Dardoch's buys here as well. HP for himself towards that Black Cleaver with the Phage. We got a Hex Drinker, and he got the Merc Treads. So that's actually a really good boot buy here because there's so much CC on the enemy team and a lot of magic damage too. So you get to over-index on that item, or over-index on that resistance, and you're actually in a really good spot as long as you have some HP to back it up. Because it looks like he's going for a full Maw here to just deal more damage with his E.
Right? Obviously giving up the outer tier, no reason to try and guard that at this point in the game. Top lane pushed by Ray.
Exactly looking for a knockup.
Oh, a 2-minute shockwave, Sneaky and Jensen! Did I blink? Because they're gone. 8-3 here as CLG does not hesitate. Just trying to stop what they can. Smoothie with the hook, but he's forced to flash away, and Counter Logic Gaming put their foot down and are inside C9 space.
Yeah, Ray actually backed up too, because this could be the end of the game. 25 minutes, there's 25 seconds on Jensen. Sneaky, 20 seconds on him. Aframu blocking to try to get turret damage.
In the front side, Aframu gets locked in. Dardoch and Darshan now being very careful next to the turret. Aframu a sliver of health, and Ray is looking for that with a boomerang, almost gets the kill. Aframu 2 close to death. They might have to leave. Stixxay by himself on the front. Very close to crowd control for the team. But you just see how much confidence they have in these plays. And now the ability to leave with that method to the madness. They're doing very well.
Yeah, after they took that tier 1 turret, they were at 41.1k gold, and it was dead even. Jump out to a 3,000 gold lead after taking 3 more turrets. The tier 2, the inhib, and a Nexus turret on top of that. CLG make a huge power play.
C9 may still be looking for these fights, but they are going to need that vision back first. They have the Syndra Elise pick potential, a bit of damage from Sneaky, but Sneaky and Jensen have been going down either opposite or together in these fights very fast, and the damage is nowhere to be found.
And that was great from Dardoch. Now, ever since the change to Rek'Sai and the rework to her, her W actually knocks up the person closest to her center, and then knocks everybody else back slightly, and so you don't get those same, multi-man knockups that you did before. But the fact that he was on top of so many people, the knock back has a mini stun to it, and the shockwave was so fast on top of him that that was a perfect delivery from Dardoch there on the Rek'Sai.
Was that Ahri that C9 focused within Champion Select? Much deliberation with Jensen that was banned out with the Hu-He goes to, or the Hu-He goes to Orianna. The Orianna goes to Hu-He. And it continues to play very well on it. 3-0-3 and just up a little bit in CS, which doesn't have much of an effect at this point. Top side for CLG, 2 Mountain Drakes, and this is where we see those come into play as they have been dropping these turrets.
There's been a lot of criticism about Cloud9 ever since their start, where, CounterLogic Gaming did beat them in a 3-game series.
Yep.
You're heading over to Rift Rivals, people saying, all right, we send in our top teams. CounterLogic Gaming saying, no, we're not going. And they're trying to make sure that that kind of still resonates and still happens where people are saying that, because Cloud9, they beat TSM yesterday. They haven't beat CLG at all this split.
CLG can have that effect with teams. They obviously weren't able to do it this season, but were the team to beat Immortals when they had their huge win streak. Here it seems like they have Cloud9's number this season.
Looking to force TP on the backside. Ray has transformed. He's right in the thick of things, but nope. It's a cancel. He's going to split push. This is big because now you make a 5v4 play on the top side.
That was his potential to just gnaw out and be there at the right time, but they realized, no, the engage still isn't there even off of Gnar play. Or the Mega Gnar, I should say. And continues to clear. He does have another wave piling in.
It's a big wave. You have to stop the engage, and you have to watch for Ash Arrow, which is down. And you have to wave clear as much as you can, but Jensen's not there.
Keeping my eyes on Jensen, also watching Dardoch, how far he goes through. Darshan just missing on the edge. Expect him to get the ball and possibly a shockwave to come through. He goes down immediately.
Stop the backs. Chase them a little bit here if you're Cloud9.
This is huge for Ray on the other side.
Stop them from backing and stopping Ray. He'll be able to get an inhibitor here, but yeah, he's just gonna get that turret for now. Transforms.
Oh, attacking a little bit.
Yeah, they aren't able to actually keep track of him completely. Baron in 1 minute, so what he's done is a lot of damage to this to make sure that they have to kind of take the maintenance time on this bottom side of the map.
Ooh, it was kind of a end call play. We can make it and take it. But actually broke CLG there as they hit the base.
It's a 2.5k gold difference. Difference now is CLG can do Baron faster. They can do the next Drake faster. And there's 20 or 30 seconds now on both those objectives. So it's very close. But C9 have inside track on the setup and the pick potential on that top side. They do have to take care of super minion waves though.
They are recognizing this lockdown. Mikhail's Crucible, a first smoothie in this game after he gets his Sightstone built up. So he is looking to protect as much as possible with shields, his hooks, and that Mikhail's.
And we have an Energizer build completely for Stixxay, so something I haven't really seen on Ashe, but I think this build is just in general super powerful. Dardoch has flash up again, so he can do exactly what he did to get them that last play.
Nicely done with the Hawk Shot. 3 members of C9 seen. Jensen was out and so was Ray, but they'll find him in the mid lane. Now minions, Arrow misses.
Red team's inhibitors respawning soon.
And that, I believe, is that mid inhib that'll be coming back up in just a moment here for C9.
Right, they just pinged.
And they'd only have to take care of that top inhib, which is very close to where Baron is.
There's also that ward placed down. I don't know if teleport's going to be up in time, but if they do have a great fight and he can teleport down to this inhibitor on the bot side of CLG, they could do some serious damage.
I think they're just out of range of each other in terms of time, but look at that.
Yeah, you're right.
Ray on Darshan.
The wet noodle beginnings.
We can't funnel here. They're both on top again.
What a shockwave. Sneaky and Jensen once again. They are finding their mark, and Darshan goes in with a taunt. Even played out, they have the damage. Smoothie's gonna get dropped. This contract falls down. The itsy bitsy spider does not have long for this world. And he is the last one left and running as CLG head for the base of Cloud9.
They're gonna end it right now. They're gonna say, nope. Let's turn around what happened last week. Let's not lose to one of those top teams. And they're going to end the win streak here of Cloud9.
Absolutely amazing. Time after time, finding Sneaky and Jensen in a perfect shockwave with the help of Darshan or Dardoch.
Yeah.
And this composition synergizing beautifully for Counterlogic Gaming. They will go up against Cloud9 again, and they will take a second victory over Cloud9.
That'll give them the 2-0 head-to-head over Cloud9. And CLG, you gotta be happy about that one. As soon as Sneaky and Jensen step on each other at all, Dardoch was there two times in a row, delivering the ball.
That positioning as well, usually it changes. You see the tendency in what they're looking for. All right, let's stay apart. If that was a Malphite comp, you definitely wouldn't be grouping up. But they put all of their damage, all of the eggs in one basket each time. And Huhi said, here's the basket.
Yep, delivered it. Made sure that it was kosher as well. And that was a performance from CLG where it got close. They were winning in kills, down in structures. The split push from Ray could have been really good there for the team, but it just ended up being more and more engages. They have to avoid the Ash Arrow. They have to avoid a very frequent Rek'Sai tunnel into a flash knockup, and then the Orianna ball was there. So huge props to CLG. They dropped to Immortals last week. They went to 3 games versus Envy, said we need to fix some things. Went to 3 games here, but it was a hard-fought series between the two teams. And CLG, though, did come up with the victory.
Absolutely amazing. I always think of shockwaves like that, and you kind of try to calculate how much actual damage came through. If you're doing, say, just 500 and you hit 3 people, maybe you hit a tank, but that's near 1,500 damage in a single ability.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about, too. Huhi, most damage in this entire game. Second highest was Ray with the split push.
Crazy.
But really, Dardoch third highest on this Rek'Sai, which doesn't always get that off, right? And you're able to actually build a lot more damage, get a lot of that damage off. But I gotta say, props to Huhi here, because Huhi, like we had said, really kind of coming into his own. We were talking about Jensen in the earlier games being one of those top 2 mid laners, gigantic CS advantages for himself. Well, Huhi is this kind of quintessential mid lane team player, but he's learned a little bit more about how to be selfish, how to take those resources for himself, and we're seeing those team fights work out for CLG.
Gelling and flowing much better, if you will. Coming up
That's
strong.
my favorite moment between you two.
So looking at how this played out, though, we see a game for Huhi, a game for Jensen, but still that proximity for Jensen is much higher. He was getting a lot of help. Game 3, there was nothing in the mid lane. Everything had changed. It was top and bottom. It was Contracts top, and we had Dardoch bottom. And when Huhi was able to just go even with that, we saw an explosion from him.
Yeah, and the difference is when you have that mix match in the lanes, it means the top lane split push is stronger for C9, but CLG, their 4-man unit of grouping up, is stronger. They have the Ash Arrow, they have ways to engage, and when they engage a 4-on-4 and there's more gold on your AD carry, then you're most likely going to win that fight. So that's really what kind of decided it, was they were able to engage, keep pressuring in Jensen, and then they were able to continue the fights afterwards.
And one of my favorite things about this match was, in kind of each one of the games, it was alt on cooldown. Like each time going in for the fight, the batting order comes back, and we saw C9 take that one fight with, I think, near 2,000 gold, and then they stayed and took it again. So it was like everybody wanted to keep fighting. It was an awesome game to watch. But for more on that CLG win, let's check in with Jat and the victorious bot laner.
Thank you very much, Riven. Yes, I'm here with Stixay, who just took down C9 2-1. The series was a little bit back and forth. How do you feel like you played in that series?
I mean, I feel like I played pretty damn well. So, I mean, I only had 1 death throughout the whole series, and it was a complete, obvious mistake for me. So, and I think also my team played really well too. So, it's not just me. But.
Yeah, and you guys bounced back a little bit from last week. I remember you guys struggled against Immortals last week. Some people were tweeting afterwards that you didn't even play the game. How did you kind of work on that or recover from last week?
Man, last week was just really rough for us in general, and yeah, I don't know. We kind of, I would say we have good days, we have bad days. So, and last week versus Immortals, we just kind of had a bad day on stage, and it was just holy shit, we're not doing anything. that we normally would do. So we had to really talk about that and just kind of go back and talk about all the fundamentals and stuff that we weren't doing, that we just randomly drop off at times, and kind of figure out why we do that and obviously how to fix it. So.
It's interesting to hear that you have good stage days and bad stage days. As such an experienced team, have you been able to identify a little bit of how to control that so you have fewer bad days and you're more consistent?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just our mentalities in general. It's not just on stage. I mean, we have bad days in scrims too, and it's just like, I mean, we kind of have to talk a lot about how, you know, we had to talk about how like teamwork and what we define as a good team, like the values in a good team and stuff like that. So. Yeah, we had to talk about that a lot and figure out that so we can trust each other a lot more. Just stuff like that makes us inconsistent. So
awesome. And this moves you guys to 7-2, just as many wins as Immortals would have at 7-2 as well. Got to ask you, with Rift Rivals coming up, C9, TSM, and Phoenix One heading there, is NA's best team going to Rift Rivals?
Yeah, I think TSM is probably the best team in NA right now. Even though they're not number 1 in the standings, I think, or I don't know if they are, but I think they're definitely probably the best team. And C9's also a really good team. P1, they're looking better, but yeah, I think NA is sending pretty good teams. So,
all right, thank you for the answer. Opportunity to trash talk. He decided to pass it up. Class Act 6A. Congratulations once again on the win, and we're sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. Class Act Stixay also in that conversation for best bot laner in NA. And hey, putting the victory together here against Cloud9 is one way to make a statement in terms of returning to form. And I love that interview in the way that Jat talks about them being a veteran squad, lots of experience, and how they control their emotions and their mentality on stage to find consistency, as that's something that every League of Legends team struggles to find.
Especially when you look at who they've been playing recently. I mean, we've seen, you know, C9 beat TSM, TSM beats Immortals, now CLG beats C9. It's kind of all over the place between these top teams, and you can't just be like, oh man, what went wrong with CLG? It's like, well, they played a good team today, and they struggled a little bit. It makes sense.
Right, both teams made plenty of mistakes. Both teams made plenty of good moves, and I think, again, it speaks to the parity in the league that we saw in the spring split. Sure, it has a slightly different look in terms of standings have shifted, but we still have some element of parity here in the summer split, with many of our top teams playing a high-level game and taking wins off of each other. We're seeing a lot of 3-game series as well, right? They're not necessarily easy 2-0s every single time. Within this game itself, though, CLG, we got to talk about the way that they were setting up their team fights. I think where they show a lot of their poise is in their ability to patiently wait for their opportunity to find the engage that they want. We see the first one come 22 minutes into the game, 2 for 1 in favor of CLG here.
Well, it looks like, not quite sure. This is a bot lane replay.
This is
a Huhi Aurelion Soul Roam from game 1. I believe.
Nice! That's all right. I was going to say, I was like, this isn't the replay we're looking for, but but it still shows CLG dominance. So like, hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, here we get to see some more Space Dragon, in case you forgot that Huhi's pretty good on it.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. Anyways, just to talk a little bit about this game, unlike that game, which had the crazy Huhi, you know, Aurelion Soul, and then they have a split pusher up on the top side with Kled, both teams actually returned to kind of a standard game.
Here's the fight we were looking for.
This is the one we're looking for. Standard overall, this time Darshan on Shen. C9 picked this fight, and they blow a lot of stuff to get Afro move. And they actually probably could have won this fight a little bit more, but Ray misplot just a little bit. And CLG get the cleanup kill. It looks like a 1-for-1. Stixay coming in on the flank is getting chased down by the Gnar.
And see Ray arriving now.
Yeah, right as Ray jumps in, gets able in range on Stixay because of that stun. He's chunking him out, but it looks like there's a retreat call potentially out of C9, and he backs off here instead of going in, and it allows C9, or CLG, excuse me, with the better coordination to find one extra cleanup kill. And then once it's a 4v3 and Stixay's healthy, chases up all the way to the top side, and eventually they fall back to that Baron. That's kind of where they started winning the game.
Right, so it's only a 2-for-1, so you got a kill advantage, but being able to chase them out, get that Baron pickup on the back end of it, then they can push down the mid lane, find a couple more fights. We're going to jump to the final replay, though, because it is a really good example of that patience and poise from this squad in terms of setting up for the ball delivery. Dardoch and Huhi, they showed a really good amount of synergy in this game.
And I wouldn't say Huhi's the best, you know, Orion in the league. Right. And that's Jensen, I think, hands down. But I think the way CLG works with it is it's probably the best in the league. We saw the Rakan combos at the start of the split. This time with the Rek'Sai knockups. Flash Rek'Sai knockup all against Varus and Syndra. This is one of the reasons people don't necessarily love Syndra despite her early game dominance, is in late game team fights, she is very susceptible to flash engages like that. Basically, 2 immobile carries clumped up on top of each other very easy. And CLG, as soon as they see that and they know they're in range, they pull the trigger and they win the fight.
Absolutely. That was only one of many examples where they comboed up together, the Rek'Sai with the Orianna. And so it's great to see, again, that out of those two players. Dardoch picking up player of the game this time around. He had that nice level 3 jungle path that we've seen a lot of people do. I mean, there's been lots of innovative jungle routes so far this summer split, but the early level 3 off of the Krug, not even finishing the camp, getting that gank off into the bot lane, early lead for his laners, and then again, that comboing and synergy for the team fights later on.
Overall, looking like he's synergizing very well with CLG. There's, of course, the question of, how is he going to do when they start struggling a little bit. They have lost a couple series. Sometimes they don't look great, and the fact that the team is, sticking together and still has a really good mentality speaks to the fact that he's obviously synergizing better than we've seen him with any of his previous teams.
Exactly, and even better than he was with CLG at the beginning of the split, right? In those early weeks, we were still seeing a lot of the classic Dardoch moments where the team has a lead, Dardoch then overextends or plays too aggressive and hands some kills back to the opposing team, extending the length of the game. This time around, knowing his limits, waiting with the team as much as they need to for that right opportunity, and then pulling the trigger and finding success because of it. Overall, 2-1 victory for CLG here moves them to 7-2. They're now tied up there at the top of the table coming through this weekend. We've got more league action coming your way with Echo Fox versus Liquid in match 2, so stick around after the highlights for some Rift Rivals hype and history.
C9 will be
over the wall
on the top side. Where is Dardoch? It seemed like it was a little delayed coming from him. He wanted to get in a better position. They're going to be able to flash out. This is either a kill and a rinse and repeat.
Heal up there. Send in the mana. He's out of Mega.
Yo, help me.
Yo, play together. You can turn. Guys, come on.
Help me.
Bears.
No.
Bears dead. Nice. Take it slow. Send in the mana.
If I get ball on me. Okay, hey, ball? No. Yo, look. Yo,
right there, let's get it, boys.
Oh, my God. Nice. They're both on top again.
What a shockwave. Sneaky and Jensen once again. They are finding their mark, and Darshan goes in with a taunt. Even played out. They have the damage. Smoothie's going to get dropped. This contract falls down. Counterlogic Gaming, they will go up against Cloud9 again, and they will take a second victory.
This could be the final push for representing North America, saying it's more than just NA versus EU, it's NA versus the world.
The North American-European rivalry has always been exciting to me.
I think it's a rivalry people are really passionate about.
The rivalry to the fans is everything.
It's almost the most important matches.
It's kind of the very beginning of the super competitive League of Legends experience for me. At first, I was playing in beta, and there was literally only a North American server, and you're just playing with, the super old names that people remember: Big Fat GG, Hotshot, Reginald, Chowster. When the European server opened up, at first, there's no possibility of us ever playing each other. So it was all words. And that was all we'd do is just like, you guys suck. Your weird meta over there is garbage. Well, we would smash you. Then it all started to really build up around the first international tournament, the first real big international tournament that was going to take place, which was WCG in 2010. We ended up doing it though, and we did beat Europe.
And ever since then, there's been high-profile matches.
Back at DreamHack, Jönköping, Sweden, so many years ago, where it was kind of EU's turf, and we had to beat them. We just couldn't find the way to do it.
Once the international stage really blew up, and I think most people credit around 2013.
Fnatic against Cloud9 in the quarterfinals of the 2013 World Championship.
And they had a really, really awesome match in the quarterfinals of Worlds.
Equalizer comes down, Pushy trying to put as much work as he can in, but he just can't fight down Cloud9. He's putting the rockets out, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team have dropped like flies. It's going to be the third inhibitor of the game going to Cloud9.
Another one where NA, unlucky, lost to Europe.
Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
As far as international competitions, where North America and Europe meet up nowadays, it's actually fairly close.
Counterlogic Gaming representing North America, saying it's more than just NA versus EU, it's NA versus the world.
Even though it feels like North America tends to do well against the European teams, over the last several years, North America's got winning records in games and matches. Europe almost always tends to go farther.
NA has won a lot of the meaningless games, and EU has won a lot of the meaningful games.
The confidence is there. Bjergsen's caught up. He's back. He's down. The Burger King is down. Wild Turtle follows immediately after. G2 Esports have killed Team Solo Mid.
This year, G2 and TSM were 1-1. But G2 made it to the semifinals and NA didn't. So you can still think, I mean, just based on a game score, NA's been, what, 7-1 against Europe in the past 2 years of international competition? But EU still trashes on NA all the time because, honestly, they've gone farther, and that's their argument for being better. So you can really argue this all day.
This is a tournament only for North America versus Europe, and it all comes down to who's going to get these bragging rights.
Here we get a definitive winner, NA or EU. It's on the Rift. They are rivals, and we're going to come out with a victory.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me on this cast is definitely no scrub, because a scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me, Joshua Jat Leesman.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you,
That's how
too.
I respond to that one.
My friend. Summoner's Rift is opening up for our second match of the day, Echo Fox versus Team Liquid. After a week of questionable changes, Team Liquid gave fans hope in their use of the 10-man roster.
Yeah, and while their win over Phoenix One wasn't pretty last week, stopping the loss streak
can do wonders for their team morale. And one player who did help net that team win was Slushie, who has been subbing in and out with Golden Glue, and at first had a rough re-entry to the scene when he played Echo Fox the first time it was in. Froggen smashed him in lane, but Slushie performed better the second time around. And if he can continue to perform, especially now that he's getting a rematch against Froggen, having a strong mid laner in Slushie, enabling Rainover to also help take over the game, can help Team Liquid climb up a bit in the standings.
And if you're Echo Fox, this is a victory that needs to be repeated if you want to disrupt the ongoing slump you're currently in.
Yeah, and one way Echo Fox were able to control the series in their first matchup against Team Liquid was through just the laning phase. They smashed in every position. Froggen was up 33 CS and 1,500 gold over Slushie. Acadian was up 1,000 gold at 15. Keith and Loop were up 700 gold. And Gate, their support, was up 850 because he was roaming around and making a bunch of plays. Obviously, it's a tough ask. Maybe you could call it Korean advice, just win really hard. But if Echo Fox do want to repeat their success from week 1, that was how they did it, and they should focus on the laning phase and probably drafting for strong lanes.
Now, Slushie had a rough showing in his first match against Echo Fox, but he says now he's ready for round 2.
The first time I played against Echo Fox, I kind of was brought in without like much practice. And definitely like this week, I scrimmed all week long. I had the full time basically. And I felt a lot more confident. Unlike the first week that I played, I felt very like I don't know what to ask. I don't know what I need, you know. And it's pretty much like I'm a lot more prepared for Echo Fox this time around.
He's going to need that confidence to square up against Froggen, one of the guys who puts up some of the best stats in all the NALCS. But let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, we've got Echo Fox with Looper in the top lane, Acadian in the jungle, Froggen mid, Keith bot, Gate supporting, and Coach Anero.
Yeah, Echo Fox coming into this at 3 and 5, looking to make a surge. Do not want to be forever slumping. On the other side, it is Team Liquid. We got Lordle in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Slushie, as we just heard, in the mid lane, Piglet and Conquan in the bottom lane with Coach Kane.
Now, we talked about Slushie needing to do well against Froggen, but that's a very tall order to have to do. Froggen, one of those 3 NALCS mid laners, the Danes that we like to call them because coincidentally, they are all Danish.
Yep.
Bjergsen, Jensen, Froggen, these are the guys putting up the stats and destroying everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the CS differentials across the board, you got those guys all in double digits. And when you have 3 of the 10 mid lanes in double digits, everyone else ends up being negative CS differentials. So if you took them out of there, all these other NA mids would be competing against each other just fine. So another thing that contributes to it, at least for Echo Fox, is they have actually drafted for the laning phase a fair bit, often to the detriment of their team cohesion, and that's actually been their biggest flaw as a team, is being able to pull out the team fight wins. But when you have people as dominant, sometimes as Froggen in the mid lane, you want to go with what wins.
Exactly. Enable the person who can put the team on their back. We'll have to see if that's how they approach this game, or if the draft's going to hold some surprises for us. We are in there for the first time, as they will target the Olaf against Rainover on the side of Echo Fox, banning that away first. Liquid responds by banning away Zac. You pretty much have to do it on red team. That champion so powerful right now. Kassadin, the next ban from Echo Fox.
Yeah, Rainover just hasn't actually shown much sustained success on many junglers. This split is actually a little bit worse. The only 2 champions of the 7 that he's even won a game on have been Olaf and Elise in this split. So I wouldn't even be too surprised with the Olaf ban if a first pick Elise does come through, especially with things like Caitlyn already being banned out.
Yep, Caitlyn banned away by Echo Fox, but at the same time, Elise is Acadian's most played jungler this split as well. So expect that to be a contested pick between these 2 sides. As we go further into this draft, LeBlanc, the second ban from Team Liquid. They got one more to pull out here before we get into that first round of picks, and Lucian is the choice.
Yeah, Lucian has actually been something that Froggen has played 3 times and has a 100% win rate on. Often willing to pick it even blind if you're Echo Fox, not thinking that many things Slushie would be able to play would stop him on it. One of his most dominant Lucian games was when he was up against Slushie back in week 1, so I can understand that ban, even though it leaves Galio open.
Galio left open, Kennen left open as well. Kennen, one of the champions that Looper likes to play a lot, tied for his most played champion so far this split. Kennen, Rumble, Renekton. Looper likes to be on those things that can fight, not just a pure tank.
Yeah, and we see the Xayah coming through from Piglet as well. That's a champion that is very highly picked between these 2 AD carries. But if we think of the other matchups we've seen so far this week, it looks like the scrims kind of took a turn for different picks, like Jhin, Tristana, Caitlyn, and very little Xayah. So Piglet can still get some teamfight utility out of that, but it's definitely not the same priority that other teams have been picking it at.
And Liquid also locking in that Rek'Sai. the buffs, the changes, the champion's been coming back with more and more popularity, both in competitive play and solo queue, and we know that Reignover has been more than a capable Rek'Sai in the past.
He absolutely has. It's such a good champion for him, in my opinion. He's only played it once this split because the buffs have been ever so recent. I think this does actually fit very well for them, especially if he's even picking between the Rek'Sai and the Elise. I think Rek'Sai is better for him, so I like that choice.
And over on the side of Echo Fox, though, they're going to lock in Gragas, and they're going to pick up Corki.
Yeah, and the Corki is something that I think fits Froggen. If you're going to ban away his Lucian, he can do very similar things in the game as the Corki. He will obviously be doing more magic damage rather than physical damage, but they're already going to just have a nice, healthy mix of damage types, and it's going to make it difficult for Team Liquid to itemize against them while still giving Echo Fox strong laning phases.
Liquid's final pick in that first part of the draft is going to be Orianna this time around. Pretty much the evergreen mid laner for quite a while now. She seems to be able to be comfortably picked into almost anything, and they're fine picking that up before the second round of bans come out. Blitzcrank and Renekton will be the first two of those bans.
Yeah, totally agree there. As I trip on my mic cord a little bit in the background, the Orianna, I think, is very close to being in the OP tier for mid lane. Because so many of these mid laners have put so much time into it, and everyone is very good at playing around that pick. So early picking it in the first rotation, especially when the other mid is already shown, not that odd.
I mean, it's a conversation we've had before, right? About some champions back when, at the beginning of Spring Split, when it was Camille, LeBlanc, and Rengar that were just hilariously busted and they had to be banned every game. There were some players that were like, no, I'm not going to learn Camille or I'm not going to learn Rengar just because there's a 1% chance I'll ever get to play it. It's not worth practicing. But when Orianna is always floating just below that bannable tier, everybody can learn to play it. They can perfect those mechanics, and they can be very, very dangerous on that champ. Jhin and Shen going to be the next couple of bans as we finish up that second banning phase, move on towards the last few picks, and Jarvan is being contemplated by Team Liquid. Very, very strong on the top lane right now.
Yeah, they already know they're going up against a Kennen, they think, unless Keith decides to play that in the bottom lane, which is definitely a possibility. If the Looper wants to then pick Fiora against Jarvan, since that's actually a good switcheroo, you can do. But if they are going up against the Kennen, I could see why they'd want to lock it in right now. Maybe keeping a counter pick support for a little bit later.
Still thinking about it. Looks like the Kennen is considered the top lane pick right now. Keith hovering over the Jinx, but instead switching over to Braum, locking that one in for Gate.
Yeah, there also hasn't been a Fiora game by Looper this split, which is fairly surprising considering Looper has tried to almost solo carry a lot of these games. You expect a marksman pick here, like an Ashe for Keith, just to give them some pick potential, or the Tristana, since they're going to be split pushing and pushing down turrets so much. Overall, the team composition rounds up without too much tomfoolery down the stretch.
And honestly, Tristana has just soared back into popularity very, very recently. This champion was not being played at all for the longest time. Then we saw a couple of picks, and now it's just getting picked all over the place as Caitlyn bans are starting to become more prominent. People are sick of playing against Caitlyn. She's so strong. But Team Liquid will respond by picking up the Janna, another pick that you don't see too often.
You really do not see it that often. Janna used to be a very good pick against AP Kennen because you just knock him out of the fight. I feel against AD Kennen, not as effective, but I do still think it's a fairly good pick. And I want to spend a little bit of time to talk about the Trist and the Janna and how I feel like they kind of work in the overall meta. I always like to play this game to predict what's going to happen in the league meta. If this is true, what else is true? Okay. So if Caitlyn with Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Rapid Fire Cannon is busted in the late game, what else would be busted with that build? Trist is actually one of the things that fits the best because she has the escape, she can have the long range, and she can also have a fairly strong laning phase. So as soon as I saw that build on Caitlyn, I wanted to see people doing it on Trist, and it's coming in there right now. And then shielding supports used to also be a little bit busted. Karma and Lulu have been nerfed down. Janna can slot right in, and I've been waiting for this pick to come into the meta for actually several months, especially with the heavier nerfs.
It'll be very fun to see how they stack up when you put it like that. Tristana essentially does become just a second version of Caitlyn in the late game. Her range ends up being actually slightly further than Caitlyn's would be, but of course you don't have the ability to line off the river or an entire lane with the traps, making her not as useful in those situations for sieges and anti-sieges.
Yeah, exactly. Faster turret killing, more dangerous turret killing, and potentially some higher teamfight versatility since you get to rocket jump around and reset in the late game.
Going to be fun to see as both these teams want to be working their way up from the bottom, coming into week 5 of NALCS play. Echo Fox currently sitting on a 3-5 record. Team Liquid slightly below them at 2-6. Gotta start winning now if you want to have a chance at grabbing one of those playoff spots. This is gonna mark, after this match for these two teams, they're halfway done with the split. We're not super early on anymore where we can just say, oh, it doesn't matter, they can still get it together, things can still, anything will happen. You really need to start finding these wins.
I totally agree, and it's even more important for these guys because Rift Rivals mixed around the schedule a little bit, so you don't actually have clean single round robin best of 3s into the second set. This is the second matchup these guys are playing against each other already essentially in their first 9 games, but it makes it even more important to pick up wins against the teams you're directly competing with. Not only do you jump ahead yourself, you push them below you, and that's what these teams care about as they strive for the playoffs.
And one thing I actually want to mention about that, if you look at the wins that have been picked up by these teams in the past, Echo Fox's wins have come out against other teams at the bottoms of the standings. Their 3 wins have been against Envy, they've been against Liquid, and they've been against FlyQuest. Liquid, though, they have a win against Phoenix 1, who's also at the bottom of the standings, but they managed to beat Dig when Dig was on fire.
Yeah, and even though the rosters were a fair bit different back then, Team Liquid beat TSM towards the end of the last split. So Team Liquid, I feel like, is a little bit more of their own worst enemy when they're playing these games rather than the opponents, so to speak. They make a lot of mistakes themselves in their losses.
Well, we'll have to see how this level 1 plays out here as Lorlo tries to give a nice leash over to Rainover here on these small chickens. Doesn't look like any of those are going to be stolen away despite Echo Fox hanging around the area, so Rainover's going to get that nice level 2 start that he wants as the very fast, hard leash is given over to Acadian by his bottom lane.
Yeah, I like to refer to that as the super leash. You can notice
there we go.
that Acadian did the small raptors himself, left the big raptor, while his bottom lane pulled the red buff. So it supercharges his gank. Normally when that happens, we've seen Mike Young do it where he then full clears his blue side and hits level 4 super fast. I haven't seen this route where you just go kill your Krugs because that doesn't set you up for any advantage other than you hit your level a little bit faster, especially now that he's kind of doubling back towards the other side. He is healthier than he would be otherwise, but can't quite see what his mind game is yet. He didn't invade or go for an early gank.
Yeah, he could have tried to go for the level 3 gank bottom side, but wisely Team Liquid puts a ward in that tri-brush. As Rainover looking to make that flash into the knockup play, happen topside. Looper taken low, not quite taken down yet. Is that red buff gonna tick? No.
Prey Seeker!
The potion, but the Prey Seeker blocked by the minion.
And that was really tough there. I like the gank. The CC chain from the knockup into the EQ was effective. However, they hit Lorlo during, Looper during Lightning Rush, where he does have the bonus resistances, 10 armor and magic resist, and that makes the difference when you go down to about 10 health. Yeah. So Looper narrowly avoiding that, teleports back to lane. Unless there's a repeat gank, that actually doesn't hurt him that much. He lost very few minions.
And I always enjoy seeing situations like that in League of Legends where you take something like 10 armor and magic resistance that you would normally just discard and say how unimportant it was. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but sometimes there are those fringe cases where it's the difference between life and death and first blood and not. Acadian trying to just farm up through his jungle now. Like you said, that early start that he got didn't really pay any dividends in terms of getting involved in the lanes or in the enemy jungle, but at least he's got a nice safe farm route that he can get himself leveled up and become that much more powerful, that much more quickly.
Yeah.
If Gragas hits that 6, you know how strong he is.
Exactly. Maybe he was a little worried about getting counter-jungled by the Rek'Sai. I'm actually a little bit disappointed because I feel like when you're on bottom side and you have the chance for a super leash, you should go for something. You can quick clear and then invade blue buff. Like one thing I see a lot is you will do the Raptors red and then invade blue because you do it so fast before the guy can get there. Even so, Acadian looks like he's trying to set up. These generally spawn right after 420 when you start at Raptors, but he's spotted out by Ward and actually getting collapsed on by Team Liquid.
Froggen going to be taken below half HP. Rainover coming in now as well. He and Lorlo seeing if they can zone away their opponent in Acadian. They will successfully do so. Froggen loses out on the trade, but does not expend any summoner spells.
Yeah, nothing too much happening. I'd say off of that one, Rainover's still able to secure his Raptors. Lucy did burn Ghost though, so he's got to be a little bit careful against Acadian, especially since they know Rek'Sai will be at Raptors.
Yep, Rek'Sai is going to be continuing to farm up, get as strong as she can. You can see the Ruby Crystal in Rainover's inventory, hinting at likely a Cinder Hulk start on this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, can also be built towards Titanic Hydra really early on, but absolutely. We've seen Rainover go tanky Rek'Sai or damaging Rek'Sai fairly often. Most of the LCS Rek'Sais we've seen have been fairly tanky early in this team composition with all the shielding. I feel like you could definitely get away with a more offensive build. I'm thinking that's going to be a Titanic Hydra, but it's hard to tell.
We'll have to see. Have to see exactly how he chooses to play this one out. Ruby Crystal does have a lot of those options. CS staying pretty close in every lane except for mid, where Froggen is doing Froggen things off to a pretty substantial lead over his opponent. 15 CS this early on.
Yeah, and that's not something Slucci wants to experience. He does not want to go 40 CS down against Froggen again. It's really hard to beat Orianna by large amounts of CS, since Orianna does typically have a pretty strong laning phase. But all the way back to 2013, Froggen's considered Corki and Orianna counterpick, so does like having that matchup, and they're going for the repeat gank.
Seeing if they can make it happen the second time, but not quite. Without the flash, Reignover can't close that distance. Looper's going to stay safe. Of course, he is zoned back a little bit, but he's got a big, juicy wave heading his way. He can now farm very safely.
Yeah, and as long as Team Liquid's other lanes are not in trouble, that gank has almost no cost for Reignover, since his blue side jungle is just respawning, so it's a fairly efficient gank path. The only worry when you show yourself on the map is that the enemy jungler is either going to counter jungle you or take your lanes. But Acadian's actually doing neither of those things, because he's still clearing his own jungle and then actually walks through some vision, I believe, unless he snuck past this. He actually did sneak past this. He has not been spotted.
Wants to try to go for Lorlo if he can. Looper has the cannon ulti available. Looking to make this happen. Here it comes, unleashing those abilities. Lorlo forced to flash out. Acadian flashing right after him, seeing if maybe he can secure this kill. A little bit more damage will not show up in time. And Lorlo's out of it.
So a couple very close to kill ganks by both junglers right there. Now this is the counterplay that you could see. Reignover immediately going for a counter jungle, but he has been spotted out by Corki.
Yup, he knows. Well, Froggen knows, I should say, that Reignover is here, but he's not going to be moving to stop him right now. Reignover will get away with stealing this red buff out, and Acadian knows that that's happening. Froggen said, hey, he's stealing your red, go steal his, and that's where Acadian's headed right now.
Good communication between the teams. No need to get into a jungle tussle unless you feel like you're going to have the natural advantage, but he's got to be watching out for this gank.
They can always get into a mid lane tussle. Flash into the knockout yet again from Reignover. Now looking to use that ulti, finding the burst. A little bit more damage will not be found, and Froggen gets himself away.
35 health, but the health potion has been ticking for about 8 seconds, so because Froggen drank that health potion as that gank started, that is the reason he's able to stay alive. Very close gank there by Reignover.
Health potion mechanics so important in these close trades as Keith face checks the brush, only to find Piglet waiting there for him, loses about half his health.
Yeah, with Braum showing mid lane, that is a smart move by Piglet and Conquan to lay in wait. Pushing Keith right back into base after shopping and buying that BF sword. He doesn't want to go home, but he might have to.
Meanwhile, Lorlo again feeling the sting of the Acadian pressure up here in the top side. Scryer's Bloom going to be spotting Reignover out as well. Looper knows exactly where he is now, knows how cautious he's going to need to be about this one. Doesn't quite find that Thundering Shuriken onto Lorlo, but Reignover's still threatening this. Going to zone him back long enough to allow Lorlo to push this out.
Yeah, I wonder if Lorlo, 500 gold, doesn't necessarily need to back, but shoving in the wave, never that bad of a thing when they're out of vision, and he's going to recall anyway.
Can get the page. That nice little move speed bonus passive will help him if he decides to trade against Looper. Go all in with the flag and drag. Speaking of going all in, Froggen is armed with the package on that Corki. Usually this early on into the game, it's hard to use those effectively to find a kill. Players generally play very safe when they hear the sound that alerts them that Corki's got it. So you're not normally getting a lot of opportunity to use that to pick anything up, but it's still nice to have the chance.
Yeah, Froggen is pinging towards the blue buff of Team Liquid because he wants to go, but the vision is so poor for Echo Fox that they got to be extremely careful. They shut up the bottom lane, and they're moving Braum and Trist in there. One of the favorite uses of a package I see is when a mid laner packages in while the enemy mid/jungle is doing blue, and they try and force a fight there. Looks like that's what Echo Fox is optimistically hoping can happen.
Well, unluckily for Froggen, the package runs out before he's able to do anything with it. The enemy blue buff is still there. And you know, even when you make those plays, if you don't secure the blue, a lot of the times you will force the enemy jungler to smite it away, which at least keeps it off the mid laner if nothing else. You'd much rather see a Rek'Sai with a blue buff than an Orianna, especially when you're trying to win that mid lane matchup really hard. Still a 15 CS lead for Froggen over Slucci, so Slucci has staunched that bleeding a little bit for now. You've still got to pay a lot of respect towards Froggen and how much resources the team allocates towards him, because we know Echo Fox, like we mentioned in the draft, loves to enable him every chance they get.
They really do, and it's the Jungle invade, returning, but Froggen actually just going back to his wave while the rest of his team goes for this invade, so they realistically can't get this.
Ooh, Shockwave comes out. Acadian gonna be brought down, caught out a little bit here, and there's your Rek'Sai bite for the first blood. That's that Emax Irene was talking about earlier. Does so much true damage burst.
Yeah, it's the right Rek'Sai build in my opinion, but that was the wrong team play by Echo Fox. Really just doesn't seem like they're on the same page. They set up the blue buff invade, but then their mid laner in Froggen never goes to assist, so they're invading into an odd-numbered fight. So of course they're going to lose that. Poor play there by Echo Fox, giving up first blood over to Rainover.
And one thing I want to go ahead jump back to real quick, the Cinder Hulk point earlier about the Rek'Sai, he is going for that tanky start. Acadian doing the same, but it's not enough to keep him alive here.
Yeah, and I feel like only about 10% of Gragas's have been going Cinder Hulk, so they're expecting to have all of the damage from their 3 marks, which I can understand. This is one of the situations in which you would go Cinder Hulk Gragas. Watching this one more time, though, I mean, Acadian just tries to go for a smite fight and then tests his luck that he'll be able to body slam away to safety because there's a Shockwave and a Janna Tornado that have the potential to interrupt him, and they do.
And Gate tried with the exhaust. He tried to keep Rainover off, but the problem with the Rek'Sai bite, you know when it's at full fury, that's going to be true damage.
Yep, can't exhaust the true damage.
Exhaust won't have much of an impact on that one as Lorelo just keeps farming up here topside against Looper, who has built a nice CS lead for himself. 20 up over the Jarvan, but that's to often be expected with AD Cannon, such a lane bully on this champ. Rainover now, seeing if he can maybe catch him out as Looper makes his way into Team Liquid jungle territory, but Lightning Rush will get him away to safety. No real issues just yet.
Yeah, I feel like AD Cannon is the most banned yet least effective champion we kind of have in our game. It's got a very low win rate in NA at least, but has banned a whole bunch. The people who can play it really like it, and people don't want to play against it, but seldom do we actually see it being that effective, since when you do see it, it's almost always first picked, and I think people have generally good counter picks against it. I think the Jarvan is a good pick against it because it is hard for the Kennen to totally smash the lane or at least stay safe and deathless in the lane. So far, so good for Looper because when he hits a couple of those big item power spikes, I think he does begin to win.
Now Lorelo picking up that Ninja Tabby though, going to help him a lot in terms of resisting the auto attack damage, giving the mobility that he needs to stay on top of Looper or stay away from Looper, depending on what the situation calls for. Acadian moving towards his own red. He's got his support hanging around just in case because they know that Team Liquid is coming for this. Slushy, Conquan, Rainover, all looking to make their move. Red Buff gets a little impatient, resets himself back towards his home. Rainover makes a tunnel and gets himself out the backside, and Liquid decides this is no longer worth the investment.
Yeah, and they back away, but in this situation, Froggen staying in mid lane actually pays off because he gets about a wave and a half that Slushy gives up because Slushy was with his team on the invade, but Team Liquid didn't have the confidence to stay in for a 4v3 right there. I think they could have actually if they just would have brute forced their way in, but maybe they just respect the teleport of the Kennen a little bit too much. They back away and end up giving up a bunch of CS in the mid lane.
I mean, they saw what happened when Echo Fox made a not fully planned out invade. They didn't want to make the same mistake themselves, and honestly, I think that's a really smart decision to make because for both these teams, one reason they find themselves low in the standings is the mistakes they make, putting themselves in situations. Like you mentioned earlier, Liquid is oftentimes their own worst enemy.
Yep, I think they are, and it's interesting watching these two teams play against each other, and it's going to be fairly passive as well because one of the things that hurts these teams is when they fall behind, they don't have good comeback mechanisms, or when they get a lead, they don't necessarily have good vision control to close out a game. So there's a very real potential we see a very long series between these two teams because they need to work on their conditions of victory. They need to figure out when they have an advantage, exactly what can they do to extend it and ultimately win the game.
For now, that advantage is going to be looked to be built for Echo Fox through Froggen, who's got his second package armed and ready. Fan vote there at the bottom part of the screen. Team Liquid fans showing up in force today. 64% of the vote believes that Liquid's walking away from this one with the win, which will then bring them up to a tied record with Echo Fox.
Yeah, they are coming into this one with 2 wins. Echo Fox has 3. Package, Froggen wants to use it. Here they go.
There they go now. Looper going to be taking some damage here at the start, but Lorelo and Rainover successfully put themselves underneath the turret safely enough to prevent Echo Fox from going any further, and the play is botched.
Yeah, that wasn't very close to doing anything. Didn't cut anyone off the package, and even though it was a 2v3, needed to get back to mid lane ASAP, as Slushy actually is getting a big chunk out of that turret.
Doing a good job just zoning Froggen away here. Even though Froggen has the blue, he's just trying to fire the rockets off, clear the wave out if he can, but Slushy really, really abusing that position.
Yeah, that corridor is such a good one for Orion as a whole. Just press Shockwave if Froggen ever tries to step over it.
Froggen finally makes his way back into mid lane, but Slushie retreats knowing that there's probably something that's going to be happening soon. Doesn't want Acadian to make his way into that lane, find the opportunity to get a flash body slam into a cask. Acadian is showed up though, comes over the wall, exactly what we were talking about. Flash into the body slam, Cask not going to be coming out yet, does find him though, and the damage comes out enough to make that kill happen, but Rainover's got the return kill, now having to work his way out of this, making sure he doesn't become manatee food 1-for-1.
Yeah, as the incredibly short tunnel cooldown, only takes 2 seconds before he can use the tunnel again since he has maxed his E first. Jungler for jungler kill right there doesn't actually have too much of a net effect other than Froggen will get a bit of an experience advantage in the lane because he's the one who gets to stick around, and Rek'Sai is really no match for Corki in a lane.
Yeah, oftentimes you don't want to trade the jungler away for the mid laner like that if you are on the side of Team Liquid, especially when we were highlighting, you know, Slushie fell behind so hard the first time these two teams went against each other. They want to try to prevent that kind of a bleed out in this second game, the second match, I should say. But it's not quite happening just yet. Looper trying to make those moves onto Lorlo, popping the Bilgewater Cutlass, but Lorlo gets himself far enough away. The Looper cannot commit underneath the turret. Meanwhile, mid lane, first turret down, thanks to Froggen.
Yeah, the strategy of Echo Fox, just win the lane super hard and then continue the siege, is mostly working right now. They're not getting overtaken by the Rek'Sai so far in the early game. Fox going in hard in bot lane.
2v2 breaking out. Piglet gonna be soaking some damage for the heal from Conquan. We'll top him right back off. Acadian goes over the wall. He and Rainover both hanging around, looking to get involved in this if they can. Control ward placed down by Liquid in that tri-brush will allow Rainover to clear out the normal ward placed down by Fox. Acadian here just in case they try to make a dive. Very dangerous to dive into a Gragas. Piglet takes a couple of auto attacks, still trying to keep this wave pushed up.
Especially with heal and Janna ultimate down. Slushie though, knowing Gragas is most likely bottom side, pushes up to try and get the turret down on his hand.
And I like how brave Slushie's playing this as well. Always staying forward.
We're gonna watch the 2v2 that erupted in the mid lane here. Slushie trying to zone with the Orianna ball again, and as he moves it for harass, Acadian comes in, which really catches Slushie in a bad spot because he then needs to shield himself before repositioning, meaning his shockwave ends up coming really late, and he doesn't really get the choice of targets. So that's why they ended up killing Acadian. Would much rather have focused Froggen, but they do trade one kill back.
Rainover going for that tanky Rek'Sai build that you mentioned earlier. Cinderhulks into more Kindle Gems for both players, so piling on that health, getting some CDR, very effective on both these champs. And now it's going to be Lorlo who face checks into the brush. Looper and Acadian trying to make those moves. Blade of the Rune King coming out to do the damage, do the work onto Lorlo's health bar, and Looper's grabbing that kill.
Ooh, that is not what you want to have happen if you're Team Liquid. The Cloud Drake, they don't necessarily care that much about, and they can't even get it because Froggen is moving over, and the teleport advantage is in the side of Looper. I wonder if they decide to fight it. No, they're going to decide to take the Rift Herald instead.
And remember back to Spring Split when we saw a lot of Corki mid back in those days? The rocket spam is so effective when your opponents are trying to take an objective, just delaying it. Even if you can't fully stop it, it makes them respect you enough that it takes so much extra time.
Yeah, I actually really like where Echo Fox is positioned in this game right now. I think they also have the opportunity to build double Knight's Vow and still have two really good people to put it on. I think that's what Acadian and Gage should kind of both build with their next items. Pending Slushie getting really huge, there's just a bunch of physical damage on the side of Team Liquid, and I think that actually makes their team fight really good too. So I think you give a nice fight to Froggen and Keith and just kind of 4v4 with the split pushing cannon, and they'd be in great shape.
Liquid at least grabs themselves their first turret of the game. That extra global gold going to help all the boys try to catch up to their counterparts. Still down about 1,500 gold, but we're getting into that point of the game where things traditionally become more difficult for Echo Fox, Chad. We're out of the early game, we're into the mid game. This is where the team seems to become a little lost in terms of translating the leads they might have into bigger leads and into wins.
Yeah, and at least they should have a clear understanding of where this team composition should trend. They got effectively three marksmen and two frontline. So they're just going to split push and kill turrets as best as their ability, and you do that until the Nexus falls. That's actually how mostly this strategy works. Knight's Vow completed by Acadian. I love it. I think you should go throw that on Froggen or whoever he decides to chase around as much as possible. You can switch it on about a 45-second cooldown if you want to. So pretty much whatever lane he walks into, if he's going to go up and siege a turret, that dude will get Knight's Vow and be much harder to kill. I think that item is ridiculously good right now.
It's so very effective. It's not even a high price point either.
Yeah.
And the base stats on it, it's very similar after the itemization changes and the stat changes to what you saw in like Dead Man's Plate and Randuin's. It's really not that much worse than one of those types of items. You get less armor, but the health pool's higher.
Yeah, Knight's Vow is 400 health, 40 armor, and 10% cooldown reduction. But then you also get armor and movement speed towards your bonded target. Then you heal for the damage they deal, and you give them damage reduction effectively when you have the Knight's Vow on it. But those are all the stats you're going to almost ever want as a tank jungler, which is why I think people are willing to build it as a second item. I think it's actually the most effective when your carries are doing the most damage and when the game is scaled, because healing for damage dealt and flat damage reduction scale actually tremendously well with game time. The item is just really good, especially when you have multiple carries. So finding team compositions which can abuse those things, I think is very effective.
Echo Fox and their team moving towards Baron now, 21 minutes into the game, making a brave call to go for this, but they will be forced off by Liquid, who move in, place down a couple of wards, and their presence alone will scare Fox off. Baron still does a lot of damage at this point in the game. It's very early to try to take it, so Echo Fox wisely respecting that, but at the same time, they lose their tier 1 mid.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating to see because they seem to be so strong as a team right there, and this is been a problem from Echo Fox pretty much every week, is giving up mid lane priority for even just a look at Baron. They didn't need to stop wave clearing in the mid lane. Froggen is almost unpushable at this point on Corki with rocket spam and blue buff, not to mention Trist has great wave clear. But just to get a control ward on Baron, Team Liquid takes control of mid lane, gets a turret, and keeps the game close.
I want to go ahead and point out, by the way, both junglers' Knight's Vows are on their respective AD carries. Keith is the target from Acadian as opposed to Froggen. So in these team fights, Acadian and Gate are going to want to especially make sure that Keith is allowed to deal as much damage as possible on this Trist. He does have Static Shiv completed. Of course, Froggen now has both Trinity and Static done, meaning that that first auto attack from the Corki is going to do a lot of hurt.
Yeah, I think right now, Acadian's Knight's Vow choice is just wrong because it doesn't matter if they're doing AD or magic damage. Put it on the person who's going to be doing the most damage. And a level 14 Corki with Trinity Force and Static Shiv and a pickaxe is going to be doing a lot more damage than a level 11 Trist who hasn't completed Infinity Edge and still has that Static Shiv. Especially since he's closer to Froggen most of the time. You need to be in range in order to have any effectiveness from the item.
Seems like a fair critique, but maybe Acadian's just really concerned about Keith ending up getting bursted down. Maybe he thinks that's going to be the target from Rainover and Slushy and wants the damage reduction. Not quite sure exactly, but it's always fun to play devil's advocate every now and then as the Rift Herald slams his big old head right into that turret, takes it down. That's number 3 for Echo Fox, the third and final in the outer ring.
And now they're posturing around this Baron. It's difficult for them to force a fight, but Acadian does have Flash, so he can potentially find an initiation for this team.
Always got to be careful trying to initiate onto a Xayah, though. The ability for her to
buying time for Looper, though.
Works so well. But Looper just does so much damage onto Lorlo now. I mean, Lorlo has no tank ability. His only tank item is a Ninja Tab.
Yeah, so they don't need to initiate if Looper's making headway like this. That's 2 turrets down in the side lane. That also slingshots his gold ahead a little bit. That's now a 2,000 gold advantage he has over Lorlo because he got solo turret gold for 2 turrets.
Very, very strong on this Kennen. 2,000 gold lead, nothing to scoff at. 2-2. The game actually very low on kills overall. We're only averaging 1 kill every 5 minutes or so, which, considering what we've seen before from these teams, especially Echo Fox being explosive in the early game and trying to win through that, you would expect to see it be a little bit more bloody, but dialed back a bit this time.
Yeah, and I think for Echo Fox, that's what they want with this team composition. They want to just shove all the lanes, make sure they're staying safe in as many ways as they can, and just accumulate turrets and a mild gold lead that way and just get to the point where no one can match Looper's Kennen in the side lane while still having large amounts of damage in the mid lane if Team Liquid get overly aggressive wishing to engage. They have good, almost great disengage with Gragas, Corki, Trist, and Braum with their 4-man squad, as long as Looper can play the split push game properly. So for the most part, I think this is going according to plan for Echo Fox.
Team Liquid still doing everything they can to try to turtle it out, allow this game to go on a little bit further, see if maybe they can punish Fox again. If they make a mistake, overextending themselves too far, being a little too uncoordinated like they were earlier in the jungle, Fox really needs to make sure they're on the same page with everyone, especially Looper and Froggen, in terms of that split push timing and having Froggen in the right spot to do the damage in these fights. Always look at Echo Fox damage graphs after the game. Who's topping him? It's Froggen. Who's got all the gold? It's Froggen. Who's doing the most of everything? It's Froggen.
Who gets Knight's Vow? Keith. Why not? Put it on the guy that does all the things. Anyway, they're building up a second one. Gate will be a partner of Froggen later.
They're just, you save the best for last, right?
Hopefully. We'll see. I mean, they're not fighting right now, so it actually doesn't matter who he has Knight's Vow on.
Right, it doesn't do anything. If you're not taking damage from enemy champions, it's not really going to help for a whole lot of much. But Looper and Acadian are enough to take down that Earth Drake, and getting that under their belts will make Baron that much more scary of a proposition for Liquid to have to stop. Even if it's only one, that extra 10% can still make a difference sometimes. Lorlo going to be caught out here by Looper. Does get the flag and drag off in the middle of the stun. Escapes with his life, or at least half of it.
Yeah, and you want to escape that duel as the Jarvan, or you need a friend to come and actually win the 2v2 with you. Otherwise, it's just miserable as a split pusher dude. So it is actually on Team Liquid to try and find these initiations, because Echo Fox will be fine keeping this game 2 kills to 2 forever.
Yeah.
Since Looper is always winning that side.
Why not, right? But over the wall goes Rainover. Looking to get some damage there onto Keith, who jumps himself away to safety. Not really too worried about it. I mean, after the initial Rek'Sai knockup, what's going to stop you? Janna Tornado can't come through quick enough to end that one, and Keith gets himself out. No real problem there just yet. Infinity Edge now completed on that Tristana 2 means he's starting to get closer and closer to that 3-item spike. This goes back to exactly what you talked about. What's good on Caitlyn? It's hitting that 3-item spike, right? You get to the mid game, you go from okay, sort of a problem to a big threat. Trist, very similar. Once that 3rd item comes online, that's when you start worrying about it.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm also a little confused because he's got a longsword sitting in his inventory that doesn't build into rapid fire cannon as much as I would like it to sometimes. So interesting to see what Keith will go with for his next item.
Looper
trying to get him in a 2v1, still don't get him.
Nope, that lightning rush has got him out of trouble more than a few times so far this game. Always using it at the right moment to hasten himself up, get out of range of any ability coming after him, and he can dodge away from the flag and drag. Acadian, good smite there.
Yeah, and they're just slowly pulling ahead in this game. I mean, they're so comfortable with the scaling of their marksman right now. They should be a little concerned, though, just if Slushie lands a good shockwave onto Corki and Trist, it's over. They have 2 guys going full support. I mean, look at Acadian. That's basically a support build. Tank supports build those 2 items. So they're just kind of setting up a jungler tank support and a support tank support to deal with two carries, trying to make 2 bot lanes really have function in these team fights.
And it's like what you just got done saying, almost as if Acadian could hear you and say, you know what? Ori shockwaves could be a problem. I don't want to deal with that. Let's get Locket before anything else and stop that from being able to remove half of somebody's health bar. If you can shield that and have that timing right when it needs to be, you can seriously hurt the team fight potential of Team Liquid. Because if Slushie doesn't hit one of those big shockwaves, how does Team Liquid win a fight?
Yeah, they don't. They get run down by Froggen and Keith. Froggen did pick up a Last Whisper with that. I can understand that. Rainover is stacking a lot of early armor. Looks like he's going to Stoneplate with his 3rd item. So he's probably hopefully sitting on the Last Whisper, then building up towards a rapid fire cannon ASAP.
Do have to be able to deal with those front lines. It can be very, very difficult to have any sort of a big role in the team fight with Rek'Sai just sitting on top of you, stacking the armor like that. But Infinity Edge now done on Froggen. Remember, 80% of Corki's auto attack damage is now magic. So Rainover's Rek'Sai is not going to be too resilient against that just yet.
Yeah, Echo Fox is outscaling, and I do want to point out the absurd rate of farm. And here comes the fight, maybe.
Oh, Rainover getting himself caught out. More damage coming in, trying to use the ulti to get himself away, but instead going to be forced into the waiting arms of Echo Fox. Gets himself out with the flash, but that was almost way too close. Keith nearly falling to the shockwave, getting himself back with the rocket jump. An explosive fight, but very unexplosive results.
Yeah, both of them have Knight's Vow on as well. Look how low he got. If it wasn't for that damage reduction, there's a chance that shockwave actually would have killed him. But I do want to just reiterate the absurd rate of farm for this Echo Fox team. 340 CS for Froggen in 30 minutes. That's over 11 CS per minute. And a kill.
Have a spatula Rainover. Froggen takes him down as Lorlo makes his way now into this mix. Trying to go in with the flag and drag onto Acadian, who uses the locket to block it up. The damage coming into Lorlo's health bar now. He's in retreat.
Man.
There is so much damage being dealt by these rockets. Froggen's able to find one, almost able to get 2. Slushie and Piglet in full retreat. Keith coming in, looking to make the plays happen. Piglet with the ulti to get himself out, drop that target ability, but Fox finds the win.
And that was with the teleport being expended by Lorlo, so it is just falling apart for Team Liquid right now. They are not dealing with this Echo Fox split push. We talked about Echo Fox not knowing how to pull the trigger and pull themselves all the way to victory, but I actually really like the way they have been playing this one, because all they have to do is prevent death, wait for Team Liquid to initiate, and then use their well-constructed four-man squad to win these fights.
We criticize this team for falling apart in the mid game very frequently and not translating early advantages, but the patience displayed this game is what's really impressing me from Echo Fox, and the reward 30.5 minutes into the game is Baron Nashor going their way. They've got almost a 10,000 gold lead, and you mentioned the farm. When you combine those elements, this is scary.
Yeah, I mean, Froggen has 14,000 gold 30 minutes into the game just because of farm. Watching it one more time, they'd already taken Rain over low and burned his flash, so he should not have been taking Krugs. Then they teleport in, but they're actually teleporting in to, I guess it is a 4v3 because Keith was off in the mid lane, but just if you're not going to get to Froggen, the dude with all the gold in the farm, you're going to have a bad time, and he just destroys them. Gatling gun into missile, into auto attack, I guess, but you can see he's just doing so much damage because they can't get to him. Keith not necessarily able to execute, but does blow the ultimate from Piglet.
The shot was in the air as Piglet pressed the ulti, so if Piglet didn't have that split-second reaction, Keith would have been able to take him down. It was very, very close, but Piglet is one of those very mechanically talented players who was able to recognize that problem and deal with it appropriately. But I want to talk about something that happens a lot where normal, everyday players watch games like this and they're like, why does Froggen's Corki do so much more damage than my Corki? And the reason is he has 360 farm in 31 minutes when a normal player would have 200 farm.
That's exactly it. Normal, your Corki is not getting close to 12 CS per minute and staying deathless. And also, you're not getting double Knight's Vow, double Locket out of your jungler and support to keep you safe.
Now, Gate's going to be jumped on, but that's not really the guy you can start off a fight with. Orlo knocked up into the air. Glacial Fissure used to just make sure that this doesn't go anywhere as Looper takes down the top lane tier 3. Now moving on to inhibitor number 2. Looper in the top lane, Super's in the bot lane, and the rest of the team mid. Things are looking dire for Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah. Team Liquid is very sad right now because they can't even get in. Rainover's going to try.
Rainover tries to go in, instantly loses about half his HP. Lorlo looking to go on to Froggen if at all possible. Not going to be working out today. Airborne he goes, Stoneplate wears off, down to 1,000 HP, the push continues. Echo Fox wants to break this base in half. They'll find the mid lane inhib and the top lane inhib. Everything has gone from bad to worse for Team Liquid as their top laner is about to be taken down. Looper grabs himself that kill, now looking to make it a 2-for if he can do it.
Doesn't even need to. They're just
matter.
They're just gonna rush down these turrets. I think they got super minions coming in for multiple waves. There's no initiation left for Team Liquid. Shockwave would have to kill the world, and I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Not today, Jet. Not today. Echo Fox, 5 men strong on the enemy nexus. The final push coming in unless Team Liquid has a miracle, but it's not gonna be water into wine today. Echo Fox start this series 1-0.
Keith just won a game going 0-0-0, and I'm not willing to say he played bad. Right, because the rest of Echo Fox just had everything go according to plan. All they had to do was farm up, disengage, and split push. I mean, you got a 2-0-0 Looper in the top lane. You got an Acadian who probably did about 12 damage to the team because all he was doing was Knight's Vowing and building a Locket, but it's exactly what they needed to do. So this is the type of thing that you would be much more impressed with if it worked against a team that was more successful, right? But it absolutely exploited what Team Liquid hasn't been able to do all year, and that's punish teams when they expose themselves. But I didn't see much from Echo Fox there that was open to being counterplayed. They kept very good spacing. They had good wards. It was just a nice win.
Yeah, this whole team worked together. They stayed on the same page. We had that early bit of a problem in the jungle where Froggen was like, hey, I know you guys really want to steal the buff, but there's a wave here, and you know I got records to keep up with, and I got to make sure I have the farm. That went really poorly. But after that, it's like they all got everything together. They're like, okay, we can't do that.
Yeah.
But we can do anything else.
And that play was half of their deaths for the game. They only had 2 deaths. It's one of the cleanest games that I feel like Echo Fox has played. And I've criticized a lot of the Echo Fox item builds in the past, but I thought they built almost perfectly this game for their intended roles. And they go a little atypical to some of the things you'd be used to be seeing, especially out of a Jungle Gragas when everyone goes Runic Echoes, but it's exactly what the team needed.
Yeah, he was the tank. Gate was the tank. You described it. This team comp was made to essentially have 2 bot lanes and a split push Kinnet.
Mm-hmm.
And That's
Kill
what they
turrets.
had to do. Right, yeah. Kennen kills the turrets. Everybody else waits patiently. Froggen's in trouble. Oh, I'm Acadian. I'm going to peel for him. Keith's in trouble. Oh, Gate's right there. Kaboom. Glacial Fissure. He's saved. There was no way for Liquid to ever make a play.
Yeah, they had the Jarvan and the Rek'Sai. They didn't snowball around that. They never got off a good ball delivery system with the Orianna. And then even the bottom lane, right, the Janna, you like it for the late game thought of a hyper carry, but if you're never going to be able to engage, the other team that has the 3 auto attackers to your 1 are just going to outscale you.
And then when the fights finally do happen, they end up looking like this. 29.5 minutes into the game, Fox, they find a 2 for 0 in the top side. They get themselves Baron.
Yeah, watching this one more time, I mean, this is after we'd already seen a fair bit of the fight with Shockwave down and Reignover having no flash. Froggen just finishes him off, and at this point, it's desperation for Team Liquid because Lorlo's not winning that 1v1. He's going to lose his inhibitor turret, he feels like anyway, so he tries to engage, but how did they actually get in there? Acadian has 3,000 health, Gate throws up his Unbreakable Shield, and as they're walking through that, Froggen kills everyone because he's a 340 farm Corki at 29 minutes. Keith then nearly getting the kill on a Piglet, but by this point they can just peel back for Baron. They've already taken the inhibitor, and the gold was out of control.
Yeah, gold difference over time. You can see the graph on your screen right now. A little bit of red, a little bit of blue, back and forth, but very close to that central line. And then right about 17, 18 minutes, it just turns into an upward scale for Echo Fox. It never comes back down. 5.1k damage on Acadian's Gragas, a little bit more than 12, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scoreboard again, and I can't remember the last time we had an LCS game where both AD carries finished the game 0-0-0, and both supports finished 0-0-1. This game was
that's gotta be a first.
So low interaction from a champion v champion perspective because Team Liquid did not have an answer for what Echo Fox wanted to do. And you saw as soon as they tried to interact, the map just collapsed around them because Echo Fox did keep up the pressure for most of the game.
And as we expected, Froggen with the performance, you saw on that damage chart, nearly 25,000 damage, just head and shoulders above anyone else on the table, including the guys on his own team. And that goes back to what you were talking about, Acadian, Knight's Vow. Who are you going to put it on?
Yeah, he did like 5,000 damage. Eventually, I don't know if they switched or rooted around. They had 2 of them, so it didn't matter at the end of the day. Echo Fox has got to build off that. I mean, if you want to pull yourself out of a slump, have clean games like that and close out Team Liquid in 2 games.
Well, we'll see if Liquid can strike back in game number 2 against Echo Fox. Stick around after the highlights, though, for a look at Sneaky's pocket pick of Jhin.
They realistically can't get this.
Ooh, Shockwave comes out. Acadian going to be brought down, caught out a little bit here, and there's your Rek'Sai bite for the first blood. Exactly what we were talking about. Flash into the body slam. Cast not going to be coming out yet. Does find him, though, and the damage comes out enough to make that kill happen, but Reignover's got the return kill, now having to work his way out of this.
Do the push, I can win this fight. Hey, wait, don't flash, don't flash. I can win the fight, just take it slow. Okay, I'm coming. Look, Tris, it's all you, okay? Yeah.
Team Liquid has a miracle, but it's not going to be water into wine today. Echo Fox start this series 1-0.
They did it! And they did it! Sneaky is the first professionally played Jhin in League of Legends.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sneaky. I play AD carry for Cloud9, and my pocket pick is Jhin. Whenever there's a new champion that gets released, I just constantly play them and figure out all of their strengths, all of their weaknesses. I like to be the first guy that really understands the kit before anyone else, and I don't have to go through the same learning process when that champion does get strong.
Sneaky's been that player who's always been the first onto the new champion trains, and specifically with that Jhin pick, kind of pioneered it within the North American LCS.
Jhin's overall theme is just really, really sweet. There's just so much in it. Like, there's the music when you start the game that's unique to him that I don't think anyone else can hear. There's music that plays when you're ulting that sounds really awesome. There's a bunch of quotes when you're playing him. Like, he's like whispering to you all the time.
This stage is beneath my talent, but I shall elevate it.
There's like 5 or 6 different quotes that he says when you like step on a trap.
I knew you would find your mark eventually.
The first time I heard that, I was like, wait, that's actually really scary. Like, is that what people feel when they step on a trap? Like, they're actually just this spooked that they're about to get hit by something?
Our performance begins.
His ulti is 4 skill shots, basically. Like, a lot of other champions barely have 2. Like, Ahri, she has her charm and her Q. Jhin, he's got his W, and he's got 4 bullets on his ulti. So It's like so much pressure to hit all of them all the time. The biggest mistake I make myself is just immediately firing the first bullet. That's actually pretty bad because it's just one bullet down that starts off lowering their health really hard. So what you can do is, right when you start it up, you don't have to fire immediately. Just see how they dodge, like see which one's not caring as much about the bullet coming, and then just fire at that guy. But yeah, I'd say Jin's really good at stealing Baron specifically, because whenever you open up with your ulti, the enemy team's just gonna be really scared. And through that, you're just gonna start throwing your bullets out. They're gonna be trying to finish Baron, but then by the time your fourth bullet comes around, their whole team's gonna know. And then they're just gonna be like running, like opening up Baron the whole time. And then you just wait with that bullet, and then you can shoot the Baron actually. Another thing is, it'll go straight through the Baron, so you might even get a kill right after.
Wild growth onto Jensen, keeping him alive, and Sneaky is godlike on this Jhin.
As I was learning Jhin, there was a lot of things that I had to like understand, mainly the reload system. You have to understand how much damage you're doing with how many bullets you have left. So you really have to be really mindful of all of your numbers going into it. If you go into a harassing where you have 4 bullets left, it's actually gonna be really hard for you because it's gonna take so long to get to that 4th bullet that you're not really gonna be doing good damage until then. So if you can start off with 3, like you hit them once, you Q, you back up, you hit them again, they're gonna be really low, so they're gonna be really scared of that last shot, that 3rd one. You don't wanna be using your W like naked. You don't wanna be using it when there's no other combination for you. So say you're just walking up and you're trying to harass someone with your autos. If you just immediately throw out your W and the enemy's played against Jhin before, they're just gonna be dodging really weirdly and you're not really gonna be able to hit your W. But if you wait just that extra second, you'll let them walk and forget about it, and they'll put themselves in a position where they can't actually dodge it anymore. It has a lot higher threat when it's up than it does when you throw it and guaranteed miss it. There's some good support champions that go well with Jhin. I think Tahm Kench is actually pretty good. You get the slow off with his Q, the tongue, and then later, if you keep the fight going, you'll get the stun off. And then after that, you can eat them. And then if you have good synergy with the Tahm Kench, you can combo your eat drop, like throwing them down, because they get stunned for a second, with the 4th bullet. Another good champion with Jhin is probably Morgana. Say Morgana hits a really nice Q, you can follow up from anywhere with Jhin on the W, and they'll just be stuck in the root and they can't do anything. They hit the binding, you hit some minions, you walk up, ready the 4th, like walk up, bam, they're gone already. Zyra's pretty good synergy with Jhin. If she ever lands a root with her E, it'll be a really easy combo with your W. And then if that hits, she'll ulti, and then you ulti too. So they're just basically stuck there for a really long time. That's basically like Jin's best synergy, is being able to hold someone still to be able to combo the rest of your abilities off of. Jhin is my pocket pick because ever since the release, I just have been playing him so much. And I was really happy to see him being played competitively. He's just always going to be in my champion pool unless he's just gutted completely. I think he'll always be there and be an option for me.
sure that that's going to be a secured smite, so good job on him getting those.
2 of Team Liquid versus Echo Fox. Before we go into that second game, though, I want to talk a little bit about someone who stood out to us in game number 1. Player of the game, Froggen takes the honors.
Yeah, and it's a little tricky to pick in a game that's 4 kills to 2, but Froggen definitely kept up the large portion of CS. He had the most CS in the game, also a huge percentage of the team's damage since they were mainly just poking, but he stayed safe the entire time and did win the 1 team fight that they ended up having to do. So still a strong performance by Froggen and deserving of the player of the game.
Hey, when there's 1 team fight in the game and you win it, you have a 100% team fight win rate. Woo! That's pretty impressive. That makes you player of the game. But to change things up for game number 2, Liquid have decided to, again, invoke the 10-man roster, make a couple of swaps, and we're going to see Golden Glue and Matt in for game 2.
Yeah, they're going to keep cycling through and try and go with the hot hand as long as they have these guys on standby. Talk to their management. They say they're very willing to switch them out in between games in all 3 of their sub positions. So this game, it is Golden Glue in for Slushie, as you mentioned, and Matt in for Conquan. Rainover will stay, even though Inori is here, especially I feel like with Rek'Sai in meta, you're not going to have champion pool issues with Rainover, but I can understand subbing in Matt and Golden Glue.
And champion pool was kind of a thing that came up for Rainover in Spring Split. It's one thing that a lot of people talked about when they were talking about Liquid and why things didn't work out too well for him. They were like, well, the stuff that Rainover likes to play, it's not popular, right? Like you weren't, everything at the start was Rengars and Kha'Zixes and all this assassin carry lethality stuff. And that just wasn't Rainover's style.
It isn't. And it's funny because for such a dominant player like Rainover is, winning in the European LCS and having such an amazing record with the Immortals last year, including winning the MVP of the 2016 Spring Split, Rainover hasn't had a big champion pool in his 3 years in Europe and North America. So that is kind of the one big mark against Rainover as a pro player. I do feel, though, like it should be swinging back into it. So he's going to really needs to step up for this Team Liquid team in this moment.
When he can play Rek'Sai and Graves and Olaf and things like that, that's when Rainover is really able to be that guy that you're like, wow, this dude is a serious contender. He's a power player. He's the kind of guy that can win the game. And apparently, that's how Liquid feels. They are going to be keeping him in for this second game, and they need to find a win here if they want to continue playing, try to find the victory in this series that they need if they want to even be remotely in the conversation for playoffs.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then if I even switch over kind of to the Echo Fox side, they need to get themselves out of this we're in a slump mentality, right? They have to start winning. You can't be slumping forever, right? Like, how long has Echo Fox been roughly a 2-5 win rate throughout the 2 years they've pretty much been in the LCS? Games like this are things they need to be able to dominate if they want to become that playoff team.
Well, we saw them do it earlier on this split. Now they're halfway there to doing it again. Another strong performance from Froggen over Slushie. Means that this time he'll have to have that kind of a performance over Golden Glue as Liquid makes the swap out, and we'll have to see how that changes the draft as well. 2 new players in means 2 new pools, 2 new sets of options for how they want to go about playing this one. But the first thing Liquid does is say no more Kennen.
Yeah, that's the thing that stands out to them. It just completely took Lorlo out of the game. They had no way of dealing with that Kennen, and that is kind of on the whole team, but they just didn't have the tools to deal with it, so may as well get rid of it right off the bat.
And you know, a lot of times you'll see the Jarvan, even if he has a bad time in the lane, maybe he gets camped or he just falls behind. Hell, even if he gets outplayed, as the game goes on, he's useful in the team fights. But one team fight, he wasn't very useful in it. Cataclysmed and got stuck on the front line that was Echo Fox, and it just didn't work out too well for him. Zach, Caitlyn, and TK all banned out now.
Yeah, it took him too long to get to the team fight phase. I can see the rest of the bans coming through as well, though. Tom Kent would fit in very well with this whole kind of disengaged style that Echo Fox want to go with, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Echo Fox does go with a very similar style until Team Liquid shows that they can play against it. They've only banned the Kennen. You can still split push fairly strongly with other things.
The last 2 bans being pretty clear targeted bans towards certain players. Rainover, again, going to be kept off of Olaf, while Froggen will not be allowed to play his very effective LeBlanc.
Yeah, and Galio this time comes through. It was left unpicked and unbanned in the last game. That could have been a fairly helpful answer in the how to stop the split push puzzle. Also something Golden Glue has had some very good games on in the North American LCS.
Plus, as a flex pick, that means your opponents are going to be guessing as you head into the second part of the bans. It can really cause them to waste those bans, maybe open up some new windows for your own possibilities once those second round of picks roll around. But we're still in the first part for now. Fox is going to start it off with Jhin.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised by the Jhin pick here. I was thinking that they would do maybe their jungler and a support here or something, or maybe their jungler and Tristana or Corki, because especially with how much success they had in the last game, you want to have a lot of those auto attack reliant AD carries that can blow down turrets very quickly. That's not what Jhin is. Jhin is also not that great into tanks, in my opinion, which is the first thing the Team Liquid locked in. So Keith will have to hopefully have a strong laning plan with the Jhin to have this pick be effective.
Well, one way to have a strong lane is to have a jungler that can influence those early and do a lot with them. Rek'Sai is definitely a champion that goes along with that. Acadian locking that one in. Rek'Sai's stats, you can see him for Summer Split there. That win percentage is very non-convincing.
Yeah, not that good. 28% is not what you're looking for. He has not been picked until very recent weeks. He is even buffed again on patch 7.13, so I expect the pick rate to stay up, and these guys are so experienced with Rek'Sai, everyone feels good on it. But I would say that they really haven't settled on build. Right. I think with a lot of the changes to Rek'Sai, you're incentivized to go Warrior and build a lot of AD with the ratios, but that's not the way pro Rek'Sais like to build, because then they become too squishy and too one-dimensional, so they go tanky, and then I feel like they're just not as effective. So there's still a lot of settling in to do with the build. I'm hoping that it ends on a Warrior take over the game style of Rek'Sai, where you're really going for a hard influence of the game, but we're seeing a huge mix out of these junglers.
Well, Reignover going with the Kha'Zix this time around, picking up the Thresh as well for Matt on Team Liquid, as the response from Fox is saying, hey, remember that champion we did so well on in game number 1? Let's do it again.
Just pick the Corki before you have a chance to ban it out if you're Team Liquid. And I don't disagree with Froggen, but he is picking it pseudo-blind. There could be a pick from Golden Glue that comes into it with the Galio top lane. We're not going to see it out of Golden Glue because this isn't how Team Liquid likes to play, but I think Kassadin is probably the best pick you can do against Corki. Specifically now, with the way Corki does 80% magic damage, and also how strong Doran Shield is, Kassadin takes less damage from magic, just as a passive, can shield magic damage with the Q, and if you start Doran Shield and go with a fairly early refillable potion, Corki cannot push you out of lane, and you are going to stay on even CS and then be able to kind of start all laning at level 6. I think it would be a great pick for Team Liquid, especially if they want to do a 1-3-1, but probably not in the cards.
Right. They are going to ban away 2 of those split push potential top laners, really wanting to keep Looper off of that game plan as much as they can here in game number 2. Fiora and Gnar banned away. Cassio taken off the board by Echo Fox, so Corki doesn't have to lane into that. But they also remove Kog'Maw. Seeing their opponents having a Thresh and a Galio, knowing how effective those champions are at peeling and protecting, they don't want to allow Piglet on hypercarry potential.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Kog'Maw would be something that could shred through them in the late game. Kalista can carry games, but just in a different way. Generally not through as much protection and a little bit more slowly and life-stealy. If he gets going, though, it's going to be just as lethal. Galio ulting in on a short-range Kalista can be really strong.
Now, who's the last pick for Liquid? Is it a top laner? Is it a mid laner? That's the question they have to answer in the next 6 seconds or so, and it looks like it's going to be Galio mid with a Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, so Team Liquid is trying to prevent what happened to them in the last game. They do not want to get pushed around in the laning phase. It's very difficult to push around a Galio. Renekton generally does not get pushed around, and Kalista Thresh always has kill pressure. So if Echo Fox is going to beat him, Team Liquid is going to say do it in a more creative fashion than just smashing all the lanes continuously.
Echo Fox going with the Shen as their final pick. They'll take that one into the Renekton, and of course, it's very effective at also helping defend Froggen and Keith once the fights start breaking out.
Yeah, so as you can see, though, Echo Fox does have the protection strategy, but not nearly as much damage as they had last game. Team Liquid has much stronger laning phases. Echo Fox will have to play as a team. Looper Shen probably can't do the 1v1 wins over and over again against Lolo and will have to join the team and therefore coordinate, and that hasn't been Echo Fox's strength this split.
One thing I am looking at for Echo Fox, though, when you look at the itemization they'll have this game for both of their tanks, for the Braum and for the Shen together, they're up against 3 big AD threats and a mid lane Galio.
True.
Very easy to itemize armor for these guys. So if those tanks get rolling, it could be another story of, okay, Corki just stands behind these 2, and then what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Double Knight's Vow. Could happen again. I want Acadian to go Warrior. I want Acadian to build a lot of damage so he can kill Kalista in these team fights. Otherwise, they might not be able to get through. But you never know. All in on the Froggen Court.
Acadian's one of those guys who has been a carry before. I mean, we've seen him on a lot of Rengar performances. We've seen him... He's not like Reignover, right? He's not somebody who's going to play more of that control-oriented style and more of that facilitator role. He's the kind of guy who says, look, I'll carry this one. So I would say that Acadian would be more likely to build the warrior than Reignover would. I hope we get to see it too, just because the way the champion was reworked, they even said explicitly, we want Rek'Sai to be more of a fighter. We do not like this build 5 tank items, knock people up in a team fight, and walk around in circles until the knockup's ready again strategy.
Yeah, you can only make so many ham-fisted changes of build AD on this guy. He doesn't even scale with health. Just please, we'll let you one-shot someone if you just build 10 AD. Eventually they'll do it. Eventually people will build attack damage. Acadian has done it. He played Rek'Sai a couple times last week. One game did Cinderhulk, one game did Warrior. It does depend on the situation. I can see why you would be hesitant to go Warrior this game because you tunnel in, try and one-shot someone, and then Galio ults you, and you're dead because the guy got damage reduction, you didn't kill him, and now you have no resistances. So a difficult situation to be in, obviously.
Yeah, between Thresh Peel, Galio damage reduction, even just Galio taunt. I mean, you can see Rek'Sai tunneling in because she has that tunnel animation. It's not an instant blink. And as you see that, all you do is turn your taunt on. Uh-oh, Rek'Sai's on top of my dudes. All of a sudden, taunt.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Very telegraphed engage.
Well, Echo Fox hopes that it's not going to be too telegraphed because they would love to walk away with a 2-0 victory in this one, exactly like they did earlier on in this split. When they played against Liquid the last time, it was a swift couple of games. Never made it to game number 3. Liquid needs to change that here. Again, this team currently sitting on a 2-6 record. Really just trying to avoid being at the very bottom right now, but still halfway through the split. There's still a chance to come back, but that journey needs to begin right here.
Yeah, subbing in 2 players as well, trying to really flip the script from that last game. Getting Matt onto Thresh with Kalista Thresh has the potential to give him some big gains in the laning phase. Matt can be one heck of a playmaker when he's hot on Thresh, so giving himself some opportunities to try and jump back in.
I mean, the man's name was originally Matt Life. Yep. He named himself after Mad Life, the Thresh King, right? Like, this guy should be able to make some plays and set things up for this team. And I like the faith that they have putting him on that, saying, look, we're going to not only bring you in, we're going to put you on your champ, because that's how we're going to win this and stay in this series.
Yeah, Thresh and Bard, really 2 champs he became known with early on. Again, becoming more and more common, a bit of a super leash there where Piglet and Matt helped with Red. This is allowing Reignover to get Taboo very quickly. So he'll be level 3 with double buffs in a very fast fashion. I mean, notice how he's killing blue, where Acadian just finished red. So he's a full camp ahead of Acadian.
And Acadian...
And then he goes and farms Gromp, so...
Yep.
Chill out.
Just waiting a little bit. Last time we did get to see him make the level 3 gank in the top side onto Looper. They came so close to getting the first blood, but the potion and the lightning surge kept him barely alive. This time, Reignover's not as interested in it. Acadian barely slipping past vision there, not going to be seen by Lorlo. Only half HP, which is kind of risky going into a Renekton.
It's actually so risky, considering Kha'Zix could have been in the brush there, and you would absolutely lose that 2v2 if Kha'Zix got a super pull. Instead, Reignover is going for the full clear level 4. Level 4 at 3 minutes and 4 seconds before his recall. So very, very fast, and a full level and 2 camps up on Acadian.
Yep, puts Acadian a little bit behind. We know both these champions very, very good at ganking early, especially Rek'Sai. With that new Emax, the burst from the Furious Bite does so much damage, but Kha'Zix is not exactly a slouch in the burst damage department either. That guy gets on top of you. Very easy to melt away some of the health bars. Plenty of setup in the lanes too. I mean, honestly, if you're looking at Team Liquid's lanes, you've got a Renekton with a point-and-click stun. You've got Golden Glue with the Galio, who has 2 different forms of really strong CC. Bottom lane, you got Thresh. Everybody can assist if Reignover comes for a gank.
Very gankable lanes for Reignover, and he's also trying to make an invade here. He's going to see Acadian. Reignover has smite, so does Acadian, but Keith and Gate should be turning to help right now.
Reignover, although he's got the edge in that 1v1, not going to be a 1v1 for long. Backing away, taking the Scuttle Crab as the consolation prize instead. Pretty easy to farm that one up as the red buff wears off.
So still just farming on both sides. That's a 1-wave advantage for Froggen already. 6 CS up on Golden Glue. Doing a good job harassing.
And last game against Slushy, it was a decent advantage for a while. Remember, it stayed at 15 CS for a good minute, and then it just sort of started ballooning and ballooning and ballooning. as Echo Fox controlled more and more of the map, and all those resources were given away to Froggen. And I noticed, even as we were watching the replay of that one team fight that happened, as Froggen gets the kill and jumps over the Krug wall, he farms the Krugs real quick before he regroups with his team. He's like, 1 second, I just got to take care of this real quick. Static shivs them all to death, and then goes back to fight.
Yeah, 1 second, there's like 8 CS in this camp. I need it.
Like, come on, they take 1 hit to kill. It's going to make my numbers look really, really good. Golden Glue getting bullied around here early on, though. I mean, what would you expect? Galio, before he has a little bit of AP under his belt to make the Winds of War clear that back line, not going to have the best time against a ranged opponent.
Yeah, it's tricky. Galio does have tremendous wave clear and is generally good for not being pushed out of waves, but he's by no means going to dominate the Corki.
Meanwhile, bottom side, a nice early lead for Piglet over his opponent in Keith. Piglet, a very mechanically talented player, but over the wall goes Reignover, looking to fight Acadian here. They're both going to be drawing some Krug aggro now as well. Reignover doesn't get the heal from his W, forced to go back over the wall. No flash expended. Acadian uses his own, trying to secure the kill. Oh my goodness, Froggen getting the first blood over that wall. Has to use his own flash to get in there. Now waiting around, trying to get out. He's got multiple people closing in, but Looper comes in to help. Acadian firing some Prey Seekers over the wall. They're looking to turn this one around. 3 versus 2. A good taunt coming in from Looper. Lorlo taken low. Golden Glue going to be brought low now as well, but they've turned things around. Froggen with no mana. And Looper has to try to escape from this one. The taunt being channeled. The flash into the setup. A double kill for Golden Glue. Froggen on the run, but is he going to be running anywhere? I don't think so. Jad, here it comes. The triple kill for Golden Glue.
And 6 stacks on a Dark Seal to boot at the end of that one. It looked so good for Echo Fox when Froggen could just flash over the wall to get this kill. Watching the replay, I mean, Acadian did start it beautifully. He got the Tremor Sense, just waited. And he also gets the Krugs to help out with this damage onto Reignover. Pretty gorgeous. As you mentioned, not getting the heal on his W means he goes back in there. Froggen says, I'll take that. He Valks close and then flashes, and then he turns on his Gatling gun. So not only does he not have Valkyrie, he doesn't have the mana to Valkyrie. So it's time, Lorlo and Golden, you say, what's up? Echo Fox says, we must protect Froggen. Looper flashes in, but it's a tough fight. Galio and Rection do very strong amounts of damage in close quarters. Acadian goes in to help. He gets power fisted first by Golden Glue. That's not actually the name of the ability. I think it's like Justice Punch or something. But then Golden Glue still has flash, gets the double taunt. The triple kill at the end, since Froggen has no mana this entire time, is just huge for Team Liquid. Colossal Smash.
Yeah, Colossal Smash is the passive. Justice Punch is the rear back and slam forwards thing, but Echo Fox really not happy with how that one played out. I was
Looper
curious, but Looper now going to potentially be dove by 3 now. Ashen is tanky, but not quite yet. Reignover grabbing the kill credit. Golden Glue barely even takes that much damage into his health bar.
Yeah, and he had the window to go mid right there. It is going to be punished a little bit. A Canyon Wave in the mid lane. Turret damage reduction is gone at 5 minutes, so this is full damage being done to that mid-tier turret. Golden Glue's going to have a hard time getting back there without actually giving up first turret at 7 minutes.
Both sides trying to rush for turret first blood if they can, and it looks like it's going to be Team Liquid that gets it. Their opponents have been forced off, and Lorlo's going to be left to get the solo gold on that one. Again, what you mentioned in the draft, they're preventing the problem from last game. They want Lorlo to be strong in this split.
Yeah, and getting those early kills for the mid lane and jungle are so critical. Galio that gets that gold lead can become so oppressive, just stopping you from doing anything on the map thanks to the threat of the ultimate. So Golden Glue feeling very comfy in this mid lane now against Froggen.
Plus, like you said with those Dark Seal stacks, look at Winds of War. Just toss it into the back line, everything's cleared out, everything's fine. He's got no worries now. Reignover stealing away his opponent's red buff. Gonna have that much more kill potential, initial threat on him now. 2,500 gold lead, 8.5 minutes into the game. Phenomenal start for Team Liquid as Echo Fox just seems to not be able to find their footing.
Definitely not, and they're gonna try and stall. I mean, that's what Echo Fox does when they're in these situations. They don't actually have too many tools to get strong initiations in. Not a huge fan of their team composition. As I mentioned, the way they won last game, right, was just kind of winning lanes and daring Team Liquid to team fight them, and they weren't able to do that. But when you look at this bottom lane for Team Liquid with the Jhin and the Braum, there's a lot of engage there. And when they don't have a lead, they're not really able to do it. You're not going to be able to all in a mid-game Galio, Renekton, Kalista team comp.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. Reignover picking up his own red buff now. Froggen has the package, but not really finding any suitable delivery locations. Cloud Drake is up, so not the kind of Drake that's going to inspire some early fights either. Golden Glue with a blue buff, not afraid at all of stepping up and going toe-to-toe with Frog.
Yeah, definitely not. And as long as he has Rain over in his back pocket as well, Warrior completed compared to just a Challenging Spine and Health Crystal on Acadian makes them much stronger.
And that Health Crystal on Acadian does lend me to believe he will be going for a Cinderhulk this game, so we don't get to fulfill our wish of seeing the damage-heavy Rek'Sai going for the Kalista, diving into the back line. Instead, just wants to be more tankiness.
Yeah, I'm sad, but I also understand it if he doesn't end up turning that Health Crystal into a Titanic Hydra. But they're going for a dive in the bottom lane, perhaps.
Gate and Keith smell something funny and immediately back away. They know there's multiple people from Team Liquid nearby, so they will just concede the turret instead. I mean, if you stick around for this, you concede the turret anyway, and then you both die.
Very true. It's the proper play to pull back like that, and now they have Acadian behind them if they do end up being dope, but Team Liquid taking a lot right now. They've already killed the top lane turret. Lorlo's trying to split down and help them out in the mid lane. Rainover's just able to soul the Drake.
No problem whatsoever. Once you have those isolated bonus evolved claws that lower the cooldown so significantly, you just tear the thing apart when you're waiting in that pit. Kha'Zix's very capable of soloing that rather quickly.
5-man dive.
Here it comes, TP in, canceled. Keith and Gate get themselves back in time. Good awareness from them, recognizing when these problems are coming at them, but they still yield the turret, and that's still a 2-0 objective advantage for Team Liquid 3, if you want to count the Dragon.
Yep, I think it's the right play. They're both from all sides. Lorlo channeling his teleport, then canceling it also because Echo Fox is backed up from the wave. So I think we know the plan that Echo Fox is going to be going with here. Just the slow stall out, please don't kill me game. The question will be is, even if they get to that point, what will they be able to do? There's going to be so much power coming through when Lorlo has his 2 items and when Galio has his 2 items and when Kalista has her 2 items. It's incredibly strong power spikes, and they're going to hit that before Echo Fox is even at their 2 items. So that's where I think Team Liquid, that's kind of what they're playing around when they want to get big.
Now, one thing I just noticed is very strange on Acadian in this game. We've been having a bit of a conversation since earlier today as Irene introduced the idea of pros now wanting to max the E on Rek'Sai because you get the Furious Bite Burst, you get lower cooldown tunnels. Acadian's just going half and half. He's got 3 points into each skill so far, both the Q and the E, which is a little bit curious because I haven't seen that approach yet.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty close choice between either one. I don't think there's going to be huge win rate differences between the Q or the E. Basically, if you're going Emax, you're doing it for a little bit of utility and also more burst on your E. Whereas if you get all 3 Qs off, it can be better for your jungle clear, right? Because you're getting 3 of the AoE Qs off and still about the same in the extended duel. So I don't mind it. I think there's not too much craziness going on with the Rek'Sai. I prefer the Emax, but Katie's fine.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid saying, hey, we've got an early lead. Let's go ahead, take down Rift Herald. Should be a free objective. We can turn that even into more turrets as they pick it up, send everybody towards mid lane, and that's probably where you're going to see this drop.
They're coming for mid lane.
Yeah.
Logan, you better defend this real well, but he will not be able to. Everyone in their team is just kind of cowering behind their turrets.
You can see a lot of pings coming out from Echo Fox saying, okay, we need to ARAM right now, get everybody middle, we need to stop this, but Rift Herald already in position. Headbutt into the turret. Gate trying to throw up the shield to stop this one if he can, but now he's going to be dragged in. The death sentence finds him, trying to flash himself away. Galio makes a hero's entrance. Gate's going to be the first one to fall as the damage comes out in return, but it will not be enough. Echo Fox, not nearly as strong as in game number 1. They lose the turret and their security.
Yeah, I don't really know what the plan was there for Echo Fox. It's 5 people in a Rift Herald. They have a Shen in the side lane. So I'm thinking, all right, maybe they're hoping to bait and engage and Looper's going to ult in and they're going to turn around. That's why Gate's defending the turret there. So he throws up a shield, he gets hooked. I'm like, all right, Looper's going to be on his way in any second. Stoically stands in the bot lane. Nothing happens. The Rift Herald kills the lane. No one in Gate is for Echo Fox. So maybe they had the inkling that they'd be able to defend this, and that's definitely what Gate was thinking. I thought Acadian would come in with the Shen and they might try a big fight here, especially once the turret starts on a Golden Glue. But none of that happens. They just let Gate die, and Looper never channels his ultimate. They're going bot lane.
Taunt onto Lorlo doesn't result in a kill. Now Acadian's going to be taken low, and he's in some trouble. Flashing away, Golden Glue coming in on the flank. Gate here to keep these guys off of his allies as they make their retreat, but this is sadly what a lot of times people expect out of Echo Fox is this lack of coordination and communication and just the failed team play as a whole as the game progresses. This is what stops them from finding wins.
Yeah, and this is the team composition that requires them to play well as a team. You're not able to just kind of go into your little office in the laning phase and close your door and then just play your game. That's what they were able to do last game with Looper in the top lane. Everyone just kind of had their job and they executed. This game, though, a lot of communication has to work. You got a curtain call at the right time. You got a backup gate. You got to have Looper using his Shen ult intelligently, but just getting run down.
Yeah, Looper tries to flash away from this one. The follow-up is there. Matt's got that play. He's got the death sentence, and Piglet's got Looper. Pretty easy pick for those guys, as now Lorlo gets himself away from the counterattack in top side. He'll be forced to yield that tier 1, but he doesn't die, unlike his counterpart.
Yeah, the turret would actually push the gold trade in the favor of Echo Fox, even if Looper is sad about dying here. This will help Echo Fox keep the gold percentage pretty close.
There's such a huge difference between this game and last game. I mean, last game, Looper's candidate was just this unstoppable force. As soon as he had Bork, Lorlo couldn't go anywhere near him. He owned the map. Now he's 0-3-0, 15 CS behind. His inventory is a garage sale. There's no items completed. It's just nothing has worked for him so far this game.
Yeah, Shen is a very, very different ninja than Kennen, I feel like. The profiles vary drastically. Looper, yes, not playing the same level, but the champions just fulfill such different roles. And we haven't seen Looper find much Echo Fox success on things like Shen because it's just, they don't have great team play together between the top lane and the rest of their team.
I mean, even looking at the champions Looper's played so far in Summer Split, he likes to play Kennen and Rumble and things like that, things that actually have a serious damage threat behind them. Renekton, another big one for him. Shen is just not there. That's not in that pseudo-carry bruiser playstyle that he goes for. Yeah, Shen can do some damage if you go for a Titanic Hydra or something similar, but when you compare Shen damage to Kennen damage, it's just not in the same ballpark. And now Team Liquid is up to a 6-1 lead, almost 4,000 gold ahead. Ocean Drake is live, so we'll have to see if they focus any attention onto that one as Gate just struggles to try to build some vision.
Yeah, get the Scuttle Crab. We can do something. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a lot of this split pushing going down. We're still waiting for Baron, I think, to come up. This is a struggle for Echo Fox, though, right? We're at this point where we're saying, yeah, nothing's working for Echo Fox. Team Liquid has so much control. Look at all the tools they're going to have. They're going to hit these amazing 2-item power spikes, which is Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra for Renekton. It's Spectre's Cal Completion, which is either an Abyssal Mask or a Spirit Visage, plus Frozen Heart or Iceborne Gauntlet, which Golden Glue is close to. And then when Piglet completes his Zeal item, which is probably a Hurricane on top of the Blade of the Ruin King, they're so strong compared to what Echo Fox would have. But the gold is still only 4,000, and still only 6 kills to 1. So waiting to see if Team Liquid can convert.
But I mean, once that Galio has Spirit Visage plus some sort of Glacial Shroud evolution, whether it's Iceborne Gauntlet or Frozen Heart, usually Frozen Heart we see, that's so scary when none of the carries on Echo Fox are anywhere near penetration items yet. I mean, you still got some core build stuff to do for both Froggen and Heat. You can't afford to go into a Last Whisper just yet. And that's scary.
Yeah, that's what I always say. That's when Galio is at the strongest point in the game because no one in their right mind would even build a Last Whisper or Void Staff by that point. And then Renekton, in the same vein, has so much health from his ultimate that he can build the damage items but still have a tank profile in teamfights. So that's where Team Liquid is right now.
And I like seeing what Liquid's doing too, placing this vision down as much as they can in between the lanes, trying to choke out those rotations from their opponents, making Echo Fox worry about moving back and forth in between these lanes, trying to stop them from pushing deeper. Liquid's not willing to just sit on this and have it just be, okay, we took down the tier 1s, let's wait until 35 minutes, then we'll think about tier 2s.
Yep.
They're aggressively trying to take this game further quicker.
Yeah, and they got to be able to do it. Wait for Matt to try and find a hook. They got to be starving vision. Baron will be in basically a minute and a half. Keep the vision out of there and either keep rotating to kill Looper over and over again or get that Baron. You need to force Echo Fox out of this laning pattern. Look at the CS. The fact that Froggen is still up 40 CS and that Keep is 20 CS away from Piglet, or that Looper is only 29 CS down from Lorlo, isn't good considering how dominant the early game has been for Team Liquid.
One person I want to talk about, Golden Glue, somebody who has received his fair share of criticism in the past for his performances. He went to Korea, did his boot camp, trained up, came back. At the start of this split, he played a single series, and then they introduced another option, and now it's going to be Acadian caught out and punished. Piglet grabbing himself a killing spree. This bottom side, Golden Glue, the man we were just talking about, going in on Looper, and just taking no damage for his troubles.
Yeah, beautiful hook from Matt. That's what we talked about. Boots of mobility completed for him, roaming around and making plays right as Baron is going to be spawning, but Froggen going on Lorlo.
Froggen getting some decent damage down here. Lorlo forced to pop that ulti. Walking himself out of Renekton without the ult is much less scary than one with, but at the same time, Liquid takes their chance at the tier 2.
Yeah, that one, not a good play by EchoFox. That kind of guarantees that these turrets will fall. The second instance in this game where Froggen gets himself into a tussle, he's not the one that suffers, but his team suffers greatly. Watching this one more time, though, can't quite tunnel over the wall. Matt gets hit. Nice little finish on the kill there.
Yanked him right out of the tunnel. Really, really good aim from Matt there, going fishing for Acadian. This Froggen's got yet another package, but the deliveries are so hard to make in games like these because your team can't get out there to help set anything up with you because you're all afraid to even walk into the fog of war.
And we're at the point. This is the critical point. You're 6,000 gold up. All the items that you need for Team Liquid, aside from arguably a Black Cleaver on Reignover, they should really not care about that one. It is time to control Ward Baron and make a play. They have so many control wards. They've just placed 2, but at one point they had 11 control wards in their inventory. You can only have 1 on the map at the same time. So they're very much, let's control ward one spot. Nothing's here. All right, move it to the next spot. Make sure nothing's there. That's why you buy multiple control wards here. And that's all that Team Liquid is setting up for. And they have the Callista to secure a Baron as well. So everything going according to plan right now.
A goal lead like this, a position like this, there's no reason Liquid shouldn't be able to build this into a greater lead. But can they do it is the question. Golden Glue pushing up here on the top side, keeping those waves pushed out, always making it so EchoFox has to have something to answer. That footing that we talked about earlier for Fox that they couldn't seem to find is still very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Unstable. They can't find their grounding anywhere. And Team Liquid is doing a good job of making sure that. Reignover now level 11 means he has the second evolution as well. Very important for Kha'Zix, going to allow him to have those extra spikes, I believe is the one he went for. Yep, gives you a greater slow on isolated targets, makes it that much more easy to pick them, makes it that much scarier for Fox to walk into the darkness.
Look at the vision, though. They've actually cleared everything that EchoFox could have. The control ward in the pit is blocking the vision of the 2 scrying orbs that were used in the Baron recently by EchoFox. So they have nothing left to see. And notice how there were 3 control wards on the jungler support and 2 control wards on everyone else. So they not only cleared the river, they then cleared the jungle of EchoFox. And they're just hoping that EchoFox walks in and face checks here because they know that EchoFox can't see.
EchoFox, knowing that they want them to do that, they're just,
here we go,
really potentially frightened of it. Reignover going in first, use the ult to disengage that one. Keith going to be ulted by the Shen, looking to keep him safe. Hero's entrance onto the front line as again, Gate is the one in trouble there on the front line, melted down, bullied around. Lorlo going to be following him straight into the black and white abyss as Looper's forced to flash out. Keith barely going to be escaping from that death sentence. EchoFox in retreat as Piglet hops forward, trying to find more spears into the right targets. Froggen played backwards, taunted up, flashing over the wall thanks to the cleanse. It's 1 for 1 so far. Acadian hooked, but not brought down.
Getting only 1 kill for 1 kill is not what Team Liquid wants as a payoff for the setup they just put into that play. EchoFox should be so happy about the way that turned out. Notice how they moved directly for the mid lane. That's the only place you can really go when your jungle has been taken over so much like that. Instead of being patient or going straight on the Baron, Team Liquid decided to just kind of run into them in a 5v5 team fight, kind of invalidating the wards that they put to deny vision. So they get a heads-up engage, and that allows it to be a 1 for 1. Renekton can get bursted down because it is kind of a front-to-back team fight, and Froggen is the one person who had the 2-item power spike to compete with the 2-item power spikes out of Team Liquid. And then, because Team Liquid took the Ocean Drake, EchoFox got to take back over Control Wardville. 750 gold worth of Control Wards were spent by Team Liquid to set up that team fight. It gets a 1 for 1, and all they get out of it is an Ocean Drake. Now the Control Wards are gone.
and it just all evaporates. The last 5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
Into thin air. Team Liquid still ahead, still enjoying a very substantial lead. I do not want to downplay that. But at the same time, that lead is not being ballooned into something greater. It's not being turned into a situation where they're set up outside the enemy base with Baron buff under their belts, just waiting to end this and take us to game 3. This is still winnable for Echo Fox.
Yeah, and they're not put in a position anymore where that type of control ward starvation can clear all the vision, because you got people like Lorlo who are building up to Gargoyle Stoneplate who can no longer build control wards because of his item slots, unless he decides to forego a little bit of armor. Piglet, though, wants to go.
They're trying to go in, onto Acadian, onto Keith, able to find some very quick burst, and Keith is done. Piglet unstoppable. Acadian's looking about like a pincushion. A double kill for Piglet.
All right, the old-fashioned way. Run at him.
Yep.
Kill him.
Just run at him till somebody's dead.
Yeah, they had such a lead. I mean, they have been able to do this. They were trying to do it like the clean, good way. Uh-oh, man.
Uh-oh. Thresh a little bit far forward. More damage coming out. Corky Rocket's going through. One more gets him. Froggen at least getting a kill for himself. Golden Glue occupying both these guys, though. Where is Looper? Still hanging out bottom side. Not even going to be wasting his time with this one. They need to make sure that there's no way for this to be smite stolen. You've got Kha'Zix and Kalista. It shouldn't even be a possibility. There we go. Baron secured by Liquid. Over the wall goes Rainover. Looper on the front lines. Taunt from Golden Glue, not finding anyone. Echo Fox retreats with no mana left on Froggen. And now with Liquid having that Baron, this is where you break the base.
Yeah, watch this fight one more time. Piglet was, I believe, 4-0 before this fight. Just decides to take Matt with them, flashes for a short-range shot. And then Keith is like, uh-oh, I'm actually really far away from everyone and I don't have summoner spells. So they die pretty quickly as Team Liquid collapse down.
And even though this is the tankier Rek'Sai from Acadian, the Cinder Hulk into the Knight's Vow, very similar to what we saw last game, doesn't matter. When Piglet's that fed, when he's got 3 items on Kalista, you're not getting away. Now Golden Glue definitely finding himself caught out, but you don't really catch out an enemy tank with that many defensive stats. The damage comes in. The package is forced to be used as a defense mechanism. Acadian again in a troublesome spot, trying to use the ulti to drop the aggro, but it will not work. Liquid grabs the kill onto that enemy jungle, takes his jungle as they go, putting the blue buff onto Golden Glue.
And Golden Glue probably going to teleport back in with one of the pushes as well. Looks like Team Liquid is prepping to try and make this big push.
This needs to succeed. This is where they need to just run straight into that mid lane. Use this 10,000 gold advantage. Do not allow Echo Fox to have some sort of a miracle defense here. You've got a 6-0-1 Kalista. You've got a 3-0-5 Galio that, by the way, just completed Warmogs.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter if he drops to 2% HP. Walk out of combat for 30 seconds, boom, he's right back in.
Yeah, he's actually prepping a third wave because they look like they're fairly committed to 1-3-1ing this. It's really interesting watching Team Liquid play this one out because I feel like the coaching is there with what the plays they're executing, but they're not quite clean with the execution of them. Like the way they just went to base and cleaned out all the vision of Baron from the river to red buff was like super good. That's something that you train. That is definitely a play that you train. What brushes do we need to control it? How do you move up? But then actually knowing what to do after the fact wasn't quite there. And the way they actually got the win was, we see people in mid, let's run at them and get them. And then even now, it's like, okay, we have Baron with a double tank team that has double TP. What's the ideal thing we should do? Okay, it's a 1-3-1 split push, get the waves, push mid. But they had someone dead, so the correct play is actually just to run it up mid with 5 people. Either way, it's probably going to work. They prepped the 1-3-1, now they go.
Now they're running up top with 5 people. Golden Glue on those front lines. Seeing if they can break this one open. Tier 3 nearly brought down so far. They will find that one. Golden Glue trying to channel that taunt. Looking to grab somebody if he can. Acadian again going to be caught out. Bursted down. Punished. As Keith will be going down first. A killing spree for Rainover. It's a 2-for-0 and a godlike Piglet. Team Liquid really wants to take this one to game number 3, and they are so incredibly close. 13-3 in kill count. I don't think Froggen can hold this one. He's only 2 kills in. The Corky will not be enough to defend against a 5-man strong Liquid squad. TP coming in, being channeled. Lorlo's right back into the fight. Home guarded up. Nexus turret number 1 taken down. Nexus turret number 2 falling shortly. And Team Liquid will not be stopped today. It took them a little while to make it happen, but they're on to the Nexus. They're taking down Echo Fox, and they're going to make them work for it. We're headed to game 3.
Yeah, missiles can only do so much if you're Froggen when Team Liquid was massively ahead from the early game. 7-0-2 for Piglet. Those are the types of games that feel good, especially for guys like Golden Glue and Matt, who were subbed in for this game. And they take care of business.
That's the 10-man roster, right? That's the power of being able to make these flops.
that's when it works, right? It feels great when it works and think, okay, we switched up these matchups. Golden Glue picked up an early triple kill. Piglin and Matt were dominant. Everything worked out for them, and that's Team Liquid trying to pick up their 3rd match win of the split.
And let's not forget to give credit where it was due. That first fight in the top side, that triple kill for Golden Glue, gave him everything he needed to have that massive presence that he needed for the rest of the game. And he honestly didn't stop being a threat after that. There was never a point where it's like, man, Golden Glue squandered that. He was always this big brick of a front line. He was always threatening the taunts and threatening those justice punches in every single fight.
Yeah, and I do feel like when you're trying to recap this game, Echo Fox is going to see potentially some drafting problems with it because they didn't really find winning lanes. Their strongest player, Froggen, didn't have a huge way to exploit the Galio. And then obviously a lot went wrong, so their one place where they could win is no longer going to go well once you get a 7-stack Dark Seal Galio in your game. So Team Liquid was able to take control, and you took all the things that Echo Fox won with in Game 1, where they had 3 pushing lanes and close together because they haven't been that great a team playing there, and then you just have a bunch of bruisers that are strong in lane on Team Liquid so that they could hit those massive mid lane power spikes and close out. So we didn't get to mention it too much, but I really did like the draft from Team Liquid right there, especially when they get that early lead.
Yeah, Liquid, they had a good comp. Echo Fox, we make jokes about saying, oh, it's just the Korean strategy. Play better than your opponents.
Yeah.
The problem was this game, they didn't play better than their opponents, and so it led them to some trouble. Like that fight we were talking about, it was 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, a 3-for-1 topside for Liquid that just took this game into their control.
Yeah, and initially I'd like it from Acadian. Rainover did have the level advantage, which makes this a little dicey, but Rainover's going to go for the counter jungle. Acadian teams up with the Krugs to take Rainover really low, and then if that was a kill, the play is actually called off. But Froggen Valkyried to flashing it onto Rainover, and even at this point, you can just trade. You're allowed to trade first blood for a kill back. That's fine. But Echo Fox go for more, even though Acadian's low and Froggen is out of mana. Lorlo doesn't have mana, and Golden Glue is also full mana, so it's not actually a fair 2v3, so to speak. Golden Glue very powerful with his base damages, punches him to death right there, and then they can just chase on since he still has his flash, and Froggen once again expended the flash just to secure that kill. And when Golden Glue picked up this triple kill, it got even worse from there because then they were able to redive the top lane later on. Froggen still couldn't get that pressure going in the mid lane, and you can see Team Liquid never really relented the gold lead from that point forward.
Damage dealt to champions, another ridiculous performance by Froggen, by the way. Even though they lost, he was almost more damage than anybody else in the game put together, including the 2 most fed members of the enemy team that won. But
yeah, that's 19,000 damage for everyone who's not Froggen on his team, and 23,000 damage for him. That's doing quick math in my head, about 60% damage share. You see normally 34. That'll happen though when you're getting smashed like Echo Fox was there, and you have one champion with really good poke like Corki. Corki always, even though the mid lane average for like all mid laners is close to 27 to 30%, Corki's always around like 35 or 40, not 60.
Yeah.
But he gets there, and it wasn't very effective.
I don't know about that one. It was a little bit of a rough time for Echo Fox. I think you're right, though. They do need to look back at the draft going into game number 3. It was such a different situation just in the champions picked between these 2 games. Echo Fox needs to say, look, game 1 worked, and game 2 did the opposite.
Yeah, and they need to, if they're going to do that, though, they need to find the archetype for Looper to play. Because if they're banning out the Kennen and they're not early picking a Fiora and Fiora's getting banned in the second phase, there wasn't that thing that could be solo turret pressure that demands 1 or 2 people if he gets going. Because save for that, you got to play a teamfight tank and almost totally retool your style. So pretty easy currently that they haven't found that archetype for Team Liquid. Just throw a banner or 2 at it and get rid of the threat.
Well, we're headed for game 3 between Echo Fox and Team Liquid, the one to decide it all. Stick around after the highlights for the most recent edition of This or That. More NALCS after this, or maybe that. From this one, the taunt being channeled, the flash into the setup, a double kill for Golden Glue. Froggen on the run, but is he going to be running anywhere? I don't think so, Jad. Here it comes, the triple kill for Golden Glue. Keith going to be ulted by the Shen, looking to keep him safe. Hero's entrance onto the front line, as again, Gate is the one in trouble there on the front line, melted down, bullied around. Lorlo going to be following him straight into the black and white abyss.
You guys want me to be behind?
No, TP behind.
I'm ulting. I'm looking Corkin. Keep going.
You don't thresh. Going on.
Let's go Dinesh. Go Dinesh. I'm ulting on you, Matt. 1 sec.
I'm coming.
I'm going on Corki. I'm zoning Corki.
Just taking a bit at third.
Can we end? I think we can end with a stop wave.
everybody, and welcome to another episode of This or That with Kobe and Jat. How you doing?
Solid 4 out of 10 today.
That's great. I'm also a little salty. I've been catching a lot of heat in the YouTube comments for talking about the rules because I said we're never going to talk about the rules.
I feel like that's justified then.
Saying we've never seen the slides and saying the number of slides aren't rules.
I feel like it's a rule that we aren't allowed to find out what's on the slides beforehand.
I think that's just giving general information. We have 6 slides today, and added context.
That's good information.
Our producer says one of them is stupid. So we're going to see which one it is. We're trying to guess as we go through.
I'll be the judge of how many are stupid.
And This or That. Better mid, Bjergsen or Jensen?
This is a good one.
Question.
This is a good one.
Better mid right now, overall, in playoffs?
In what aspect? It says better mid, so to me, holistically, right? And that kind of always comes back to who are you going to choose to be on your team? And the default answer has always been Bjergsen because of, to me, clutch performances is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
He has a history of winning, clutch performances, and shot calling. Those are all things that have made him the default answer. But Jensen has a lot of things that you can talk to as well.
Back in 2016 spring, I think Jensen was all LCS mid over Bjergsen. So there have been times where he's been ranked higher.
The Immortals.
But those are regular season awards. And right now, I actually feel like this is a closer question than it's ever been before. Yes, Bjergsen exceeds in NA, but he also hasn't done great internationally, and Jensen hasn't done well in NA playoffs, especially against Bjergsen. So until he can take down, as much as I hate like the sports trope, until he can take down Bjergsen, I'm not going to put him better than Bjergsen.
Bjergsen is definitely Jensen's demon. We'll have to say. All right, next slide.
It's close though. Next slide, number 2 of This or That. More surprising, Phoenix won last place or Immortals first place?
Ooh, I feel like a last place. Them dropping from 3rd down to last is incredibly surprising. Yes, we had concerns about, the roster swaps and how many subs they're having, but they placed 3rd. They won that match with Shady. Yeah. So them dropping all the way to 10th, I think that is more surprising to me because even though Immortals jumping up to 1st is definitely noteworthy, I was more optimistic, I think, about the trade than a lot of other people.
True. I think it's harder to beat everyone than to lose to everyone from a surprising perspective. Because it's real easy.
It's harder to win than
real
lose.
easy to be last place. So I'm going to say it's more surprising than Immortals has been better than everyone. TSM, CLG, C9, Phoenix won. All these teams, they were 7th last split, and they were atrocious for most of the
I can't argue with that. It's harder to win than it is to lose.
Clearly that. Check 1 point. All right, next slide for This or That. Better top champ, Renekton or Jarvan?
So I feel like, he's a bigger lane bully. I am in love with Jarvan though. I just love the versatility, plus I played him in the jungle. That being said, Renekton's my default top laner just because of how easy it is to bully a lot of lanes and play aggressively. So as far as top laner, I have to give the versatility actually over to Jarvan, even though that's my main top lane champion. Yeah. And I'm not confident enough to switch over to Jarvan. I would still give it to Renekton for the bullying.
I think it's actually clearly Renekton. I think he's the most picked top laner on the current patch. I think even the best top laners can do so much. Oh, you can Cataclysm them, or you can win lane in 1v3 in team fights. I think Renekton has been taking over a lot of games, and I feel like Renekton is kind of always the bar of you must be this tall to come into top lane. And whenever you have all these kind of top lane carries, Renekton beats all of them.
That's cheating, dude. He gets taller when he ults.
Perfect.
Now you have to be this tall.
That's why he's better. I'm going to go this once again. I think you agreed with me.
Yeah.
Slide number 4.
Renekton.
I'm waiting for the stupid slide. I don't think we've seen it yet. Who will win Rift Rivals, NA or EU?
I feel like, this one is kind of stupid because we did decide the slide before.
Have we?
It was, what are NA's chances, good or bad? So
yeah.
It's not the same slide, different
With the
take.
weird thumb.
Phoenix 1 is not going to do well. I think everybody's agreeing on that.
So it's specifically NA or EU. It's not like Phoenix 1 or best neighbor is best EU.
I do think that we are at a disadvantage heading in as far as the teams that we're sending are very clearly on the lower end of the spectrum. So by default, I think that we do have lower expectations.
Yeah, I have a bunch of excuses lined up. Jet lag, the NALCS runs later. We're on patch 7.13, so they don't have as much time to adapt to it, even though they want to do that for practice. I'm going to say it's EU. They've been basically the best team in NA has been TSM for a while, and they didn't beat the best team in EU at MSI, and I think Fnatic and UOL both look pretty good. So right now, I give them the edge.
Yeah, I think Fnatic actually look exceptional, so I'm excited to see.
Yeah, putting in seeds of doubt, so when NA beats them, feels better. Next slide, number 5. This or that, more tilting, Zillion or Tom Kench? This one's easy for me, Tom Kench. I can play around the revive and not hitting people at the right time. And I feel like Zilean outplays you if you do like the pass to yourself double bomb that Bjergsen did for a stun this past weekend. Tom Kench just eats you every time you make a good play and saves someone.
Is it tilting though?
Are you calling this the bad slide?
No, this one is kind of up in the air for me. I don't know, because the Zilean reviving thing is pretty tilting, but I think Tom Kench is better as a champion, so I feel like that's the angle that you're going with.
Yeah, when I'm in a game against Tom Kench, I am so much more frustrated about what he is doing than when I'm against Zilean.
All right, I'll just have to. I'm not feeling this, so I'll have to go Tom Kench by default.
By both of these guys.
I get tilted by things like LeBlanc, not these guys.
Yeah, I could kill you top as a tilter. Next slide, final slide of the day. Ham or salami?
This is the stupid one, I'm pretty sure. So salami.
You want to explain salami?
For the people that don't know, Riv uses this as going ham under turrets.
Yeah.
He took it the next level as salami. I forgot why it was the next level.
So turret's still on me. If you say it really fast, he thinks sounds like salami.
Was that it?
That's it. Turret salami is salami. But I think he just does it now, and he expects people to know.
Well, I know, because I was in the game when we were queuing 5s with Hai, and Hai was doing shot calling, and it just came out. So I really enjoyed it, and I always kind of default to this one now. I just think it's that kind of next level, extra flavor. This is the hipster version of ham.
Well, also ham is an acronym. Salami is just like a word soup.
That's why I like it. I like it that you have to be on the inside to know. Esoteric.
Not anymore.
This is the esoteric.
Everyone watches this or that, and now everyone will be saying it in their games. I actually like this slide. I don't think
we won you over.
Yeah, that is a good one. I approve of this message from Riv. That'll do it for this or that, though. We head off to Rift Rivals next week.
Yeah, we got a busy schedule.
Yeah.
We got to get going.
See you guys.
We're back. We're heading into the deciding game between Echo Fox and Team Liquid. Once again, though, before jumping into that final game, we want to go ahead and look back at the player who had the biggest impact in the most recent game, and for Game 2, that was Golden Glue.
Yeah, and it felt like this game really didn't have much to say after the triple kill that Golden Glue got in the early game. So even though Piglet was 7-0, who'd be an honorable mention, a lot of that was just through the control they had from the mid lane with that rather strong Galio pick, even though the win rate in the NALCS is under 50%. Now we're on to that deciding Game 3.
Well, let's see what changes in the draft. We talked at the end of last game and even during last game about how they were so different between the first two games in this series. And it's going to tend towards one of those directions here again, most likely. So let's see which way it goes. Olaf and Kassadin banned away by Echo Fox. They will not let Rainover onto that Viking.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually, that they did ban the Kassadin this early. I did talk about how I thought it's a good pick into the Corki. So maybe they just want to go with that once again in the mid lane.
Zach banned away by Liquid. You know, your red side, you ban Zach. It's kind of just one of those rules in nature. As Kennen is banned away by them as well. It worked really well in game number 2. Ooh. Didn't work really well when it wasn't banned in game number 1. And Fox will remove Galio from the table. Not willing to have to play against that again.
Yeah, but with Kennen and Zach banned, it means Caitlyn and LeBlanc have to be chosen between, which means Keith gets Caitlyn if they choose to first pick it.
You would almost think that that's guaranteed. Caitlyn is at such a ridiculous state in the current meta. She's so strong. She wins the lane. She pushes down turrets. Her siege is ridiculous. Her damage is ridiculous. Her scaling is up there. Everything is just... Yeah, pretty good champ.
Pretty good.
Above average champeroni.
Yeah. Team Liquid needs an answer now. Do they try and take over in the early game? We get to see the first Elise from Rainover, even though Rek'Sai has been up. Rek'Sai has not had the best luck in this series. Something about building AD. In my opinion, they're just building full tank and then dying.
Yeah. I mean, we saw last game, even though he was tanky, he had a Cinderhulk and a Knight's Vow, but he still just died.
Still melt because you're not fighting until people have a billion items.
Yeah. Well, we did say at the very start of the series, though, that this was a popular pick, the Elise jungle, for both these guys. Rainover and Acadian, they both like to play it. And this time it's going to be Rainover getting to scurry around the jungle as the Spider Queen. Tom Kench locked in on the side of Echo Fox to help keep that Caitlyn safe. That Caitlyn was hard to kill behind a line of traps. Wait until you get to her and Tom Kench saves her.
And that Tom Kench right on top. I think that's a decent pick, although I do feel like if they're going to be going with Corki, the Braum could have been just as good, if not better, since you have double marksman, stuns, increase your engage range more than the Tom Kench. Still denies the Tom Kench from Team Liquid's side.
Echo Fox really likes this Corki pick. Froggen is very fond of this champion. He's played it both games so far, going to play it again here in game number 3. We mentioned the comically high damage in game number 2 and how it is sort of justified and explained.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he was the one person who was actually holding his ground in game number 2.
He really was. And is one of the reasons the game stalled out for so long. It'd be fun watching him go up against Victor, who was kind of the go-to pick against the past iteration of the double marksman composition, which was Lucian mid with X in the bot lane. You still kind of do a lot of the same things against Corki mid, although Corki has many more tools to hit you from outside the Q auto attack range, which Victor generally uses to one-shot Lucian in the late game. So I think the Victor is fine in this matchup. I just don't expect him to dominate the Corki in any way.
All right, 80 carries and mids picked by both sides. A difference, though, in the fact that support was picked by Fox, jungle picked by Liquid, so we'll have to see how that changes up the second part of the bans here. Gragas banned away by Liquid, which is actually a double power ban, because that could be a top lane pick, that could be a jungle pick, and it's not going to be an Echo Fox pick this game. Yeah. Fresh banned out by Fox, targeting towards Matt, respecting what he was able to do in the previous game. He's one of the reasons why Piglet was able to be 7-0. Shut that down.
Yeah, and going hard on the jungle bans as well with the Rek'Sai on top of it. It would push him towards, you would think, something like Kha'Zix, but that's not the style that I feel like Echo Fox wants with this team composition. I mean, if they wanted to be able to recreate the Game 1 success, you want a jungler who will build Knight's Vow and a supporter who will build Knight's Vow, and then a top laner who split pushes, which would be like a Jason and a Gragas. And when that off the table, he's going with Lee Sin, which you can still do some of that stuff on. It is still an early aggression champion, but it does switch the style from Echo Fox a little bit.
By the way, you can see the stat on your screen there about the Bard locked in for Team Liquid. We kind of joked a little bit about Rek'Sai's hilariously low win rate. Bard is a monster.
Yeah, hilariously high win rate. 12-2. A lot of the best supports in the NALCS are the ones that play Bard. right? Smoothie's Bard is great, Alphamu's Bard is great. Matt's Bard is what he used to be known with, although the interesting thing in the past, talking with the old Team Liquid coaching staff back when Matt was a rookie, is even though Bard was his best champion, they were relying on him a lot to shot call back then. And whenever he played Bard, he would not be able to shot call. Because the champion, you're thinking about so many other things like where you can land your portals and just the difficulty of his unique skill set. So now that he's kind of in this sub position, where he's coming in as a wild card, technically the team has other shot calling things in place. Rainover and Piglet being the main callers on this team. So I like it a lot more now for Matt than I did in the past.
The top lanes for this match, this final game in this match have been decided now, as Echo Fox is going to be going with Rumble up there to provide some more damage to the team. This team has so much damage capability, by the way. Echo Fox just loads the damage on, as Team Liquid will take Gnar up there to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, I think, load the damage on. There's not that too many tanks plus a random Callista to stack up Rens and kill people like there may have been in Game 2. I think just stylistically, this is the closest draft we've had of the 3 games because we got to see what Echo Fox had success with. We got to see Team Liquid's answer to that. And now we have Echo Fox's answer to Team Liquid's answer, which is exactly what you want in a best of 3. Strategic evolution throughout the series.
And in the final game, we get to see 2 early game focused playmaker junglers going head to head. Rainover has had a good game. Acadian's had a good game. Who's going to have a second good game and put the capstone on this one, say, look, this is our series. We're walking away. We're climbing up in the standings at the end of week 5. Because after this, even though neither one of these teams is going to Rift Rivals, you've got a break.
Yeah.
Before we head into more LCS action in the following week. Look at your camera shot right there. They might not be in the LCS right now, but they're at the LCS. Karth is surprised making an appearance.
And July 4th is just a few days away. Happy Canada Day today once again. It's the July 4th of Canada.
Celebrate everybody's holiday.
Yeah. It's disturbingly close to July 4th. You often get them confused, but definitely different days.
Yeah.
Similarly themed celebrations, surprisingly. Fireworks and food and drink.
One of these teams is going to be setting up some fireworks of their own after this game. The other team not going to feel so jubilant, but nothing too interesting at level 1 here. Looper's even a little bit late getting out of the starting platform, taking his sweet time walking up there towards top side. Dorian's shield for multiple people starting off. We know how effective that is at allowing people to have a safe laning phase. And Lorlo on the Gnar, even picking that one up, even though Gnar's a traditional lane bully.
Also, interesting to note, we're on patch 7.12. Gnar has been buffed in patch 7.13. I always find that, I mean, yes, Gnar was creeping back into the meta before the buffs. We saw a very sparse use of him. Whenever a patch comes out to the live servers, when a champion is expected to become meta, you will then more likely see it on the previous patch, just because people have picked up the champion again and realized, oh, this was good the whole time. Yeah. And I think that's actually kind of what's happening with Gnar here this week. We're seeing more Gnar in the NALCS this week than we have all split, even though he's exactly the same as he was the whole year. So, especially with the way teams practice, they're generally only going to want to put practice hours into things that have obvious payoffs. So they're not likely to retry a champion unless they're more assured that it's going to be good when they finish practicing it.
Solid leash for Rainover here on the bottom side. Starting with his own blue buff. Got to make sure he has plenty of mana to keep going through the jungle. No super leash on the side of Echo Fox for Acadian this time around. He'll just be starting off at his own Raptor camp. Now he's heading towards the river. Going to be looking for Golden Glue very early. Ghost is used. Golden Glue trying to escape here. Does not use the flash because he knows he doesn't need to. Holds that summoner spell and escapes, but he's pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, he's going to have to burn both of his health potions really early on to get his health back up, but interesting choice to save the flash, at least for a repeat gank.
That was a really nice move by Acadian, too. Getting in there early. You never expect the Lee Sin to just be waiting right there, only do Raptors, immediately go for mid, but he saw the opportunity and he jumped on it.
Yeah, well, especially I think there's another layer to it. When Echo Fox has Caitlyn, they're almost never going to do the long leash because it's so important that they bully the lane and push into turret as quickly as possible. When you do the super leash, you generally lose at least 1 to 2 minions of experience, and the other team gets to push on you. So, knowing that Caitlyn was shown bot lane, Golden Glue then says, no way Acadian's going to be doing a quick gank because he didn't get a leash. Therefore, he comes early anyway and tries to catch him off guard. We'll see if Rainover can punish, though.
Playing the mind games. Acadian coming around, looking potentially for Rainover here. Baby Spiderlings could block that Sonic Wave. They do indeed. Acadian jumps in, and without that main damage tool, he's now got to retreat. Rainover's got the health edge. Froggen waiting right there. Remember, the Golden Glue still does have flash if this 2v2 breaks out. Acadian not coming out with the result he wanted.
Yeah, that's
One
actually
versus one.
potentially hurtful if Rainover decides to help with the invade. Lord will even roam down to join in on that fight. Looks like Rainover's going to do the safe thing, though, and just farm his Krugs rather than try and steal blue. He could have gone for it. I mean, there's no way Acadian's going straight for his blue. Just doesn't want to do anything too risky in the early game, it looks like.
When you are dueling against an Elise as a champion like Lee Sin, who has a one-target skill shot like the Sonic Wave, that's one of your main damaging tools, those little Spiderlings can actually put a real damper on your plans.
Yeah, very difficult to weave the Sonic Wave through that often. You can see the harass, though, coming out from the Caitlyn top match.
I mean, there's a reason that Caitlyn's banned away so frequently, right? Strong in the early game, strong in the mid game, strong in the late game. The laning phase can be very difficult to deal with for a lot of champions, even for a player like Piglet, who's very mechanically talented. Playing a mechanically intense champion like Kalista, you can't really outplay the fact that Caitlyn just has more range than you and does better than you in the laning phase. It's going to be a bit of a rough time for him here early.
Especially with headshots giving you pretty good value in extended trades, but when you're 3v2, you have a decent chance. Here's Rainover.
Uh-oh, Cocoon comes out, nice flash away from Gabe, but now he's caught on the wrong side of the wall, and first blood goes over the Piglet.
Good flash until you consider that he didn't have a plan after the flash.
Yep.
He flashed the Cocoon, and then what? You're still next to them, and it's still a 3v2, so I'm going to give him a C- for the directionality of his flash there for Gate.
That was a really cool play until it wasn't cool anymore.
Yeah, like, ooh, we flashed the Cocoon.
Mechanics. And then it's like, wait a second. Uh-oh.
Yeah, mainly though, Rainover going for the mobility boots gets down here so fast, really faster than Echo Fox would have expected. Loops all the way around the back. No wards, also a bit of a flaw for Echo Fox if they're going to be pushing up right here. And then kind of watch Gate. Okay? They're still going to get you.
Unlucky, man. At least he got away from the initial Cocoon. CS lead for Froggen in mid lane. In other news, grass is green, sky is blue. Pretty much what you would expect from him at this point in time. Always going to be relevant on that Corki. Meanwhile, Golden Glue, the trouble on the Victor, I always like to bring this up whenever we see Victor played these days because the thing that knocked him out of the meta previously was those price increases to his Hex Core early on. He really wants to hit those spots where he can hit the two-part laser, start clearing out the waves instantly, but it's really hard to get that without having to make a smaller bite first. Right over mid lane, looking for Froggen, gets a Spider Bite with a Thunderlords, but can't go for the kill.
Yeah, Froggen was probably wanting to stick around for a little bit longer. He's going to be forced into a recall right now. So like that gank out of Rainover. We'll buy Golden Glue a little bit of time too. I don't think Golden Glue's, well, Golden Glue actually does have enough gold to get it now, if he wants. It's 1,250 gold for the first upgrade on the Hex Core. Oftentimes you want to get that with a Control Ward and boots, so you would need about 300 more, and that's why he's just making sure he shoves in that wave.
Yup.
I actually think that play is totally acceptable. Golden Glue's not trying to all-in Froggen now, and it also allows him to get to that wave clear pattern he so desperately wants.
The one cost for that, though, could be if Acadian looks at Froggen and says, hey, that guy has no ulti, let's try to make a crazy play on him. There's always that window of opportunity.
Right. It means Rainover doesn't want to engage in 2v2s in the mid lane. Let's see if they're going for it. Look at where Rumble is, actually. Looper. Ooh, they may want this.
This is another thing you can do. Seeing that the enemy mid laner expended his ulti like that, they're saying, look, let's move up. Let's force maybe a 3v3 in the enemy jungle. If they come, what are they going to do? Chaos Storm us? I don't think so.
They don't have it.
Nope, you can't do it. He might as well be level 5. Doesn't have the ability. Rainover's saying, nope, you go in my jungle, I'm going in your jungle, clear out some control wards, and just hang around. Maybe he can find something else bot, but I would hope that Echo Fox learned their lesson from last time.
Yeah, he's spending so much time just trying to get position for these ganks. Meanwhile, Acadian is farming up a fair bit.
Ooh, Keith. You take advantage of by Piglet down here. His gate was off for a moment, and Piglet and Matt saw their chance to jump on that, quite literally, for Kalista. As Acadian moves back towards his own red buff, Rainover lying in wait, sitting on top of the control ward, but immediately starts the red buff off, making sure to drag it into that brush.
All right, smart move by Rainover, but potentially dicey as Golden Glue is roaming down, still without that Chaos Storm. Get Rainover a solid level 6, though.
Being level 6, of course, for Elise, that's not as big of a deal as it is for a lot of other champions. Doesn't really give you that big playmaking enabler like it would for someone like Lee Sin. Dragon's Rage now up and running on Acadian. Flash also available. this is where you really look at the Lee to make some kind of a move. Acadian needs to get involved.
Yeah, level 6, double longsword, totally a combat effective build right now. But do feel like Team Liquid has control of the bottom lane, despite not having the CS lead. It's allowed Rainover to get some good jungle invades off.
Yeah, CS is actually a problem for Liquid this game. Not just in the mid lane like it has been in the previous matches, but losing bottom because Keith has the Caitlyn. The jungle, Acadian's farming up a bit better than Rainover, but jungle CS is deceptive because the differences in the counts in the camps fluctuate so heavily. But despite the fact that Liquid got the first blood, and it was an assisted first blood, the gold's still even.
Yeah. So that's what Echo Fox would want, especially since they just want to hit the items and start seeding down turrets, but just more people visiting mid lane. Froggen's like, what are you doing, Gnar?
Yep. Froggen just decides to make a package delivery straight into the jungle, getting himself out of there. Thinking about maybe backing up, going back to base. He does have nearly 1,200 gold, so he'll pick himself up some components if he does, but not too worried about it just yet.
Ends up canceling his recall because there's a juicy wave sitting there. Trying to maintain his CS lead, but really not getting as much help as normal. He got that very early gank by Acadian, but Golden Glue was able to withstand that. Since then, everyone has spent a visit to Froggen.
And that's one thing that happens to you when you're one of the best in the league. Yeah. You have a lot of people trying to focus you. That's probably one reason why Echo Fox makes sure they give him as many resources as possible, because they know everyone else is trying to deny those resources every single chance they get. Meanwhile, Looper and Lorlo, 79 to 75, close contest between these two, and both Gnar and Rumble can do so much in mid-game fights that either one of these guys could have such a huge impact in the way this game ends up playing out. And Looper, I mean, starting off in game number 1, dominating the game, huge performance. Game number 2, borderline useless.
Yeah.
Game number 3 could really be his time to be the zero or the hero.
Yeah, and this is a nice play just totally away from the top lane, where Team Liquid recognizes Froggen has peeled off for blue buff, and the bottom lane is also in a recall pattern, so they just kind of rush the Ocean Drake. The question will be the continuation of this play, because there's a lane swap happening from Echo Fox right now where they're looking to rush down that top lane turret. They know Ocean Drake is down, which means they know they're going to be a little bit ahead on tempo in this play. But when will they show top lane? Because that's when Team Liquid will know they can push hard bottom.
Team Liquid with 3 people down here just need that sight ever so slightly. Ping's coming out. There you go. On the way ping, on top of that tier 1 turret. Liquid saying, let's get it. Let's make this push happen before they can. Gate and Keith will try to shove the wave out as quickly as possible, but I don't see it happening. That turret's already down to 1 quarter.
Yeah, Looper never gets in range to cast his equalizer, so Team Liquid win on this yet again. Questionable by Echo Fox having the Caitlyn lane and then not getting first turret.
We call it up every single game. We criticize them for it every single game, but Echo Fox, the communication and the coordination, again, the issue for this team. They've got to make sure that they're on the same page and executing properly as a squad. It's just not happening this game. Keith getting a little bit of damage as he takes down that first turret. At least makes those objectives even now, despite the fact that they'll get a bit less money for it. Gold still neck and neck between these two teams as Keith continues to try to shove this wave out. Lorlo taking a slight beating, but he's got help nearby.
Yeah, really like the ward there actually by Echo Fox in the lane. So many people ward that brush, and then you control ward it out when you're trying to sneak your guys up. This will allow them to see exactly where Piglet is. It allows Looper to get some free farm in the bottom lane, and I think that's where Echo Fox's focus is right now, is pretty much just on farming up, hitting Leandries, hitting Trinity Force, getting Caitlyn towards that late game, because I think they feel like they have the edge in the late game.
I mean, look at all the wards placed down by Echo Fox in the top side of the jungle from Team Liquid. You've pretty much got this whole path lit up. If anybody was coming towards top side, they were going to see it. Keith lands a couple auto attacks onto Piglet here, who's just really completely unafraid of this Caitlyn. Gate forced to gobble him up, try to get him to safety. The binding comes out, not finding its way onto Keith. Gate instead pops that thick skin, trying to stay alive. Tempered Fate comes out to bind both the turret and his opponents. And now the TP being channeled. Rainover looking to go for Looper here as Looper is behind enemy lines. Matt and Lorlo trying to catch up. This Rumble is not in a good spot. Equalizer going to be dropped right on top of himself. Looking to turn this one around if he can. Not quite yet. Matt, though, going to be taken down in return. 1 for 1. Froggen makes it happen.
Yeah, Looper, while he was on the run and kind of on his own, did a lot of work. Making them fight him on that Equalizer and Flame Spitter is enough to kill anyone at this point in the game. So he gets everyone extremely low before Froggen can jump in and make that a 1 for 1. So all things considered, not much happens even though almost all the ultimates are burned.
Right, it looked so chaotic. Everybody was making their way up. There were teleports, there were ults, there were collapses, and
then it's one death on each side.
Yeah, I thought Matt was going to ult the turret right now. Yeah. And then they can just continue to go on to Gate and Keith. But they were making sure that they weren't getting TP collapsed on, and they actually see Looper up there and make the call to back off and not follow in on the first Bard ultimate. Lorlo matches the teleport. Then everyone can just trade Looper down, and Looper has nowhere to run, so I like the equalizer placement right there. Look at the damage he does. Rainover, Lorlo, Matt all burned down to about 20% of their health, and Matt takes the wrong way out, runs straight into Froggen.
Yeah, imagine if literally anyone else is there from Echo Fox. Yeah. You could quickly turn that into a triple kill. Unfortunate for them that they can't. Looper did his best, but sometimes your best doesn't take the health bars down to 0. It's just not good enough for the NALCS. 21.8 to 21.7 thousand gold, though. It's not like this game's going anywhere in terms of leads. Neither team able to find that trigger pull that they need to really build something substantial in this third and final game of the series. Warrior Enchantment with the Tracker's Knife versus Runic Echoes with the Tracker's Knife. Both of these junglers making sure they're prioritizing that vision, but still getting their damage-heavy enchantments. We've seen enough Cinder Hulks already, Jad. It's time to go back to the stuff that makes the plays happen.
Yeah, we will see a bit more action in this game, I think is fairly safe to say. Although we are in an Echo Fox game, they tend to drag them out occasionally. Just waiting to see where Team Liquid goes to make plays, though. The Elise and the Bard, both with mobility boots. All about getting places fast and then making something happen when they are there, since the raw teamfight power of those two boots is very low.
Trinity Force also done on Froggen's Corki, and this item, one of the single most powerful single item spikes in the game. If your champion properly uses all the elements of it, Corki does. So Froggen's the guy to fear. We talked about it in game number 1, where his farm ability, the fact that he's always got so much economy channeled into him, it makes him a huge threat. This game is going to be no exception. Liquid, if they want to maintain themselves in this game, have got to make sure they're playing around that and respecting it.
Absolutely. Here's the Moby Boots kicking in.
There we go. Gate in some trouble. Flashing back over the wall. Not going to commit the same sins as last time. Now can they turn it around? Equalizer drop down. Seeing if they can make these moves. Looper caught up in the Tempered Fate. Can't quite find the rest of the damage. Liquid makes a magical journey towards the exit of the jungle. They will not be punished for going for that kill, and Gate's not going to fall either.
Yeah, get the flash, but it comes at the expense of a lot of time investment. So credit to Gate for flashing right this time, as you mentioned during the fight, even though it did look questionable because he flashed right back into the two people that were chasing him, but it was towards his team, towards safety.
He knew he would get away. He knew he had some thick skin for that gray health, and it all worked out for him. Golden Glue with that 2-part laser. You gotta love Victor's Wave Clear. It's just so satisfying to swoosh them all away, as Rift Herald is now the target for Echo Fox. Opening up on that eye. Keith will be helping Acadian take that one down.
Using that brush for a headshot is actually pretty cool. Being able to pull the Rift Herald towards the wall and then having Keith sit there for the headshots speeds it up pretty well.
I mean, Rift Herald
really wants to get that eye. Not able to get it. So I've noticed, I've been trying this. There you go, he finally hits the eye. I've had a pretty good pattern getting the Rift Herald to be able to solo it and get the eye pretty frequently.
Which is?
I'm sure there's going to be a guide out there somewhere, and this could be wrong. But anyway, he does a big wind-up where he will like overswing and kind of turn, and I just straight up auto-attack him until I see that animation, and then I kind of preemptively turn around, and then I get the eye every time after he has that big swing. But I think it's on a timer of how many auto-attacks you use on him. So if you're on a dude with a lot of attack speed, you can do it pretty easily.
That's something I'm going to have to keep an eye out for, because I feel like whenever I try to solo the Rift Herald, sometimes I'll hit the eye, and then other times he just purposely trolls me as Piglet. Going to be in the 1v1 against Froggen, who has to use the Valkyrie to escape here. Matt was coming up, and Froggen knew he wasn't going to be in a good spot if he got caught in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, now they got to worry about this turret going down as well. Froggen is trying to get all the farm he can, but those Moby Boot dudes, the Elise and the Bard, are making this split push farm pretty difficult for Echo Fox.
Meanwhile, Keith just wants to farm up as much as he can in the mid lane. Echo Fox content just to build up these damage threats, get to the point where maybe you can make a one-shot happen. This is one of my favorite back animations in the game, by the way. I love the Pulsefire Caitlyn skin, and the back animation is no exception just because she gets so many different hats. The first time I saw it, I didn't realize that she changes her hat when she goes through the portal. She has a bunch of different ones. She has a classic Caitlyn hat, she has a Teemo hat, there's all sorts of them.
And is it like randomized depending on the recall?
No, it's just a random recall. Like sometimes when Deep Terror Thresh pulls up a boot or a treasure chest,
hat, and then you get a different hat.
She reaches into the portal to pull out a hat from a certain time zone or place, and it's just random, whichever hat she.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm really into hat-based skins. I buy skins based on how excited I would be to wear that hat in real life. Caitlyn's got a lot of them.
Fair enough.
A little bit of a tangent there, but we're back into mid lane. Rift Herald is summoned, ramming his headless hat into that mid lane turret. Almost able to take it down. A couple more auto attacks from Keith should do the trick. There we go, turret destroyed. Tempered Fate comes out, only finds its way onto Gate. That's not a target Liquid is comfortable trying to make a setup for. So that everything gets disengaged. Fox grabs the turret.
Yeah, that's all you need out of the Rift Herald. Just get it enough to break through the turret. Teams have gotten better and better at guarding against the charge, but if you group up everyone and you don't let them free hit it, there's a good chance you're going to get the turret in that lane.
Cadian over the wall, picking up the red buff.
All right, which hat?
All right, let's watch. Oh, she got a pirate hat that time.
I had no idea.
Yup.
Yeah, today I learned.
Our observers are OP because they knew as soon as Caitlyn was backing, they're like, we got to find that hat.
We got to see which one it is. We're going to track that.
Yep.
So that was a pirate hat.
See which one it shows up more.
Better be different next time or I'll be sorry.
It should be. I mean, if it's not, it's going to make a liar out of me and I'll feel bad, but not as bad as Piglet. He's getting himself caught out. Acadian with the kick, with the damage, and that's going to tie this game up 2-2.
Yeah, Piglet all alone down there. Just the Blade of the Ruined King, but a nice pick by Acadian. The first kill participation he has in the first 19 minutes of this game. But I think that prolongs it in a way that Echo Fox is okay with. They just want to keep scaling up for these items. I feel like Acadian's going to go Knight's Vow anyway, based on those components, and I feel like Gate will do the same thing. So it's going to be the same story. Double Knight's Vow, one on Corky, one on Keith, and just go for it.
Now, the status between Froggen and Keith is the same exact thing in this game as in Game 1. It's Static Shiv Trinity versus Static Shiv Infinity Edge pieces. Froggen with the damage onto Matt. Rainover tries to eat that Scuttle Crab away, does successfully get it through the package damage, but I want to keep an eye on Acadian and see if he puts that Knight's Vow on.
He better Knight's Vow on the dude who does the most damage. If you're not doing that, you're just irresponsible. But who knows?
Bottom side, third turret going the way of Echo Fox, clearing out that last tier 1 as Looper can burn it down. 199 CS to 168 on Lorlo. This is looking like a repeat performance of what was happening in game number 1. Okay, Here we go again. The gun turns into a gate. A Knight's helmet. How cool is that?
Oh, and then we get to see another one.
Oh, yeah, he cancels it. All right.
Yeah.
So he goes for a Knight helmet, but I think he's just going to be hanging around. I don't think we're going to get to see a third hat. Not quite yet.
This is the most exciting thing about this game to me. Mainly because it's becoming more and more of Game 1, where Echo Fox is just playing the laning phase out and Team Liquid actually isn't able to find the picks. They have more tools than they did in Game 1 to find picks, but the gold lead is extending kind of in the same way, and I do feel like when they get this double Knight's Vow point, once Gate builds his up, they're going to be really, really strong in the 4v4s, but the big difference is Lorlo should scale to a point where he can 1v1 Looper, and that'll really hurt Echo Fox's split push strat and kind of force him to team fight. Until we get there, though, I just want to see which hat Keith pulls out next.
Yeah, that's kind of half the fun of playing the Pulsefire Caitlyn skin. But the other half
of the fun.
Yeah, that's half of the fun. The other half of the fun is you're playing Caitlyn. That champion's strong. Tempered Fate onto 2. Acadian and Gate going to be bound up, but a very nice Devour prevents it from being a stun onto both. Gate making sure he's chomping up his ally as soon as that Bard ulti wears off.
Yeah, and that was a pretty good initiation. I was hoping that maybe even Golden Blue would use Chaos Storm on it, but then, as you say, it would just be onto the Tahm Kench because of the Devour. So pretty much that whole initiation stuffed by Echo Fox.
Echo Fox, that's what Tahm Kench does. The this or that segment that you had with Kobe, what's more annoying?
Tilting.
What tilts you harder? Tahm Kench is a good answer.
I don't even remember what the other champion was because Tahm Kench tilts you so hard.
Yeah, it was
no
Zillion.
No bring someone back to life, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Zillion ulti there, you still end up having both guys stunned up. One of them will die. But Tahm Kench makes sure nobody gets stunned. So very difficult to play against this champion with that save potential. It's exactly why you saw Echo Fox draft it when you have 2 big valuable targets like the Corky and the Caitlyn saved. And now they're seeing if they can find the equalizer.
Great equalizer.
Onto multiple people. Rainover trying to go up into the air with the rappel, looking to get away onto Gate, but he will not do it. Slapped down by the Tahm Kench tongue. As Team Liquid gets away with their solo laners both in critical condition, their jungler dead, and Echo Fox has sights set towards Baron.
Yeah, and this is, if they had a control ward, would be even better. You got to use that sweeper now, Acadian, to make sure that ward is gone. It'll make the contest so much more difficult for Team Liquid. But even
they don't
so,
even have Rainover.
There's no smite, and there's no Bard ult, so they probably get it anyway. Yeah, they do.
As long as Acadian has this smite ready to go, there should be no problem whatsoever. They do secure it 22 minutes into the game. It's going to cut off early.
It looked like a pirate hat to me.
No, it looked like a cowboy hat to me. It wasn't as deep brown as the pirate hat was. I'm pretty sure that's a different hat.
Okay. Empowered recall, he should pull the hat faster. The clear flaw on the skin. Yeah. Anyway, Acadian kicks them on to the equalizer right there, and that was just the equalizer looking at Golden Glue's health. So the fight is pretty much won by Looper. That's the big difference between the Rumble and the Kennen if they do collapse into a team fight phase. So much more effective. And they're sitting pretty right now in this game.
And this is what happens with those early 20-minute Barons, right? You have a game that looks really close, you grab one of those, all of a sudden everything gets blown wide open. You have the potential to just ram yourselves into the tier 2s. This gold lead could quickly become insurmountable for Team Liquid. It's 4,000 right now. That's nothing to frown at 23 minutes into the game, but it can be so much more in the next 2.5 minutes.
And we got to think, like, how would Team Liquid win one of these team fights? They have to get... I think almost Gate can't be there, or they have to have him CC while they lay the AoE down onto Echo Fox, because other than that, they're just going to be free hitting these turrets. Irresponsible Knight's Vow onto Keith instead of Froggen once again. Hope you watch this back, Acadian. I'm not happy with your Knight's Vow choice.
Disappointed, Jad. Red turret destroyed there in the mid lane. Echo Fox finding number 4. And by the way, I was informed by production doing detective work behind the scenes. That hat from the Baron Empowered Recall was the Desperado Cassiopeia hat, otherwise known as a cowboy hat. So it was not the kind of stuff worn by a pirate.
So you pretty much have a chance to get any hat. Like,
yeah, there's all kinds
like
of different
hats.
We still haven't seen the TMO one or the vanilla Caitlyn skin.
All right, fair enough. There's a lot of hats in this game. There's 137 champions, and a lot of them wear hats.
I mean, look at, maybe he'll get Gates' hat.
Yeah, Nar has a hat, Matt has a hat.
A lot of hats. But there's also a lot of damage coming out from Echo Fox onto this mid lane turret from Team Liquid. The last one standing before the inhibitor itself is exposed. Fox still has another 90 seconds or so to work with this Baron buff, stealing away everything along their way. Froggen's low on mana though, so they decide to get back. Okay, I really want Baron buff to go away just so we can get a look at this. I probably want Baron buff to go away more than Liquid does right now.
Either way. And this is also the difference as we see them running towards Cloud Drake, the difference between a play-by-play and a color caster. I'm worried about like who's going to get Knight's Vow and what are the stat differences and where are the power spikes. And I had no idea I hadn't even thought about how many hats there were in the game up until before this game. But we're clearly focused on different things.
You didn't even know that she pulled different hats out of the portal.
I didn't even know she pulled a hat out of the portal. I've never looked at the recall.
I noticed it the other day when I was playing solo queue because I saw her pull out the vanilla Caitlyn skin hat, and I thought, oh, cool, that's a throwback to her initial skin. It's like, oh, look, I'm Caitlyn, but I'm referencing Caitlyn. And the next time she did it, it was a Teemo hat, and I was like, wait a second. Something funky here. It's one of those discoveries. You learn something new in League of Legends every day, even if you've been playing the game for, what, like 8 years now?
Yeah, pretty much. Now there's hundreds of hats.
Yeah.
Never even realized.
The course of history. Keith pushing up here, auto attack after auto attack, traps laid down, just doing what Caitlyn does, being that siege engine for Echo Fox. Yeah, Cannon minions themselves also contributing to that effort.
I'm really impressed if Keith wins another game 0-0-0, because that's what happened in game 1 when he was on Tristana, and we are trending dangerously close to that point unless he's actually involved in the big team fight when Team Liquid decides to throw themselves at them, because right now, it is so eerily similar to that first game where they're split pushing all these side lanes, and Team Liquid just doesn't have the ability to pull the trigger on any types of flanks.
Turret goes down mid lane, number 6 for Echo Fox. Keith, very, very strong in this Caitlyn right now, Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv, and Froggen, not exactly a slouch either, with the same thing, but with a BF sword thrown in there too.
Yeah, and in that particular instance, I like having the Knight's Vow on Keith, because since they don't have a Kennen, they're using Froggen as the split pusher, so he has no one around him, therefore Knight's Vow would be useless. Plus the items are a little bit closer right now, so good Knight's Vow on Caitlyn.
Both very threatening so far. Here we go. Oh, it's a Knight Helmet. We got a repeat. Darn.
Okay, so at least we know if it is truly random, you can get repeats.
Yep.
So
you can get repeats. I told you it was a random hat selection.
I want to know how many hats she could pull from.
I'm sure it's out there on the wiki somewhere. Some guy did a lot of detective work on this over the course of a few hours, just spamming Caitlyn's recall animation. But as for that number, I am not that guy, so I do not know it. Either way, the number I do know is 3 kills versus 2. This game, 5 kills deep, 27 minutes in. Game number 1, I believe, was 4 kills in at 23, 24 minutes. So that count
2 kills to 2
is also very, very close to game number 1. 2,500 gold Baron power play. It's not even that huge of a Baron, if we're being quite honest with ourselves. A lot of the times you see 3,000 and 4,000 gold counts out of those. But this time around, it was just enough to keep Echo Fox going, build that momentum a little bit, and put that crack in the base. Ever so importantly, if they want to fight on that open inhib, they can now.
Yeah, and they are stronger 5v5 too, unless they get flanked by a Mega Gnar, which is what the Rumble has allowed them to have with this team composition. Double static shivs and eye edges. Very soon we'll have that second Knight's Vow onto gate to really empower them, but they're feeling very confident right now about their chances. And even if that happens, they got Tom Kench.
Get out of jail free card. Tom Kench presses W, and everything is fine. Keith gets himself out of trouble, regroups with the rest of the team, and the siege will continue outside this remaining tier 2 for Team Liquid, the last one of these standing outside of the base. Trap line set up, though, meaning they're going to have to maneuver around those. Yeah, she just keeps pulling out Knight's helmets.
All right. It's getting old.
That's kind of a buzzkill, I know.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm right there with you.
Speaking of, I wanted to bring something up to you. We cast an Urgot game the other week.
Yeah.
Where we said Urgot has more syllables in his name. Oh, they're going for Piglet.
Uh-oh. Arcadian trying to make that insect play. Instead, won't be able to find it. Quick flash from Piglet stops his plans in their tracks. Previous time Piglet died was from one of those kicks from Acadian. He was ready for it this time around.
Yeah. I'll get back to it as soon as the action calms down, but I don't think it will. Bardol comes out. They're waiting for Rumble TP in base. Looper's going to channel this if Team Liquid decide to go all in.
Liquid still hanging around. Tempered Fate not available. Keep it in mind, but Chaos Storm and Fate's Call are both there, as is the Mega Gnar once the Gnar bar is charged. Looper deciding to walk his way towards this fight, so the rest of Echo Fox just waiting for him to get there. Now they can perform the fight normally without the TP if the opportunity arises.
Yeah, Echo Fox doesn't have great engage, but they have very long range, which is one thing they're going to kind of use to try and poke out Team Liquid. And last time, if they just control vision around the Baron buff, then they can lay down the Equalizer to cut Team Liquid off.
Keith? Okay, saved by Gate. The bindings are on point from Matt. He's been able to catch Keith out a couple of times. The problem is Gate is also on point, always making sure he's right beside whichever carry is doing the poking from the front line.
Baron back up as well. And Froggen has left to split push, so they're losing a little bit of this mid lane priority. This is so much of what has crushed them whenever they try to play around Baron is they give up mid lane, but they have Caitlyn, so Team Liquid can't push in regardless of Froggen recall.
Yep, not just Caitlyn, 3-item Caitlyn, the one that can clear away the waves pretty much effortlessly. The crits from the Shiv, along with Piltover Peacemaker itself, make that a very simple task to take care of clearing out that entire wave. Knight's Vow plus Gargoyle Stoneplate done onto Acadian's Lee Sin, so going for a very tanky approach. Froggen did go back to the base to pick up the package, and this is a signal that Fox should be looking to make something happen.
Yeah, this build from Acadian is all about getting in there, kicking someone back, pressing the Stoneplate, and hopefully living to tell the tale. Pretty good combo, I feel like. I do think Locket should still be his next item if he's just going to go for that general build anyway. Gate probably building a Locket next as well, so still eerily similar to that first game we saw between the two teams.
Echo Fox still with package, doing a lot of damage to Rainover to zone him away. That might be enough to encourage them to potentially start going for Baron here.
Whoa.
Package used just disengaged by Froggen. I don't know how, was the timer that close to 0 there?
Maybe. He also just didn't want to get counterplayed on at all. And they have a controller on Baron, plus he just took the jungler out. So Froggen almost single-handedly winning the team another Baron.
I mean, they do this so free with all the damage in the composition. We talked about it in the draft. Both of these teams are so heavy-handed when it comes to damage. It's very easy, if you get even a few seconds, to take Baron down. Orlo farming up bottom side. Liquid has to brace themselves for another 3.5 minutes of Baroned up Echo Fox. Last time they broke the base, but they didn't get inhibs. This time they'll look to get even more. And Liquid has to find some sort of a way to hold this line. But it's going to be hard. Victor's wave clear doesn't work when those melee minions have all that protection.
Yeah, and Keith is going to be able to set up a trap line to also ward off the initiation. This is such a powerful moment for Echo Fox right now. Kind of hitting all their power spikes at the right time. They can even layer Equalizer down. Plus the Bard ult misses. Oh, jeez.
Nowhere near, and Matt is taken down. Keith with the damage he needs, preventing the 0-0-0 finish.
Yeah.
But putting his team in an awesome spot to continue the push and continue looking for that win. 3 traps still placed down. Thinking about maybe rotating around, using Baron elsewhere in a split push. Golden Glue loses half his health to a single auto attack. That is the power of Trinity Force, Shiv, and Infinity Edge on the Corki.
Yeah, Chaos Storm was also down by Golden Glue as well, so few tools left. Keith actually moved to escort the minion wave really like that. Here they go, trying to break this second inhibitor turret.
All right, 4 versus 5 for Team Liquid for the next 5 seconds at least. Trap still laid down, Lorlo having to jump away. Keith taking a couple of auto attacks from that turret. Acadian moving up, Equalizer thrown down, zoned away. Team Liquid has to yield this objective, and now the inhibitors are the target for Echo Fox. Gate gonna eat up Looper, keeping him safe, but the damage nearly takes down Rainover and Golden Glue. Both hobbling away with barely any HP remaining. Keith happened to back up, knowing his opponents are going to be healing rapidly and moving towards him. They wait for the next wave of minions, thinking about potentially coming back into this TP from Looper. With full HP, he'll be arriving right back into this fight. Stun on the Gate. Gravity Field won't really find anyone, just keeps Keith zoned away for an extra second or two.
They have to be a little careful, but they're still life stealing a little bit as well. Got Warlords on both of the marksmen. Oh, look out, Piglet.
Piglet wants to step up and stop Keith, but he's the one who ends up in some trouble. Gate again, just there with the Devour, making sure Keith doesn't end up in a spot where he's going to be compromised. Tempered Fate comes out, finds its way onto Keith, and remember, Devour was recently used, so this time, Keith has to use his own defense mechanisms. Flash and Heal both pop there to make sure he gets away.
Yeah, the inhibitor actually defended, but still only 3 turrets left on the map for Team Liquid, so pretty good job overall staying there, especially since they were never able to get an initiation off. Both Golden Glue and Rainover walking away with slivers of health was pretty critical, actually, that they didn't die, because that would have been game with the Baron buff being up there. They lived to tell the tale, but it's not a good tale. We got slowly murdered in our base. They're going to need to find a way to get a pick onto someone important that Tom Kench just can't devour, and that's very tough to do.
This story is not looking like one with a happy ending for Team Liquid. Considering Echo Fox has Baron for another 30 seconds, they're marching down the mid lane. They've got 2 open inhibs to start working on, and Froggen will indeed make quick work of those. Stun up onto Gate. But again, he's just so tanky on the Tom Kench. Even if they get him low, the thick skin will block that last bit of the burst, provide him a couple of extra seconds of defense and survivability. Froggen going back towards the top side, finish the job they started earlier, 2 lanes down. And this is usually where things go from bad to worse for a team. Froggen pops the cleanse at the moment. Gate pops the Devour, so not quite necessary on the cleanse there.
Yeah.
But better safe than sorry in these situations. Now they move bottom.
Gonna have to play a little more passive after that one, but yeah, 2 inhibitors down means they just cycle. Even without the Baron buff, they're probably okay with this. And Team Liquid's gonna want to find a fight at some point.
They have to.
Yeah, but Meganar wearing down right now, not gonna have it.
Echo Fox, if they get 3 inhibs.
They still have Baron on Acadian because of the mastery to keep it up for another 30 seconds.
Still pushing this strong. A little bit more damage. They'll be able to break through this last area. And remember, the super minions will be marching down the other 2 lanes. They'll push automatically. Team Liquid has to move and answer them. And when they do, the rest of Fox will push up and put in the remaining 60% of the health on this tier 3 turret. Tempered Fate comes out, only finding its way onto Gate. Redemption being channeled, coming down. Not really going to be finding a lot of that one just yet. Lorlo taking some damage right now as he tries to make his way into the fight. Golden Glue taken low. Shot blocked by Matt. Ace in the hole won't find its way onto that enemy mid laner, but it does do enough damage overall to the team to make them back up. They have to yield the objective. Froggen goes over the wall, looking to find the kill onto Rainover, who will land from his rappel, take a lot of damage from the auto attacks, and Froggen says, see you later. 5 versus 4 for Echo Fox. They want to end this game here. Matt at half HP, Lorlo gonna be even lower. Piglet trying to toss Matt into the middle, but he only throws him into depths, waiting Maw. Liquid so very low, trying to defend this, but the damage from Fox is too extreme. They walk out of the fountain, they lose half their health. Echo Fox on the victory march towards the Nexus turrets. Number 1 dropping, Equalizer comes down. Matt forced to flash away, more damage gonna be coming through. Froggen doing again what he's known to do as Golden Glue looks to defend. Nah, there's no if even involved in this one. Piglet has to try to kite away, but there's no kiting away from that level of damage. Golden Glue and Lorlo in retreat. They don't even need to kill him, but they'll do it anyway because it looks like fun. The Phosphorus Bomb will not find its mark onto Golden Glue. Froggen is spit out into the turret. Gate says, forget your KDA. I'm going to be the MVP. Triple kill for Froggen, and that is game for Echo Fox.
Oh, man, they could have had back-to-back 2-death game. Say, Gate, please.
He's looking over and she's like, what are you doing?
He could have been death. It gave him the other kill, though. Froggen should be happy for that.
Yeah.
Gate increasing his all-time kill count. That's what people remember. They don't remember how many deaths you have.
Yeah. Plus, our stats people told me when I first came here, they were like, by the way, for all intents and purposes, 0 death and 1 death are the same thing.
For a single-game KDA, yes.
Yeah. And that's
for an
all-time
KDA, though, it's more.
That's a good point. For the all-time one, it's going to troll them a little bit. But for the single-game KDA, he's still considered 7-1.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Everything works out.
Yeah, and not quite a perfect game from Echo Fox, but they clearly did have a strategy they were able to play in 2 of the 3 games against Team Liquid. Both these games, 1 and 3, very similar. Froggen out farming in the mid lane. They just try and win the lanes, but in this case, they then knew how to secure the victory, right? They didn't dance around the mid lane, wait for the other team to come up in gold. They were consistently extending their gold lead as the game clock ticked forward and finding good ways of setting up sieges and countering enemy engages, which is really the important thing when you're playing these types of siege compositions.
And it's fun to watch this team evolve like that. Watch them go from a team that just wins early, sputters out a little bit mid lane, has some troubles, to going to an entirely different but yet very coherent game plan. Seeing them work together with these double marksmen and a couple of different tanks and using this Knight's Vow strategy to work in a way that they're able to drag the game out, but not in a bad way. Right? Sometimes you'll see a game dragged out and it's just because neither team really knows what to do. Other times you see it dragged out because that's the win condition.
Yeah, a lot of times they're just waiting for the items, right? Get the 70 to 80% crit on your marksman, get the Knight's Vows on your support and your jungler, and then you're just this massive unit that's incredibly hard to kill because mini rant on Knight's Vow, I think the item has been busted for a while, so when I see someone run a strategy like this, I'm glad to see them win because I think it's worth it. Knight's Vow with very fed carries not only makes the carries harder to kill, but also makes the guy tankier, because if you're in a team fight and they are dealing damage, it heals the tank, so he then becomes tankier. It's a beautiful item in the way that it works like that and is very snowbally, especially in the late game. So when they're stalling out for more and more damage and they're taking advantage of the multiplication provided by Vow and the crits, it's a very good strategy. So this is where Echo Fox could kind of use their tendencies that they have for most of the year and actually make it work for them, and it worked very well.
Yeah, you talk about a team that puts all the money on Froggen. Well, when Froggen's wealthy, if you have an item that translates his advantages to yours, you're wealthy too. For a first-hand account on that series, though, let's hear from Zyrene and the Echo Fox bot laner.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, here with Keith from Echo Fox. I have to ask you, after that game 1, you were 0-0-0 as your scoreline. Is that a good game for Keith, or is that a bad game for Keith?
Well, I would say it's a good game because I don't have any deaths, right? Maybe people are used to me having deaths, but it feels good for me.
And Freak actually updated his 80 carry tier list. You were 9th out of 10th. Last time. Now you're 10th out of 11 players, so you're still second to last. Is there anything you want to say to Freak about that list?
I just have to say that I really don't care at all what people think of me as an AD carry. It only matters how I play.
Awesome response as well. And man, anyway, I want to ask you about who do you think is the best AD carry right now in the league?
I would say Doublelift and Sneaky are the best right now, but it really doesn't matter because it just matters who plays as a team, who's better, like who can play with your team better. That's what I think.
And so what would it take for you to be in that same category up there at the top and for Keith to be the best? Is it just playing around your team?
It's all about myself for that. I just had to focus on improving, and like I focus on my weaknesses, and playing around my team. That's how I become the best.
All right, well, so far you put up a solid performance today with only a single death as well. And I want to ask you moving forward, final question here, Keith. You're playing Wild Turtle tomorrow. How do you think he's been playing and the impression of FlyQuest overall?
I actually think Wild Turtle is good. It seems like FlyQuest has some issues as a team, and that's why people might think that Turtle is underperforming, but I think otherwise. I think he's a good AD carry.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations on the win here today, Keith. Keep working on that teamwork, and we'll see you later. All right, we're going to throw it back to the desk there to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. Great to hear from Keith in their victory today over Team Liquid. Moving to 4-5, so about at that 500 mark, midway through the split, closing out their first round robin. I love to hear from Keith there in response to the question around the tier list. Don't care where anyone else is. I only care about my play, how I'm performing with my team. And that's, I think, a fantastic mentality, and we're hearing it throughout the entire roster of Echo Fox, right? There's a kind of mentality shift we've seen in Acadian as well, from being a greedy player to more focused on, hey, I could die a million times in the game, but if I'm servicing my team, I don't care what my KDA is.
And I think this is a good game to kind of point that out. Double Knight's Vow, double AD carry, playing very, very slow. They don't care if people want to watch this League of Legends or something like that. They care about winning.
Exactly.
And they play pretty much faultless this entire game. I mean, it was 5 kills, 30 minutes in the game or something after they'd taken a Baron or two. They chunked out Elise. I think one of them, they got a kill before they took it, but they chunked out Elise the second time to get another Baron. And that's what it takes to win. You don't need to blow people up in monster engages. If your comp is happy sitting back, putting traps down, and whittling away, just do it.
We're not going to complain if you're blowing people up and you're smashing games.
I'm not saying
because it's fun to watch, but you're exactly right. A win is a win, and however it is easiest for you to get a hold of that victory, that's the strategy that you should employ. And I think that this shows tremendous growth for Echo Fox here. You know, it might be funny that, like, okay, it is only against Team Liquid, and against a better team, maybe the victory doesn't come as easily as it does here in Game 3, but I think the fact that they didn't have to devolve into chaos, that they didn't have to reach for a play that had risk involved to it, almost everything they did here had forethought, and you could tell it was an 80% Echo Fox favored, 20% Team Liquid favored play.
And this is a game that easily could have broken down into a little bit of madness. You saw how much playmaking was available on the side of Team Liquid's comp with Callista, Bard, Gnar, and Elise. I mean, that can get very, very scrappy, and the fact that they didn't get pulled in that play style, they made Team Liquid play their game a very slow, methodical, speaks to, you know, their decision making.
But hold up, Mark, we got to talk about the most important part of this entire game.
Of course.
Caitlyn hats. How many can she pull out? How random is it really? Let's find out. We got number 1. We got the Knight's Helm. Boom, boom, boom. That's a good look, too. Number 2, with the Baron recall, so this one's coming quickly.
Catch it.
Oh.
Cowboy hat. Like
cowboy
a
hat.
slow-mo helping out there.
Slow-mo cowboy hat in the turret recall. The pirate hat coming out here. Hat number 3. Oh, we only got to see 3 in this
He only
game.
recalled 3
All right,
times?
well, hey, I got some info for Jack, because I know he wants to know. There are 5 hats that Caitlyn can pull out. The other 2 that we didn't see is the pink top hat and the... We talked about this. What was
the
it?
Teemo hat?
The Teemo hat. There you go. The pink top hat and the Teemo hat are the 2 that we didn't get to see in that replay, but there are a total of 5 randomized hats.
So we got to talk about this because we talk about Dragon RNG. Some people are fans of it, some aren't. I'm not a fan of this hat RNG. We saw 2 Knights hats and no pink top hat. That's not happy for me. I want to have fun gameplay experiment.
Where's my balance team? Balance the Caitlyn hat RNG. Either way, no, I don't want to, you know, that's a fun discussion, but I don't want to degrade Echo Fox's victory here because, again, it was a very solid one. They come away with the victory 4 and 5. Froggen will get player of the game, highest damage in the game on that Corki. The double Knight's Vow, I love to see that out of the squad in terms of supporting both of the ADCs, and then also giving their front line the ability to absorb damage, reset for extended sieges.
Yeah, 44% of his team's damage this game. Pretty insane given the fact that you have a Rumble, which usually is topping damage charts. Didn't quite get as many team fights as a Rumble wants to be able to drop a big equalizer.
Yeah, low kill games are not where Rumbles want to be. But.
Yeah, he had one good ult that pushed everyone out of a team fight that got him Baron, but for the most part, it was a lot about setting up near turrets, and while Caitlyn's working on the turret, Corki's working on the people trying to defend it. So huge damage numbers for him.
And finally, I just want to recognize Froggen because we talked so much about Jensen and Bjergsen and those 2 guys being atop the tables and how they're very exciting matchups. And yes, their teams are doing slightly better, and so it's easy to talk about those 2 guys so often. But we cannot forget that Froggen is actually topping the charts in many of these mid lane matchups in terms of CSD, damage share for his team, and the likes.
They don't have quite as many wins on Echo Fox, and obviously Froggen is not finding as many teamfight victories, so
Makes
it's
it
a little
more impressive that his stats are that good.
Right, so his laning stats look, you know, impeccable, and then when you move into the mid-late game, it's hard to shine quite as much as Jensen, who has teammates who are setting up for these monster Orianna shockwaves and things like that. Froggen, on the Corki this time around, did find his own openings a fair amount. You know, he had that Valkyrie into the base that picked off Rain over towards the end of the game, make it a little bit easier to close out.
Anyway, at the end of the day, I think Echo Fox should be very happy, especially with this 3rd game to close out the series, making it look very clean out of them. We'll see if they continue to improve throughout the rest of the summer split. That's going to wrap up the day, so let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Despite their loss today, Immortals remain in 1st place, but now they share it once again with CounterLogic Gaming. TSM end their week before Rift Rivals in 3rd, while Echo Fox promote up to 6th with their win today. We'll see who else can make a climb before the weekend closes out. Tomorrow on NALCS 1, Immortals return to the stage opposite Phoenix 1, followed by Team Envy versus Team Dignitas in the Battle Arena. If you're watching on NALCS 2, your day starts with FlyQuest versus Echo Fox, then Team Liquid take to the Battle Theater opposite CounterLogic Gaming. So, of course, a couple of our Rift Rival teams are shooting off over to Europe tonight, but tomorrow's matchups still mean plenty in terms of the regular season standings. What's one that you're looking at?
I kind of like CLG Team Liquid just for the fact that CLG CLG is a little bit erratic in their play, and sometimes they look amazing, and sometimes they look like they're a little bit of a struggle. We saw how much prep work it felt like they put into that C9 series with the nice drafting and some of this creative level 1.
Did they put as much prep into Team Liquid?
That's what I'm going to see, is if they kind of play down to the level of their opponent, maybe a bit of a hangover game for them.
All right, well, there's some thoughts on tomorrow's matchups, but that's going to do it for us tonight. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
TSM and Immortal's gonna do battle. Immortal 7-1, the first place team. They could get an even larger match lead over TSM if they could win this one here. And here we go, the Rek'Sai getting another for himself. He's been forced to run away, but the damage not coming across the... Assassinated, Void on Void crime. Some to knock up there out of Cody. He said he's got to get the auto attacks and he gets the damage. They cannot do so. And Flame, one more attack and he can't make it either. 2 for 0. Oh, the trade going to come in as Sven chased down one final kill. And you can hear the crowd cheering for the team that is 1-2-0, taking down North America's #1 TSM.
He's ready to take down the stragglers, and he's gonna hop over the wall. He says, "King me," over to Smoothie now, looking for the triple kill. Smoothie blows up. Calls down, Baron goes over to contract. Darshan looking for Sneaky on the backside. He tries that Calvert, gets himself into a great spot, and the team is the meat shield. They're both on top again. What a shockwave. Sneaky and Jensen once again. They are finding their mark, and Darshan goes in with a taunt, even flayed out. They have the damage. Smoothie's gonna get dropped. His contract falls down. Counter Logic Gaming, they will go up against Cloud9 again, and they will take a second victory.
Dude, I think it's exhausted. He's gonna miss though. He's just gonna keep running for it. Able to get total. Moon's gonna go down to Arctic, and there's the reset he needs. Another kill there to Lemon, gets him yet another jump. Ultimate there as Moon actually stays alive and high. That took down Brock. FlyQuest's gonna go for high. Jumps out of Altac. 4 kills as King. The only one left. High, barely gonna live. He grabs the triple, and that's the ace on FlyQuest Bulls. TP's back down to end the game.
He's in retreat. There is so much damage being dealt by these rockets. Froggen's able to find one, but there's no kiting away from that level of damage. Golden Blue and Lorlo in retreat. They don't even need to kill him, but they'll do it anyway because it looks like fun. And that is game for Echo Fox.
All right, what's that?
All right, let's watch. Oh, she got a pirate hat that time.
I had no idea.